It's my game. It's my world. Esports. It's my game. It's my world. It's my community. We believe in unity. It's my game. It's my world. Esports. It's my game. It's my world. It's my community. We believe in unity.
Cek, cek.
It's my game. It's my world.
Cek, cek, cek. cek.
world. Esports. It's my game. It's my world. It's my community. We believe in unity. It's my game.
In Mobile Legends Bang Bang in World Esports Championship in 2022, and we have a few questions. So the first question: are you satisfied with your performance in this match?
It's fine. I think the boys are quite happy, but they are not overconfident because our motive is to go straight into the finals.
So for the next question, what is your key factor to help you to win in this match?
Menangkan Momo lane, menangkan goal lane dan mid lane.
Even you have won this match, do you think that you will improve for your next match?
Sekarang lah.
Dah menang match ni, perlu improve tak untuk next match?
Kita nak akan buat lagi the best lah daripada sebelum ni. InsyaAllah kita akan buat lagi power.
So you will face other country in your next match, right? Will you use the same strategy on the next game?
Maybe tidak. Kita akan gunakan strategi lain lah. Sebab setiap team ada strategi orang, so kita orang ada strategi untuk counter orang.
So for the last question, what is your biggest challenge to beat your opponent?
What the biggest challenge to beat an opponent?
Team mana yang bagi ni lah?
What the big
The biggest opponent to beat the opponent is about we studied them. We need to Melayu je. Kita nak kena beat diorang daripada segi strategi dengan drafting itu je lah kot.
Tadi macam mana?
Okay, that's all for my question. Thank you for your time, and I hope the best for your competition.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
이런 건 처음이야. 너무 슬리잖아. I've been thinking about it. I've been thinking about you, boy. Yeah, yeah. All I think about is you, boy. All I think about, yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah. All I think about is you, boy. All I think about, yeah, yeah.
Hi guys, back again with me, Putra Sutopo as your fellow host. So right now, I'm at the Earth Stage area, where this area will be used as the stage for opening ceremony of IESF 14 World Esports Championship Bali 2022. As you can see behind me, they are all practicing for the opening ceremony at 7 o'clock GMT plus 7. To be honest, I cannot wait to see the opening ceremony because there will be an amazing performance from Alfiref and other performers. So, for those of you who want to watch it, you can watch it through the IESF official channel on Twitch TV. To be honest, you need to watch it, okay? So right now, I want to continue to see their practicing for the opening ceremony. Bye guys.
Namo Buddhaya, salam kebajikan. Apa kabar teman-teman media semuanya? Luar biasa. Good afternoon ladies and gentlemen. Berdiri untuk menyanyikan lagu kebangsaan Indonesia Raya yang akan dilanjutkan dengan Mars PW Esports Indonesia. Indonesia tanah airku, tanah tumpah darahku. Di sanalah aku berdiri.
Pertama kita juga sangat berterima kasih kepada beliaunya dari IESF yang begitu memilih negara kita sebagai penyelenggara. Sekitar 42 juta ya e-sport ya, pemain e-sport tentunya akan bisa menyebarkan ini, bisa menghidupkan ekosistem daripada e-sport itu sendiri. Tentunya akan berpengaruh secara ekonomi dan kesehatan.
For this event, and hopefully Bali and Indonesia will get a really good name in the international, right?
Is going to influence a positive creativity in humanity and a new way to socialize, a new way to be together, a new way to be friends. When a parent looks at a kid in the computer with headset on and talking. Salam Esports. Jaya, jaya, jaya. Okay.
Okay, thank you so much.
Okay.
Let's go Bali.
Let's go Bali.
Let's go Bali.
Okay, so today we have Argentina that will be competing in Mobile Legends Bang Bang in World Esports Championship 2022, and I have a few questions to ask. Okay, so the first question, are you satisfied with your performance in this match?
¿Están contentos con la performance que tuvieron?
Sí, estamos contentos y conformes.
Yeah, we're really happy and up to our standards.
So the next question, what is your key factor that helped you to win in this match?
¿Cuál es el factor clave que les ayudó a ganar en este partido?
La unión entre todos y la confianza entre uno y el otro.
The union among us and trusting each other on all the decisions we had to make. For sure.
So even you have won this match, Do you think there are things that you can improve to the next match?
Incluso aunque no hayan perdido ningún partido, ¿creen que hayan cosas que tengan que mejorar para el próximo partido?
Siempre hay cosas que mejorar y hay que ver los errores individuales también.
Como que, por ejemplo,
Posicionamiento, visión, comunicación.
there are always things to improve, not only in the macro game but also in the micro game. Like we could do like some better like visualization of the map and positioning ourselves on the map. So we're going like rewatch our match and check what we did so we don't make the same mistakes for the next match.
So you will facing other country in your next match. Will you use the same strategy on the next match?
¿Vamos a la misma estrategia contra el próximo partido?
Sí. Vamos a salir con todo. La idea es ganarlo todo. Somos la selección de Argentina y vamos a salir a ganar.
Yeah, well, it obviously depends on the pick and like the rivals we're going to have. But yeah, we're going to give all of us to the match. We are Argentina, we're proud of it, and we're going to show what Argentina is.
So this is the last question. What is your biggest challenge to beat your opponent?
I'm sorry?
What is your biggest challenge to beat your opponent?
¿Cuál es el principal desafío que tienen para vencer a sus rivales?
Estudiarlos y entender cuál es su forma de juego para poder contrarrestarlo.
Yeah. So our biggest challenge is to understand our rivals, so we can think of a strategy to overcome them before they come after us.
Okay, that's all for all my questions. Thank you very much for your time, and I hope the best for this competition. Thank you. Okay, so here we have Gebian for Honest Esports, and I have a few questions to ask. So the first question, how confident are you for the Indonesian Mobile Legends national team to win in this competition?
Yang pastinya yakin banget, soalnya kayak aku juga sering lihat kayak beberapa turnamen kayak mereka mainnya gimana, dan yang gak kalah jagonya sama tim-tim negara lain, jadi harus menang.
So what do you expect for Esports Indonesia?
Esports Indonesia sekarang kan udah dibilang lumayan maju juga ya maksudnya dibanding negara-negara lain selain Filipina. Jadi ya semoga bisa lebih berkembang lagi, bisa lebih maju lagi, bisa banyak event gede di IESF. Amin.
So okay, for the last question, what is your opinion for IESF?
Opinion ya, udah oke banget sih. Apalagi tadi aku lihat kayak dari tahun-tahun ya, dari 2009 sampai sekarang itu kayak udah hebat banget, tetap pertahanin, dibikin jauh lebih baik lagi.
Okay, that's all.
So, welcome to the IESF 15 World Esports Championships Bali 2022 with me Sigit as your field host. So, this is the second day of the IESF 15 World Esports Championship Bali 2022, and we still have a lot of interesting match and games in the game category of eFootball, Tekken 7, CSGO, Dota 2, and also Mobile Legends Bang Bang. You can see full match schedule on our Instagram at the ISF_official and also garudaku.se. So, before we go, did any of you miss the excitement of the day one? Don't worry, here's the recap day one of the IESF 15 World Esports Championship Bali 2022. Enjoy!
saya membuka secara resmi 14th World Esports Championship.
Asia's Next Top Model Cycle 3, Sabtu dan Minggu, jam 7 malam.
Okay, so today we have Malaysia that will be competing in Mobile Legends Bang Bang in World Esports Championship in 2022, and we have a few questions. So the first question: are you satisfied with your performance in this match?
I think the boys are quite happy, but they are not overconfident because our motive is to go straight into the finals.
So for the next question, what is your key factor to help you to win in this match?
Menangkan Momo lane, menangkan goal lane dan mid lane.
Even you have won this match, do you think that you will improve for your next match?
Cakap orang.
Dah menang match ni, perlu improve tak untuk next match?
Kita nak akan buat lagi the best lah daripada sebelum ni. InsyaAllah kita akan buat lagi power.
So you will face other country in your next match, right? Will you use the same strategy on the next game?
Maybe tidak. Kita akan gunakan strategi lain. Sebab setiap team ada strategi orang, so kita orang ada strategi untuk counter orang.
So for the last question, what is your biggest challenge to beat your opponent?
What the biggest challenge to beat an opponent?
Team mana yang bagi dia?
What the big
The biggest opponent to beat the opponent is about we studied them. We need to Melayu je. Kita orang nak kena beat diorang daripada segi strategi dengan drafting itu je lah kot.
Tadi macam panjang.
Okay, that's all for my question. Thank you for your time and I hope the best.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Aduh, drama terus. Nonton nih, komedi yang nyegerin, lucunya gak habis-habis. Ngelospol. Capek hati drama mulu, mending dibawa happy.
looking again at the IESF 14 World Esports Championships Bali 2022. This is the day of the IESF in Bali. So, we've been through a lot of excitement in day 1 and day 2. The competitions between countries around the world is increasingly becoming more competitive and a lot of action here. So today we have 5 different games category that will be played, like eFootball 2023, CSGO, Mobile Legends, Dota 2 and also Tekken 7. So before that, I remind you to follow our social media so you can see live updates, see match schedule and result on the IESF Instagram, IESF_officials and also garudaku.ac. Before we go watch today's match, here's the some recap day 1 of the IESF 14 World Esports Championship Bali 2022. This recap is dedicated to you guys, so enjoy the show.
All right. Welcome back again on IESF 14 World Esports Championship Bali 2022. Right now we are still on the air stage for Mobile Legends Bang Bang. Okay, guys, before I start, invited one of the teams, I would like to give you information about the event itself. So the IESF 14 World Esports Championship will be a part of the Indonesia Esports Summit 2022, an annual celebration of the country's esports ecosystem initiated by IESF and PBSI, with the goal to involve all esports stakeholders in Indonesia, including game publishers, game developers, pro teams, athletes, influencers, brand, community, media, in the country, of course. And now here we have more than 600 international athletes, 106 countries, 596 offline match. An esport event with national teams competing offline, and this is the last outdoor esports competition in Southeast Asia. With 4 marvelous gorgeous thematic stage, we have Earth, Air stage, Ice stage, and Fire stage. And we have 6 games include CSGO, Dota 2, Mobile Legends Bang Bang, PUBG Mobile, eFootball 2023, and Tekken 7. Especially for CSGO, there is not only a CSGO male, but also we have the CSGO female tournament of this year. Alright guys, this is the first match of today, best of 3 series. Who's gonna go to the next round? Let us invite the team for the first match of the day. And now, please welcome Cambodia! Yes. The boys is coming. Cambodia. All right. And now, please welcome Malaysia. All right, this is pasukan Malaysia. All right, they got the move for the first match of today. Mobile Legends Bang Bang on IESF 14 World Esports Championship. Are you ready for today?
Yeah, ready.
How do you say good luck in Cambodia?
Samnalo.
Samnalo. All right. What about you? Are you ready for today?
Ready.
How do you say good luck in Malay? Good luck.
Semoga berjaya.
Semoga berjaya. Alright guys, you can handshake each other of team. Good luck. Samelo. Semoga berjaya. Giving us a good performance of course and the sportsmanship also. Alright, who's gonna be the winner for the first match of today? So, I will take to the caster that will lead the game for today. Please welcome once again Momo and Arashi.
Thank you very much for that amazing welcome. Mr. Uncle Jer. It's your
Jer.
caster speaking. It's Arashi and Momo-chan.
Hello everyone.
Put in the combo name in the comments if you want to. But we are back on this beautiful day in Bali for IESF 2022. And it's the first match between Cambodia and Malaysia. Yet
Yes.
another Southeast Asian battle.
Yes, it's an upper bracket match for today. But today, like yesterday, we will have 3 matches for today. So please stay tuned until finish because it's gonna be, a long day. It's already been, it's day number 3, right, for today. So I think we already had 2 teams that need to go back and to say goodbye yesterday.
Unfortunately, yes.
Unfortunately, we Namibia and also Slovenia that has to leave this tournament, but we still have another team. They are still competing in this tournament, and now for the first match, Cambodia and also Malaysia. Both of the team look very strong, especially Cambodia, even though they met Namibia in the first day, but Malaysia actually almost got their first 3 games when they beat
Vietnam?
no, sorry?
Malaysia and Vietnam, right?
Vietnam, yes. Vietnam almost turned back the table in the first day when they met Malaysia, right? It's almost their first 3 games for Malaysia, but finally they succeed to just close it with 2-0. But today, I think Cambodia is totally different than Vietnam. Both of the team look very strong, but I just feel that Vietnam, they always try to give us something new each day, right? Like yesterday they beat Namibia as well, looking very fast. 6 minutes game from Vietnam, but today
6 minutes.
6 minutes yesterday, but today I don't know.
We have to see. It's a completely different
Yeah.
situation. But before that, the IESF 14th World Esports Championship is supported by wonderful Indonesia, Kemenpora, NOC, and KONI.
Yeah.
And of course, a big, amazing, massive thanks to all our sponsors: JHL Group, JHL Auto, Nusa Pay, Das, Gudang Crypto, Pertamina, Taiwan Excellence, Hydro Coco, IndiHome, Telkomsel, Hin, Episode Hotel, Merusaka Nusa Dua, our amazing venue, of course, Minaski Global, Indonesia Football E-League, ESID, and Lemon ID.
Yeah, and thanks for our media sponsor, media partner here. We have Net TV, Trans7, Deticom, Esports ID, Video.com, Dunia Games, and also we have Dance TV and Dance Play, Merah Putih, Bola Score, and also Kami Bijak.
This event won't be possible without all the amazing support. So thank you very much. But now, back to business. This match, there's a lot of aggression you can predict gonna happen.
Yeah.
We saw that Malaysia against Vietnam, it's a bit of a slugfest, but Cambodia sometimes, occasionally, comes out with something completely unexpected. But
Completely different,
what
yeah.
they can expect though is this amazing prize pool, a total of $100,000.
Oh yeah, look at
Money.
that money. For the champion, they will take home 50k US dollar. For the runner-up, they will just take 30k US dollar, and for the third place, they will have to 20k US dollar. And as you can see, the total prize pool is very, very big. This is the World Championship 2022 from the IESF for the tournament format. We already have the 8 teams that will be played in the double elimination system here. But now we only have few left.
We're down to the top contenders here, which is why the matches are only gonna get more intense, more interesting, and usually it will get a lot slower because now any kind of mistake will be very, very difficult. And today, Cambodia against Malaysia, Argentina against Indonesia, and Vietnam with the opponents to be disclosed afterwards, depending on the results of the first 2 matches, of course. So we have a lot to look forward to, but in case you guys missed it, especially yesterday, it was a very interesting situation. Indonesia actually coming out on top against the Philippines.
The Philippines.
And afterwards, you can see that it's Namibia and Vietnam, and of course Slovenia and the Philippines. And now, as a result, we have, for the most part, the upper bracket slots filled in already, and we can look forward to even more intense matches.
Yeah, agree with that. 6 teams left in IESF, and who's gonna be the big 4 first, right? Who's gonna secure the slot into the final bracket? Not grand final, but only the final bracket, because who's the strongest will stay in the upper bracket. And today we will have maybe another team that need to say goodbye, because we also have a lower bracket match for our last match for today.
Exactly. It's always a very tough situation when you have to say goodbye to a team that they have tried so hard, they have invested so much time and effort, but unfortunately, competitive nature of the tournament means that there must be a loser and a winner. But of course, we have all the teams in IESF right now have our full support, and we hope you guys at home will also give all these teams your full support. Even though your main team, the team you support, might be a different team, you can't help but respect your opponents that are matching up with them in IESF. So we can look forward to a very exciting match.
Agree with that, Arashi. Respect is a must for all of the, maybe you guys, our supporters from all of the country here. And welcome to the day number 3. And let's talk about Cambodia and Malaysia. We know how strong Malaysia, especially for Mace. On the first day, he showed us, like an amazing solid performance, because 1 versus 3 for Formace, he's not easy to take down this guy. But before we talk more about Formace, Yams also give us a best performance in the first day when they beat Vietnam, right?
Yep, because the Roman position is so impactful right now.
Yeah.
But on the other side, talking about impact in the gold lane, right? OP and Momo, these are players with so much responsibility, and if you look at the stats, actually, you do see a bit of fluctuation. The kill per game and the kills, it's pretty standard, but the gold per minute is where OP has an edge. But the KDA, though, Momo, has been actually so devastating because his team wants that aggression. So he is relied on a lot more. And when the games get so chaotic, the same way you see every single Malaysian game, you can't help but already come to expect a high amount of kills for either team. Actually, it might just be even back and forth yet again.
That's right. If we talk about the gold lane, it's very interesting to talk about this position, because we know how strong the team has to rely on them, right? Especially in the mid to the late game, especially for the very, very, very late game. Especially if you bring an assassin as a jungler, it means you cannot bring that game too late, right? Because some of the assassin, their damage will a little bit fall off in the late game, maybe in the minutes number 16 or number 18, right? You have to really rely on your gold lane here. But the problem is, we've seen that Momo play really well with his Beatrix. And it's gonna be a homework as well for Vietnam because we know Hehe with Cloud yesterday from the Vietnam looking very good as well. Not only Cloud and of course a 1-1, but Malaysia still able to survive and even stay in the upper bracket. And now Cambodia is the next country they have to beat.
And now it's the same old game of drafting against the Malaysians, right? You have no idea what's gonna go where, who's gonna play what. And so it begins for Cambodia. The Phobias as a first ban is quite interesting. I don't think we've seen it being prioritized that much. But for Malaysia, that Kaja is just way too flexible, way too useful, and I don't think they want to allow Cambodia to get their hands on such a dynamic, a confusing pick. Along with that though, that's that Diggy being banned away by Cambodia. And this is something that Malaysia usually does. Ban away or pick that Diggy, as we mentioned, and then stack up the crowd control. But already a different situation here. Angela has been banned from Malaysia.
And
maybe they have some information that we are not aware of.
It's interesting because Cambodia, they always ban out these Phobias. The first day when they met Namibia, maybe Namibia not looking very strong in the first day, right? But Phobias always be a prior ban from Cambodia. So there must be something that they don't actually make this their god laner being distracted. There's some guy who can, trying to
dive in the back line.
Dive going into the back line, especially if he has a big damage there. So no Phobius, no Diggy. Malaysia, they ban out that Angela and also Kaja. I really like how they prior this Kaja because we know how strong Kaja right now. Not only as a roamer, but also as a jungler here. But there's no 1-1 as well from Cambodia.
Ooh, a 1-1 ban to ensure that Malaysia, whoever is in the gold lane, because we never really know with Malaysia, will not be able to outplay with that 1-1. And for Cambodia though, it really seems like they want to punish a lack of, well, almost a lack of counter for mobility because they've banned away the Phobias that can punish dashes, ban away the Diggy as well that can lock people down. So I think they just want to go with something very mobile, something that can go in and out again and confuse Malaysia that way. But of course, that is a playstyle that the Malaysians are not foreign to. They like doing that themselves, so we'll have to see. As Momo Chen mentioned, it's a very interesting banting phase, but the Fanny actually will be the final choice for Malaysia.
So they will try to contest that Leo Mort and also Wait Joy already can be played. Because the information that I've got, that actually they cannot play this Joy. They cannot play this Joy, right?
Yes.
So
interesting. I think we saw.
I think it's gonna remake since there's a, I don't know. Texana and also. Oh no, actually it's not a remake. I think because if
we'll see.
Yeah, we'll see.
Alright.
If is the next pick for Malaysia with Benedetta.
Benedetta and the Yeve. A lot of mobility, but also a lot of mobility denial. And for Cambodia, what will be their situation here? Now the Phobias ban makes sense because if they want to play that Joy, that is a lot of dashes that can be absolutely punished. So for the side of Malaysia, are they going to go for heroes that can stop that kind of mobility? We'll just have to see. For Cambodia, pairing up this Joy with a lot more crowd control with heroes that can dash alongside that Joy will be very beneficial for those big dives.
Yeah, I agree with that. But with the shadow pick towards Bruno, I'm not really agree with that because Malaysia, they have this Benedetta to dive into the back line, but Cambodia need a good lane that can try to maybe at least have enough damage, have an A damage that can hold up the presence of a Benedetta here because we know how aggressive Benedetta with the Phantom Slash and also the Electric Final Blow, right? So I think with Beatrix in the hand of Cambodia for OP, as long as this Beatrix has a good positioning, I think she's fine without have to worry that Benedetta will try to dive and take her down. But yeah, Leo Mort pick from Cambodia, so it's gonna be Joy for mid lane, I think.
We'll see. Whenever a new hero pops up, we never really know where they usually go, right? Depending on the kit, there could be several options available.
But if you talk about Cambodia banned out this pelvis just because they want to take this Joy. Actually, there's one more counter for Joy.
Oh, tell us, Momo-chan.
It's Minsitter.
Oh, you're
Right.
right. It's also a very solid engage tool if the Cambodians or the Malaysians want to opt for that. We'll have to see though. We haven't seen it that much recently. But for the Malaysians having that Leslie though, that's a lot of burst damage. And that means that they are banking quite a bit in the late game,
Yeah.
which is a bit uncharacteristic. They have long range from their mage and from their gold laner, and they usually scale well with items.
Or
So
maybe they
now-
want to pick something else that can have an early damage, such as, maybe Ling from Chiku. Ooh. Or maybe they can play another 2 marksmen like Philippines yesterday.
Now we're talking. The possibilities for the current meta is
Yeah.
very, very confusing.
But you really have to comfort to do that meta.
Yeah, you
If
need
you're
to
not
actually have practice,
Yeah, if
for
you-
sure.
you're not comfortable enough with that 2 marksman meta, I think it won't work.
But on that note though, Mathilda and Atlas banned it from Malaysia, so they understand that their backline is a lot more vulnerable compared to Cambodia's. And for Cambodia, banning away the Grok for the CC immunity and also banning away the Akai for the disengage. So Cambodia wants blood for sure. Will Malaysia contend, or are they gonna get that Minsitar? Momo-chan,
Look
what
what I
a prediction! On point.
It reminds me on Harrod actually.
Harith.
Harrod, right? For Harrod,
Mhm.
never seen him again in the Land of Dawn, but seen every hero that has a dash power here. Minsitar always be the counter, especially Joy is very very strong right now because he's quite new, right? Joy, she's very new. So if Malaysia they don't counter this Joy, it's gonna be a disaster. It's gonna be very very dangerous for Malaysia. So I really like this Minsitar pick. But the thing is, Minsitar, it's in my humble opinion, I just feel that he doesn't have enough movement speed, right? He's very very slow and he really needs to be very tanky.
Of course.
Yeah.
Right now he is the only main hero, but hang on a minute. Malaysia might be going for 2 tanks, 2 hooks as well. Interesting, considering the fact that they, at a glance, want to kite back. And Momo-chan was talking about the speed. Cambodia with the Rafaela as well. That's movement speed and slow for
Wait.
Malaysia.
Is it gonna beat Minsitar jungler? Or
No
is it gonna
way.
be Benedetta jungler?
I think Benedetta makes more sense,
Makes
but
more sense?
this is Malaysia.
Yeah, yeah.
This is Malaysia.
We talk about Malaysia, right? They always comes up for us with a new story or maybe a different things here. But Franco, like what Arashi mentioned it earlier, it's very interesting. And there you go, they lock it already, Arashi. It's
Wow.
gonna be Franco.
It's gonna be a Franco and a Minsitar, and it seems like
Leslie Benedetta. Oh, wait, what? Chiku? Franco.
What?
Jungler?
Hold up, wait, hold on. This is not okay. What is going
Wait,
on
I
here?
really like the playstyle from Formace, right? You know how I idol Formace. It's been
Right.
like a long time already.
You're a big Formace
if
fan,
you
yes?
talk about Philippines, I really love Oh My Venus, right? But for Malaysia, I will go for Formace because I know how strong he is, how the capability of him to trying to manipulate the game.
I mean, we saw it
We saw it
He was
yesterday,
going
the first
1v2,
day.
1v3,
And-
you name it. He does it all, man.
I know, right? And he's very, very, I can say maybe amazing player here. But if you talk about Benedetta, yes, I'm agree with you. Maybe it's good for the jungler position, but in the hand of Formace, I have no doubt.
We'll
about
have to
it.
see. I mean, it's a very strong laner with great wave clear
Yeah.
as well. But ladies and gentlemen, let's get straight to it. Game number 1 between
Oh my
Cambodia
God.
and Malaysia. And as we suspected, it's a Franco in the jungle from Chiku. What in the world is going on?
Wow.
Wow, okay. I guess with Malaysia, it is what it is.
It is what it is.
There's no point being surprised anymore. But now,
But
look at
I'm
that
quite
already.
surprised, yeah.
Ty actually trying to make a bit of a distraction, but he might just get punished. Chiku and Yums going in aggressively, and Ty will be able to dash away on that Rafaela. But unfortunately, it does seem like Yums is going to be attacked by Deja. But everyone backs away. It's just all good. But Ty will be recalling, and that will be Malaysia just having a lot of pressure in the early game. But I think the concern here for Chiku on that Franco is the farming. because with that bounty hunter emblem, he's gambling on actually getting very fewer camps and actually ganking a lot more. It fits the Malaysian playstyle, but we'll have to see if Cambodia has an answer.
Yeah, let's see. It's quite, maybe a little bit tricky here because they will bring that Franco jungler. It's new for me, to be honest, but I really like that Min Sitar pick here. So we will see what will Malaysia do with this Franco jungler. But Dija will comes and try to clear the minion as soon as possible. And Formis, I think he can still trying to clear the top lane without any concern that coming from the Cambodia team here. And Boom still able to let the passive playstyle coming from Formis here, because Formis seems need to get the level 4 first.
Right, with level 4, Formis becomes a completely different hero. He does have the combo with the Petrify and the Electro Final Blow, but for now, it just seems like it's a very wave management, wave-heavy situation. But look at that fight, Chico guys getting bursted down. First blood picked up by Deja on that new hero, on the Joy, but that will be Moon trading back a kill. The Turtle, though, gets stolen in the middle of everything by Lutu, and the Malaysians, they want vengeance. They keep going in, and Yums is chasing down Boom. Boom gets taken down, and then everyone else follows suit. That's a double kill for Yums, and the Malaysians assert their dominance.
Wow, and let's see. Malaysia, they still able to get the third kill here, especially for Yums, right? With that 2 kill. This is what I see from Deja. Now, is he still level 1?
No, I think he has.
It's level 4. Okay, sorry.
Exactly. This hero is just so mobile, and there's so much burst potential. You don't really notice it, but the small amounts of crowd control combined with the dashes, it's just completely annoying to deal with. And in that mid lane, look at that wave clear. That just gives the Cambodians a lot more wave clear to play around with. But of course, against 2 hooks from the Malaysians, it might be a bit too dangerous for them to not watch where they are gonna move.
And Yums, I think it's kind of important for his presence, and Momo needs to flick out because he saw 3 members in the bottom lane trying to punish her and giving a pressure since the early game. We talk about this lately, right? So the Malaysian composition, actually they are trying to play into the mid until the late game composition because they need sometimes. But meanwhile, we talk about that OP has been, doing his homework.
Doing his homework and getting that kill. Momo gets taken out, and the Malaysians are on that back foot. Deja on this Joy. That pressure allows them to actually play so aggressively and secure a turret at the bottom side. Formis has rotated to try and alleviate some of this pressure, but it's clear that the Malaysians are struggling to keep up. It's a tough situation for them for sure, especially because all these very aggressive early game heroes with a lot of wave clear. The Beatrix, the Joy, the Lapu Lapu even. There's a lot of tools in the hands of the Cambodians to manipulate these waves.
They only have this Benedetta if they want to play the rhythm in the early game actually. And for me, it's not enough because we know Benedetta still needs some item, maybe on War Axe or maybe some the Bloodlust Axe for the lifesteal here. So it's some time as well for Formis. So I think Malaysia, they will try to play a little bit passive here until the minute number 6 or 7, until at least Momo got his Berserker Fury. Or maybe Blade of Despair.
Well, we say that they will play passive, but they were the ones who initially got the abundance in kills. So we'll have to see. I think these turtle situations are where things get a bit confusing because sometimes which team prioritizes the turtle might just get caught off guard, and that seems to be the approach that a lot of these aggressive teams have been taking. You can take the early turtle, but then we'll take 2 or 3 members, and it will still be worth it that way, especially if they can translate that man advantage into a turret objective. But for now, both teams are just waiting around, but Cambodia are the ones that seem to be wanting to orchestrate dives.
Okay, and now 2 members in the top lane here. Yum still able to survive. The King's calling up, but OP got a lot of time and space as well. Look at that, the electrifying bits open up from Dija, but the cover up coming from Malaysia. Look at 3 member Chico guys trying to hold up a little bit, and look at the dual manipulation really on time. In the perfect timing, they got Lutu, but not really maybe a lot of advantage for Malaysia.
They get Lutu, but they lose their top lane turret in the process. Definitely not the result that they would ideally want. They have 2 hooks, but for the most part, Cambodia have no issue at all bringing the fight to them. And now, boom, with the Bloodlust Axe, will be able to sustain even more in the early game fights. And we see that the Malaysians, they are struggling to secure those kills after getting the members of Cambodia low enough in those big fights.
Yeah, and now Cambodia, I just feel that they know what they have to do in the early game. They know Malaysia is looking very, maybe I can say not strong enough to counter all of the damage that Cambodia have. So they have to play a little bit patient here from Malaysia. They try to make some space for Momo, especially Momo has been taken down once, right? So they need some space for Momo to at least get his item until he's ready for the team fight.
Lutu getting poked down by the snipes from Leslie, but Iron Hook lands, and right now the Malaysian trying to strike back with the real manipulation. Chiku picks up 1 kill, but the turtle will be taken by the Cambodians. Is that enough to make it worth it? We'll have to see, because Tai is also being chased down, and Chiku has some plans here. The Iron Hook does not land, but I think the Malaysians might make a play for the purple buff. Aggression all across the board right here.
Yeah, and if I'm not mistaken, I think Chiku used his retribution just now.
He did.
Oh, okay. And yes, there's no retribution for both of the jungler because Cambodia, they secure their turtle objective, and now Momo, he needs to focus. He needs to, buying a lot of time to get his item.
Deja,
and
goes
maybe
in with the electronic beats, but he gets taken now. Too aggressive, and Yums is still left for now as Deja goes in, ignoring everyone else. Moon is running for his life, but he will be able to get out of that situation. Chiku just hovering around, threatening to engage with the Iron Hook, and Cambodia will be staved off, but only for now.
Yeah, only for now. Now for me, it's 1 versus 4 match 5 for 2 members here. Nan, an electric blow pops up, but the damage from OP is just way too strong. And now, boom, dive too much, going into the turret in the mid lane.
Oh,
but look at that. That was really a good point coming from Cambodia here. Yams down, and Chiku, I think he cannot do that much because Momo, finally with the backups coming from Momo, at least it makes Moon can try to survive a little bit here.
What an engage coming in from Boom on the Lapu Lapu, just going in very aggressively and even juking out, surprising the Malaysians with that flicker. That is insane.
Also the combo with the Braver Fighter, right?
To think that in the beginning, Formace was able to get a huge electro final blow with that Petrify. That really started off the fight in favor of the Malaysians, but the Cambodians, they just counter straight back.
I agree with that, and it looks very strong for Cambodia, especially in the first maybe 10 minutes. And OP, he got really a good KDA 500 with a level 12 right now. If you compare to Momo, there's a 3 level different gap.
3 level difference, definitely significant. But of course, OP is expected to be winning in this early game. The late game is where Momo is going to take over with that true damage, up to 2k. And against the team of Cambodia, there are 2 fighters, so the true damage will be so useful if they can actually stall the game long enough, because Cambodia is going for the Lord, will be free uncontested. And Malaysia, it seems like they are just trying their best to damage control. They finally secure a turret as well.
Yeah, they maybe can try to, do a split push strategy here for Momo. Especially, they cannot contest the first Lord, but it's only the first Lord. So Malaysia, they should able to just knock it off very fast. But the thing is, I think Cambodia, they don't want to let this Lord become a giveaway Lord.
Well, on that note though, Formace very aggressively is here, still trying to make sure that he asserts the dominance. He threads the back line and Yums lands a hook. It's a stun on the tie, but it won't amount to much. Malaysians are a bit gun-shy right now due to that gold difference. And Deja, as you can see, not a lot of counters available, is moving in and out, and the Iron Hook does not land as the Cambodians will be able to take away 1 more turret from the Malaysians, moving over to the mid side where Formace will be forced to retreat.
Oh, okay, it's interesting because 2 turrets down in the top lane and also the mid lane, and now Lord is still going into the bottom lane. It's gonna be a disaster for Malaysia. 6 turrets for Cambodia. Meanwhile, Malaysia, they're still having this high ground defense that they're coming from Eve, but I think Cambodia want to force a team fight here.
Midrear's Passion will do so much damage, but the real manipulation actually takes out an OP in the situation.
Oh, wow.
Boom gets taken out. That's a shutdown for Moon. 3-0 and 4. That is a Malaysian striking back with the high ground advantage. Cambodia a bit too overzealous to end the game, losing two very important members in the process. And now this is the momentum shift that the Malaysians have been waiting for. Goal difference reduced to only 2K.
Oh wow, now Malaysia, they are trying to catching up all of the, I can say maybe, disadvantage they have right now, right? With the 2K goal difference in the hand of Cambodia, Malaysia, they refuse to give up. It's just the first game, yeah? And they still have a chance, right?
Oh,
a lot of
absolutely.
chance for this best of 3 series for Malaysia. And this is what they need. Momo need to be in the perfect position, right?
Yes.
Moon need to stay in the safe position as well. So this two combo between Momo and Moon, it should be work for Malaysia. If they lose Momo or Moon, I think it's gonna be a disaster because they only have Yams and Chiku as a front
Oh,
laner.
Moon though is being targeted. Iron Hook does not land from Chiku. He is struggling to get the valuable pickups that he needs. The snipe though exposes the Cambodians, but the Malaysians will not be able to find a big fight. On that point, Momo, as you mentioned, when Deja can get into that back line, that is where they get so much
Agree.
more benefit because Moon as well as Momo just can't have the space to operate to deal out that damage.
Yeah, Malaysia really need to cover this Moon because we know how strong the real world manipulation. It's only a suppress ability that can shut the ultimate down, right? Other than that, Moon will be so free using his real world manipulation. So it's gonna be a homework as well for Cambodia. But I think the second Lord, Malaysia want to try to take a chance to just contest it.
Formation has rotated, but look at that. That's an engage from the Cambodians, but the lookout from the Lord actually benefits the Malaysians. Electro final blow in the back line from Formace, and Moon does a lot of damage, but oh no, OP is still alive, doing a lot of damage, and that will be the Malaysians dropping one by one. Momo, the only one left as the Cambodians claim victory in that massive team fight.
Uh-oh, now Momo really needs to recall because look at that. The minion is going into the base of Malaysia. Momo needs to clear as soon as possible because the 3 member from Cambodia seems they want to focus on the base.
0 seconds jumps will spawn and the waves will not reach the base in time. Now the Malaysians have a chance, but look at that damage onto Momo. Bandit's Rage, there's just a lot of damage in the hands of OP that they cannot ignore. The Malaysians are able to survive, but that's for now. The Lord is marching down in the bottom lane as well. The Cambodians definitely want to make use of this huge momentum shift, and they might just be able to do it. But of course, the Malaysians are in their base. They have a chance here.
Yeah, especially you bring this joy into the late game composition.
Oh,
I think it's not good for Malaysia.
That's a concealed play from the Cambodians. They are trying to get a decisive fight, but they won't be able to find it as the Malaysians zone away. Real manipulation is too far back in the back, and we can see that Yums gets taken out, and it's still a really back and forth situation, but the Cambodians are able to take out Yums, so there's no engage, no front line for the side of the Malaysians.
Yeah, the ultimate type pops up going into the hand of OP, and now Cambodia, they are trying to force themselves going into the top lane here, trying to take the best turret of Malaysia, and they succeed. And now it's gonna be the next mid turret here, and it's gonna be the left base turret for Malaysia. So I think it's gonna be a disaster. Look at that, the Phantom Sin pop up. Moon trying to survive here with a good positioning. The Ruang manipulation pop up. I think Cambodia, they will take the game number 1 RSG without any doubt at all. I could say Joy is very, very strong in this game.
Insane amounts of damage coming out so fast from the side of Cambodians. And the Malaysians, they're usually at home in those fast-paced situations. Unfortunately, they are forced to accept defeat in game number 1.
Yeah.
And Cambodia, against all odds, against the Malaysians, they have prevailed.
Yeah, they try so hard actually because they have this high ground defensive that coming from Eve with the remote manipulation. But the thing is, it's not gonna stay that too long, right? After the remote manipulation being popped up, there must be like some suppress ability. Just need to knock up him and try to cancel the ultimate, right? But the problem is Cambodia, they already have a lot of damage here. They already have a massive damage coming from OP with this Beatrix. So they don't need the suppress ability. They just need to dive in and trying to make this Moon very, very low. And this is what makes Moon actually kind of maybe have a war really comfort for him.
I mean, the best crowd control is death as a lot of people say.
Agree.
If you take a look in the early game, it does
It's-
seem like the Malaysians have some momentum, but then the Cambodians, they just take over.
They got the first momentum actually with the 3-1 trade kill point here. But the problem is once Momo down, it's just like a snowballing moment for Cambodia. It's really a good petrified coming from Mace. But after that, Cambodia just answered it with the flicker and also the braver fighter that come from Boom, and it changed everything. Yam's down, but the problem is, look at that, Moon. He's being punished. He got a lot of poke damage coming from OP. That's the problem. Malaysia, they don't have anyone can dive going into the backline comfortably because they only have 4 mates. It means 4 mates need to be very, very tanky and have a massive damage at the same time. And it's not easy for Benedetta when it comes to the hybrid
Priority.
build, right?
Hybrid build, yes.
Right? Yes, and hybrid priority as well. Because we know that 4 mates, he also realized these Yams and Chiku guys cannot be a true frontliner, cannot be really a proper tank, in my humble opinion, because we know that Chiku, once the Iron Hook miss, he cannot do anything. He needs to reset it again. He needs to wait until the cooldown for the Iron Hook comes back. And Yams with the King's Calling, that's the only way how they stop Joy with the Rhythm of Joy. So I think once Yams done, it means nothing for Malaysia.
Deja is definitely one of the main issues here, but the match MVP will be OP. 0, 1, and 2. Oh, sorry, 8, 1, and 2. With a 900 GPM, he was doing a lot of damage from relative safety. You can see that there's only one fight where Moon was able to actually target him using the real-world manipulation. Other times, not even close. Deja here, the mid laner with a 2, 0, and 5 score, he was doing a lot of damage, and that is just crazy. The mobility. It's like it's Harith on steroids, man. He can just go in all the way in the back. And you can see that despite having the King's Calling, despite having a Franco that can suppress these mobile heroes, he is
Agree.
able to just go in, and there's no solution at all from the Malaysians.
Actually, the mid-sitter pick is very, very a smart move from Malaysia because it's only hero that maybe effectively counter this Joy, right? But the problem is they bring Leslie. That's the only problem. Leslie need a really some time to farm and at least get his 2 items here for Momo, right?
Yep.
Meanwhile, Cambodia, they have a lot of composition in the early game. They have a Batrick, they have Ravella especially, right, with the Holy Healing. They need some Dominance Eyes or maybe a lot of items that can try to stop or maybe lower the lifesteal coming from this Ravella. Deja with the Rhythm of Joy, it makes Malaysia, they just need to punish the Yams as a frontliner. Once there's no King Callings, the Joy will be very glad maybe with all the ability that he has. With his Rhythm of Joy, with the electrifying beats, we know if Joy hit the beats perfectly, it means a lot of massive damage that he can has.
A lot of damage and a lot of mobility as well.
Agree.
And as you mentioned, Momo-chan, Yums has to do so many things. Engage, right? Deter any attacks and use the King's Calling. It's just way too much for one person, and maybe they have to shift the jobs around for the side of the Malaysians, because as we saw earlier as well, the wave clear game, Malaysians were struggling really hard to match the control from all these different lanes.
Yeah.
And to make matters worse, with a Rafaela in the hands of the Cambodians, the speed across the map, the Cambodians were always the ones who are proactively making those movements first. The Malaysians are always forced to react. And even when they arrive later, they get cut off because Deja on that Joy, as you mentioned, the mobility is quite insane. I'm not sure if that's
Yeah.
even fair.
In my opinion, I think there needs some crowd control here for Malaysia.
For sure.
If they bring clean or maybe bring Brody with the stun, with the corrosive strike, I think that's much effective for Malaysia to at least hold Cambodia in the early minutes, right? In the first maybe 6 until 8 minutes, I think Brody's still able to do that. Or maybe Clean, because Clean has a really huge basic damage, right?
It is a lot stronger in the early game, and
Yeah.
maybe in this meta right now, the early game matters just as much, because there's no way your opponents who have a stronger composition will let you just cruise into the late game. They will keep punishing you, and Cambodia, we see right here, absolutely tries their best to do that, and it worked out.
Yeah,
Malaysians were so they're in such a tough situation.
Yeah, and the first day and the second game, we've seen a lot of, a fast game here. 6 minutes game, 8 minutes game, 15, 12, 11 minutes. It means that the team who are very, very dominate the game, they can get that early, the early tempo here. So they can keep snowballing and snowballing until they finish the game, right?
Right.
It means the early game is very, very important right now. And the composition for the draft, it has to be very fair, I can say. So they can have
Balanced.
the balance, yes, balance. So they have the early composition, maybe from the assassin, trying to make some time for the marksman, especially in the gold lane here, to get some item. Then going into the mid until the late game, it's on the gold clan hand. That's it.
Exactly.
Right?
Everything hinges on the select
to
few
balance
heroes.
the draft.
Exactly. The balance here is going to be so important. But speaking of balance, we need a balanced time schedule as well. So we'll be taking a short break, ladies and gentlemen. Stay tuned with me, Arashi, and Momo-chan here
Yes.
for game number 2 and possibly the final game from Cambodia against Malaysia. Stay tuned.
Jason.
meeting again at the IESF 14 World Esports Championships Bali 2022. This is the day of the IESF in Bali. So, we've been through a lot of excitement in day 1 and day 2. The competitions between countries around the world is increasingly becoming more competitive and a lot of action here. So today we have 5 different games category that will be played like eFootball 2023, CSGO, Mobile Legends, Dota 2 and also Tekken 7. So before that, I remind you to follow our social media so you can see live updates, see match schedule and result on the IESF Instagram. IESF_officials and also garudaku.ac. Before we go watch today's match, here's the some recap day 1 of the IESF 14 World Esports Championship Bali 2022. This recap is dedicated to you guys, so enjoy the show.
Nah, setelah hari ini kita bahas berbagai macam match, mulai dari match yang ada di Ice Stage ataupun yang ada di Fire Stage. Sekarang saya mengajak kalian untuk relax terlebih dahulu, di mana saat ini saya berada di booth area. Di sini banyak banget berbagai macam activation yang disediakan oleh booth-booth, baik itu booth dari sponsor ataupun booth-booth dari partner-partner PBSI dan IESF. Seperti yang ada di belakang saya, ini ada Garudaku Zone, di mana seperti yang kalian lihat, di sini banyak banget area-area permainan, ada racing simulator, ada juga mesin capit yang bisa mendapatkan hadiah item-item Dota, atau di sekelilingnya banyak sekali game-game atau booth-booth dari developer lokal. Nah sekarang saya mau ngajak kalian untuk kita keliling-keliling di area booth. Mungkin buat kalian yang mau nonton dan mau datang ke acara IESF World Championship ini, kalian bisa tahu nih, kalian mau ke booth mana dan mau menikmati activation di booth mana aja. So, ayo gue ajak kalian untuk keliling-keliling lebih dahulu.
Ladies and gentlemen, back with your casters right here, Arashi and Momo-chan. Welcome back to IESF Bali 2022 for game number 2 between Cambodia and Malaysia.
Surprisingly, Cambodia succeeded to get the game number 1 here, and Malaysia seems they are still not able to counter this Joy, right? They still cannot find how to stop this Joy here. So I think Joy will be 100% be banned out.
Or picked.
Or picked maybe?
We'll have to take a
because
look.
Malaysia will be the first pick. It should be the first pick, right? For the second game here. But Cambodia, so far so good.
So far very good.
Very good. They can control the early game here.
Yes.
But we are going to see the draft ban and pick. And especially we know how important the first 3 banning phase, right? So let's see. Let's see what will be banned out for our second game.
And I think a big thing to be talking about is Chiku on this Franco with a bounty hunter. Interesting, but did it work? I don't think so. I mean, at least in that game, it didn't seem that he had the impact he desired, or the team as a whole didn't really benefit a lot from that Franco pick. And of course, being a team that wants to go early in the early game, it's going to be very tough for them to try and use a hero that's not really meant for the jungle position. Maybe they'll double down and will be proven wrong because the casters are always wrong, right? The caster curse, the caster curse is very much real. But the first ban for Malaysia will be that Angela yet again. Now I'm really wondering if during scrims or something like that, they have some insider info because the Angela, we haven't really seen being that prioritized, but maybe either Malaysia have a certain priority, or if Cambodia actually has a secret strat we have not seen just yet.
Maybe they don't want to make a Ling and also Angela combo, or whoever that can be combo by Angela as well, right? So they don't want to take a risk. They just ban it out. Or maybe this is what you thought, RRC. Malaysia, they have a chance to take that the joy out, right? So I think it's an advantage for Malaysia, especially they became the first pick here. And I think it will be Cambodia. Maybe can ban out that joy in the third ban.
The joy. Will Cambodia have a solution ready?
Joy.
Will they, I don't know, will they think it's that dangerous, or will they, having used it already, have a counter prepared in mind? Right now, it's going to be the 1-1 again to ensure that the Malaysians will not be able to kite back efficiently. Of course, in game number 1, it's due to the joy diving in the back line. Without that joy in the picture, will they still require to ban the 1-1? But I guess in the hands of the Malaysians, 1-1 could be a bit too dangerous to let open.
Agree. No 1-1, no Kaja as well, because we know how strong Kaja is with the divine judgment here. It cannot be cancelled, and there's no Digi as well. Maybe Malaysia, they want to take this Atlas. No Digi. Maybe there's a lot of crowd control that can be picked by Malaysia for our second game, at least trying to force this game going into the third game.
That certainly is the usual idea, especially for the Malaysians. This crowd control like Atlas and Digi dynamic definitely is something to think about. For Cambodia though, they have this Kaja banned out, so will they go for yet another dynamic high mobility team composition? Because the Phobias will be banned away from Malaysia as well.
Oh, it's interesting.
Like you said, Momo-chan, it's
So,
pretty prio.
yeah, so the counter for your joy is Phobias and also Minsitar. They don't have to worry about the Minsitar. We saw it in the first game. They only need a burst and also maybe a huge damage to take that Minsitar down. So they can try just secure it. Oh, but there you go, Joy ban out.
Joy banned
And the
out
third ban.
in the third place by Cambodia.
Like I
Now
said
for
it earlier.
Malaysia, what will they opt for? Because the Joy is no longer in the picture. What else is that priority, that flexible and that dangerous? We'll have to see. A lot of options are available. Martis can be something that Malaysia will be able to use, but it will be that Beatrix actually taking it away from the hands of OP, who was able to use it or even abuse it in game number 1. Right now for Malaysia, if they can get that wave clear game down on point, that might be the edge they need to take over that early game.
But Beatrix, no Leomord? Beatrix, I think it's more respect pick as well from Malaysia because they know how strong Beatrix in the hand of OP from Cambodia. And they don't want to let it happen again, same as like game number 1. And there's a Valentina. Wow, it's even scarier, I could say.
It is.
Right? Because if Malaysia, they took this Atlas, means Cambodia, they has a chance as well to do the same thing with the Fotaling.
Well, it will be a Brody though, so
See? This is what I said.
a lot of priority to burst damage to pick off for Cambodia. And with that Valentina, the wave clear game is going to be very good in the mid lane. And of course, the flexibility to use the ultimates from the Malaysian side will be quite important. The Brody though, I think is also very interesting. I don't think we've seen it so far in IESF.
Yeah, this is the first pick in ISF zone. And Malaysia, they can take this Benedetta for 4 mace. The guy who can go dive into the backline with the Petrify as well, right? Petrify this Brody. At least make him to stay for 2 seconds. Then after that, use the active funnel blow. He also have the eye for an eye to make sure that the curse of strike from Brody is not connect to him, or but it's gonna be lapu lapu.
Oof, that is gonna be Lapu Lapu in the hands of Formes though. We've seen the impact that they can have in the early game, and even from Cambodia in game number 1, that Lapu Lapu is so dangerous, especially with the right composition, with the right backup, because you can see that in one fell swoop with the use of one ultimate, he can zone away the rest of your back lines. For Cambodia, they will go for, well, they're hovering over this Lolita. It makes sense though. Charging up that Numeron Blast will deter the rest of Malaysia to follow up on a big engage if Formes or even Yums goes for that big dive.
Okay, and now there's gonna be Lolita as a counter for Batrix and Matilda here. So there will be a Guardian Bulwark to handle all of the damage that Malaysia has. Especially we know how painful the Soul Bloom in the early for Matilda, right?
Yes.
So Lolita, this Lolita could be the counter, could be the answer for Cambodia. But going into the second banning phase, it's gonna be Eve.
Eve and Gushen.
Okay.
Huh. Malaysia, I mean, I didn't think that there's a lot of setup per se for a Gushen or for a Eve to be that devastating. But of course, Cambodia probably have other things in mind as well. So now, final ban for Malaysia after banning away that Fanny. I think the Assassins in the jungle is definitely what is concerning for both these teams. Leomord, though, will finally be banned out as well. On paper right now, the front to back really favors Malaysia. The team fight favors Malaysia, so I think Cambodia will go for an Assassin to maximize especially the early game situation where they can go and gank the side lanes on the back of the stun from the roamer or the gold laner himself, and Carmilla actually will be the one in the jungle, so I'm completely wrong.
Okay, but it's okay because we've seen Carmilla in the first day, right? Because
Yes.
this Cambodia team, they always like to use this Carmilla as well. So Cambodia, they know with this Carmilla, with the Curse of Blood, they know how to make the combo between the Curse of Blood and also the Numeron Blast. So the crowd control for Cambodia is enough, and the Valentina, it depends on who will he copy right now. Because he has Matilda with the Circling Eagle as the frontliner of Malaysia. He can copy that, but now Shadow pick to Akai with a heavy spin. It's gonna be another option as well for Valentina in the hand of Cambodia.
Right, so a lot of crowd control already, but the damage
Kagura?
is going to be what is concerning
Oh
here.
my god.
Valentina can provide enough with the Shadow Strike and the Cane Shift, but for Malaysia, having a Kagura right now, a bit of security, outplay potential, and of course a huge burst follow-up depending on who engages that fight. But for Cambodia, are they going to go and select that Cho?
think-
It will not be for now. They keep us guessing way too much, man.
I was gonna say maybe they can try to pick this Yuzong, right, for
Ooh.
going into the backline. But I think they don't have to worry about the backline from Malaysia because they are going into the dive, trying to break the frontliner of Malaysia here with the direct Shadow pick, but it changed again into Paquito.
The Paquito actually gets locked in by
Paquito.
Cambodia. Alright, so a lot of burst damage, a lot of utility NCC in the hands of Cambodia. It will be on Malaysia to try and survive in the early game. Bring it to those big team fights where the AoE from the Lapu Lapu, from the Kagura and the Beatrix can be very important. And using that Akai to secure the neutral objectives in the meantime. Solid game plan for both these teams. It all comes down to execution.
Yep.
But I must say, Malaysia, usually being the aggressors, I think will have a bit of a read on how Cambodia wants to approach these situations.
Yeah, I thought that they will pick another else here, but seems Boom with the Paquito is enough for Cambodia at least, trying to steal someone from the backline here, from the composition from the Malaysia. Meanwhile, we know that Kagura has an escape capability and also the non-immune, right, with the umbrella here. So I think
Exactly.
if Kagura still able to survive from the Paquito, I think Malaysia is still able to get this game number 2.
Let's find out if will it be the final game here, or will it be an equalizer for Malaysia? Ladies and gentlemen, game number 2 between Malaysia and Cambodia. We'll have to see. Let's get straight into it, Momo-chan. As in the early game, the junglers, of course, are starting on their buffs. The rotations will be very important in this game.
Okay, we'll see. But the thing there will be not an aggressive play coming from Cambodia. Even though they have this Valentina, they have this Lolita, they even have this Luto with the Carmilla, right?
Yep.
They're still need to waiting until level 4, especially with the Carmilla with the Curse of Blood. It will be very, very flexible for the team fight here. Meanwhile, Momo got a lot of poke damage from OP with his Brody. This is what I said in the first game. If Malaysia, they bring at least Melissa or maybe Brody, it could be a different story though.
Oof, Thai being very aggressive on the Lolita though. This is the power that Lolita has in the early game, being deceptively tanky and also doing a healthy amount of damage on top of a very reliable crowd control tool. But for now, both teams are still just farming around, but Lutu, as we can see, already trying to get a bit of an advantage. Yums gets taken very low, but as you mentioned, Momo-chan, it will be waiting for level 4 for both these teams because the ultimates are going to be so game-changing. And actually, that means that the teams who have a better wave clear can get the EXP advantage and get level 4 first and maybe force a fight when they have that level advantage.
It could be in the hand of Cambodia. They have this Paquito, they have this Valentina as well, right? So it's easy for them to clear the minion as soon as possible, but Chiku,
it goes with a heavy spin, but unfortunately Tai is able to get out. He is forced to burn that flicker though, but now here is the main objective and the heavy spin is no longer available. Malaysia looking for a chance to go in. Tai is getting bursted down without any flicker to escape, and the biggest fighter is being used. On the other side of the map, solo kill is done, but the Numinous Blast is being charged up. Hits onto 2 people, and the stolen. The heavy spin actually is being used, and you can see that the turtle is taken by Chiku, and the Malaysians claim that victory, taking out Lutu. And in the bottom side, also getting 1 more kill. Everything going well for the Malaysians so far.
yeah, it's a huge advantage. They got the turtle, they got 2-point kills here in the early game. But remember, Lutu still has that Curse of Blood. Maybe Cambodia, they are not too all in the turtle fight just now.
Soaking Eagle being used, and Opie right here tries to outplay it as much as possible. Tai comes in for the backup, and the Bulwark blocks off most of the damage, but that is going to be torn apart memory, taking away the life of Yums, and that will be the Cambodians coming out on top of a great outplay, but already action starting again on the other side of the map. Formace trying to take out Boom under the turret. It might be too dangerous though. Paquito has a lot of outplay potential, and both these laners back away.
And now, I think Cambodia already got some pressure a little bit from Malaysia in the early here, but I really like the positioning from OP here. He knows that he's gonna be the prior target from Malaysia, you know, with this Brody, especially if you let him to snowballing since the early. I think it's gonna be a disaster.
Oh, heavy spin by Chiku though, pushes Lutu away. Numinum Blast is casted out, it stuns him, but won't be enough. Nibiru's Passion takes out Lutu, and OP is very, very low. He will be able to escape with his life, but not for long. And right now, Tai is alone, 1v3, as Deja comes in to try and make a difference, but the Yin Yang overturn will not be quite enough as Chiku gets taken quite low. Unfortunately for Cambodia though, Malaysia comes out on top yet again.
Again and again, but now Boom still seems to want to take the turret objective as soon as possible here. Meanwhile, we are going to see the replay where the Harvest been connect, but there's still a Numian Blast and also the Guardian Bulwark. They tried so hard to defend and to cover the teammates from Cambodia in the bottom lane, but unfortunately, it's not working because Luto and also Opie got punished.
Oof. Tough situation for both these teams right here, but the next neutral objective is up, so it's back to the fighting situation as Chiku waits very strategically in a bush. Will he be able to go for the catch though? Ooh. Heavy spin is used as OP flickers out. It's very fortunate for him, but now with the Circling Eagle already used by Yums, it will be the Malaysians having tempo. They take the turtle, but now the Cambodians are striking back. They want compensation, and they will be able to take Chiku out, and everyone is backing away. It's a 1-for-1 trade, but wait a minute. Boom gets taken out by Moon on the other side of the map off camera as Formace once again does Formace things. 1v3, still trying to actually overpower the Cambodians. They won't be able to take him out though, and he will be able to back away.
Okay, level 7 for Formes, and look at that. 1 versus 2 in the mid lane, he's still able to hold the massive damage coming from Cambodia. It means it's gonna be another homework to be done from Cambodia. The Dominance Ice, maybe the Demon Hunter Sword as well for OP. It's gonna melt down all the defensive item that Formes have. But as we're taking the replay just now, the very a good setup, Numian Blessed coming from this Lolita T, and also again and again with the I'm on you from Deja. It makes that he can copy that heavy spin from Chiku, guys. So it's for the team fight actually Cambodia. They are they're looking very solid. If I am you from Deja, that can try to take that heavy spin and lock another lock for Chiku. Like I said, right? Because Chiku is gonna be an important key fight for Malaysia.
He is one of the main engagement tools. He is looking
Yeah,
for
that's
one more
right.
play in the top side, but it won't be enough. And he runs into
There you
Deja
go.
as well as Tai, and he's taking a lot of damage. But of course, he is a tank. He walks out, but on the other side, yet again a dive coming in from Momo as well as Jumps. On the
Oh,
top side, Formes doing Formes things. It won't be enough though. Heavy spin pushes him against the wall, and the Cambodians will be able to take him and one more turret in one fell swoop. But the Malaysians very quickly trading out, getting more objectives, and actually they might just come out on top here.
Yeah, they can get to, they can do the invasion if they want to right now. They can take this purple buff, they can take all the jungle from Cambodia, but Cambodia seems doesn't care at all. They also can do the same thing. They try to do the split push to the top lane and even take the turtle objective, which is they know that there's gonna be an engagement coming from Malaysia anytime.
Chiku using that heavy spin there, a bit proactive, but unfortunately no follow-up just yet. Back to the default as Formes actually almost loses his turret. It's so low. Unfortunately for Cambodia though, it will still be standing as Chiku here gets jumped on. Unfortunately, not enough mobility in the hands of the Cambodians, and both teams seem to be looking for something, but they don't really quite sure. No, they don't really know what. Numen Blast is casted out, and the Malaysians zone away. The flicker though, it lands on the two people, and Cambodia capitalizes. That's a kill for Boom, and that is another one. Chiku and Yums gets taken out, but look at that Formes. Again with the Formes things, 1v3. It will not be enough though. Oh, there it is. OP will be able to take him out, but that was very close, and Cambodia has eventually taken something back from Malaysia.
There you go. This is what I said. The crowd control from Cambodia. They are very strong. They have this stun ability coming from OP with the corrosive strike. Let's take a look to the replay just now. The good setup from the Numian Blessing coming from T. It changed everything. It wants the team fight from Cambodia. Maybe Formes came with the River Fighter trying to punish that T down. But the thing is, look at that. The corrosive strike really on point. And also the torn apart memory from OP. It makes Formes, of course, get shut down.
That's a shutdown for OP, and I think it's in great hands because OP can definitely do a lot of damage. But here's a circling eagle being used as Tai gets pinned against the wall with the heavy spin. But no, they turn around to Lutu. But Tai looks for a Numinant Blast. It does not land, however. Nimbru's Passion from Momo will zone everyone from Cambodia away. But look at Formes. He's looking for a play. Bravest Fighter being used right now, but he is kited away again and again. But the Cambodians, they're looking for a flank of their own. Boom's in the backside, trying to go for the priority members in the back line. It will be Youngs for now, but both teams escape with no casualties.
Yes, both of the team disengaged for the team from the team fight just now. And look at how Chiku used that heavy spin. I think needs to be in the perfect timing,
And you can't change
because
mid combo like that.
Yeah, that's right. Because it's not easy in the minutes number 9 to follow up the heavy spin as what Chiku wants, right? Because once the heavy spin pop ups and there's no follow up damage coming from Malaysia, it's gonna be a little bit useless initiation here from Chiku.
I think the Malaysians definitely require a bit more coordination because they have combo, right? They have a big combo that can be very devastating if they can actually land it on multiple members.
And especially Cambodia can turn back the table with the Numin setup from T.
Exactly, that Numin Blast has been so dangerous as Boom finds Chiku, and Chiku looking for an opportunity here, but the Lord is still a bit too healthy, and right now, at any moment, both these teams can engage for a big fight unless they want to risk going for a 50-50 retribution battle among the junglers. So take a look right now. There we go. Heavy spin, Numin and Blast both being used at the same time. But that is a lot of damage coming in from the side of the Cambodians. They're taking out the members of Malaysia one by one. It's a 2-for-2 for now though, as Chiku is still in the front doing a lot of damage, and Formace as well as GM's trying to go back and provide a bit of support, and Boom goes in with the jabs, with the knockout strikes, but unfortunately it won't be enough. A 2-for-2, and that was just complete chaos.
And now T is trying to recall back because Malaysia now they have this Lord. They are going into the bottom lane. But remember, this is the first lot. Cambodia, they are trying to force the team fight because they know they lose the objective easily just because this Akai have the heavy spin and also the retribution that on point from Chiku, right? So it's easy for Malaysia to just take all of the objectives that they want. So once Cambodia lose the objective here, they have to force the team fight. At least they need to get like 2 or 3 members for them to hold this Lord. But the problem is now Lord is already marching down into the bottom lane.
Malaysia's waiting for an opportunity here, but watch Boom, because Boom is one of the main problems here, able to flank around and do a lot of damage onto Moon as well as Momo. That is what happened in the previous fight, but the Malaysians very smartly rotate away. They take the first turret, but look at Tai going alone in the front line. That will be a mistake. He has the Immortal, but right now, heavy spin being stolen by Deja as well. Numin and Blast being popped, and the Malaysians actually maintain their composure. They keep going for this fight, but Formace going in and out, in and out. The Cambodians have no idea what exactly is his game plan right here. They're trying to adjust, and it's still no casualties due to that Immortal, but that will be that Immortal cooldown in the hands of Tai.
But I think it's gonna be a Malaysia game right now because look at that. I think OP needs a little bit more damage here because with the turnaround memory pop up just now, he hasn't give a damage that actually Malaysia needs here. Let's take a look for the item. He has that Blade of Heptasis, and also the Malefic Roar for the attack penetration, and Blade of Despair. So there's still no Demon Hunter Sword that can melt down all of the defensive hero that Malaysia has, such as its Akai and also Lapu Lapu. The Dominance Eyes in the hand of T, and also Boom. So I think it's enough. But I think they just need more damage for, especially for OP, because OP, if you talk about the positioning, he's he's having a nice position here. He's having a good positioning, but the thing is, he needs more damage to melt down all of the members from Malaysia.
That's a problem when you're playing a Brody, right? You have a lot of burst damage, a lot of utility, but you don't really have the same kind of DPS that Momo or that Beatrix can bring to the table. So he needs a bit more items, and they have to try and get the right fight. We saw that earlier. If Moon and Momo gets taken out, automatically Malaysia have very little DPS to work with, and I think that will be the main idea here for the side of the Cambodians.
Yeah, and now I think they're going to take the Lord. It's gonna be an important Lord for both of the teams. Malaysia, they can do a straight push with the second Lord, but Cambodia also can turn back the table because this Lord, if they get this Lord, it will go into the top lane.
Heavy spin being used though. Luto is stuck there with the Nimir's Passion. That's a lot of damage, but there's a Lumen Blast being used by the side of the Cambodians, and they go in all together. But the kite back from the Malaysians is solid, and now here comes Formace. They have to be very, very careful. He's going in with the bravest fighter, and everyone else goes in at the same time. Tonopart Memory doesn't do enough damage to take out all the Malaysians. But Formace is so low. He is down. Double kill for OP, and that is very, very good. Deja is still looking for a bit more, and the Malaysians are forced to retreat. It's a 2-4-0, even though there was an amazing flank from Formace.
At least it's enough for Cambodia to hold Malaysia for a little bit. 2 members down from Malaysia, and now it's chance for Cambodia to take this Lord. Let's take a look for the replay. Really a good heavy spin coming from Chiku, guys, but like we mentioned it earlier, if there's no follow-up from Chiku, it's gonna be a little bit, you know, unfortunately for this Akai. But we know that actually Deja, he already countered that with the heavy spin as well. Now 4 member, 5 member, 4, 5.
Oh, here we go. The Yums goes in and it's countered by the stolen heavy spin. But everyone from Cambodia is so low. Malaysia pounces on the opportunity. That is gonna be Tai taken out by Chiku. But Lutu has not given up just yet. He won't be able to make a game-saving play though. The Lord gets secured. Formace takes out Lutu. It's a 2-4-0 and the Malaysians, they're out for blood. 30 seconds, 23 seconds on Tai for the death timers. They can definitely get some turrets in this situation.
Or it's gonna be a straight push coming from Malaysia. Look at that, the Super Minions comes in into the base, and now it's gonna be a disaster from Cambodia, Archie.
Boom goes in, but he gets taken out by Momo. But that might just be enough. The Malaysians are waiting for the next wave. But that stolen heavy spin, though, is being used by Deja to buy a bit of time. He gets taken very low. And look at that. Members from Cambodia have come up. And look at the damage coming in from OP, man. They are going for the base. And the Malaysians will barely be able to secure game number 2.
Oh my god, Archie, did you see that?
So close.
There's still a minion comes out from the base of Cambodia. But unfortunately, Malaysia, they are just so focused to force this game going into game number 3.
They are no strangers to these high-stakes moments, man. This is how they like to play. Everything hanging on the edge. At any moment, it could be a victory or a defeat. That is the Malaysia we've come to know and love. And Cambodia, they understood that firsthand. They unfortunately were unable to secure that clean sweep, so we are going to game number 3.
They almost hold Malaysia a little bit here with the, the 2 members down right in the Lord pit just now. But the thing is, Malaysia realized that Cambodia already used a lot of resource skill just now.
Yes.
So why don't we force the team fight here? They've tried to force it, 5 versus 5 in the Lord pit for the second time. Then after they got T, who we know that actually the Nomian Blast setup is very important from Cambodia down. It's gonna be, a key for Malaysia.
For sure. I mean, there's also the fact that the Lord has done so much damage to the members from the Cambodian team, and that is just so difficult to deal with, especially in that late game when Malaysia has so many ways to start a fight. Yums flew so far with that circling eagle to start off that fight, and as you always know, the follow-up from the members of Malaysia is absolutely solid, man.
Solid, absolutely solid. And how tanky this Chiku and also Formace, right? It's not easy to take these 2 men down because they have a lot of defensive items. Especially we know this Akai with the heavy spin and also the jungler position. It means he has an opportunity to take the objective easily if you compare to Cambodia.
I think that it's part of their game plan, having utility. And heavy spin with the retribution, that combo has been around, but Malaysia brings it back. It's a bit of a throwback almost. But there's so many moments here where it's just so intense. You saw that Formace was going in so aggressively, almost making it happen, but not quite. And on the other side, there's times where OP just went out of control and starts taking out members from Malaysia one by one. So it just makes for such a high adrenaline game.
Yeah, agree with that. And look at that, Cambodia, they almost did it, right? Look at this. This is the first team fight. Malaysia, they took the Lord actually, but they can take the Lord. But Cambodia, they know they have enough damage from OP, right, with the cursive strike and also the turn up at memory. But the thing is, they don't have enough frontliner to hold the damage coming from Malaysia. Deja, after he used that heavy spin, he only have the Arcan Shot to just terrify all the members from Malaysia here. And this is a bad positioning for Cambodia because Malaysia forced to have a huge team fight as well after 2 members down from Malaysia. And once Cambodia lose 2 members, T and also Lutu, it's gonna be a straight push coming from Malaysia. Look at that. There's still a minion goes from the base, right?
There is. I mean, it was very close, and we saw that Deja tried to use that heavy spin to try and push the minions away, but it won't be enough. So again,
Momo.
Back to the drawing board, but the match MVP, Momo?
Yes.
Momo-chan?
It's not me.
Oh, it's Momo plus...
It's Momo from Malaysia.
From Malaysia.
Yes.
There's a lot of damage here, despite the fact that Boom was constantly looking out for him. Boom has his number, man.
Yeah.
Every single fight, the Paquito was just out for the hunt. The player spotlight, though, Momo-chan, Nick, we say more.
I think if you if we talk about the MVP, of course it goes to Momo, right? But spotlight here, we have to give it to Chico, because without the half spin, without the retribution, maybe Malaysia they won't have so much upper hand, such as gold and also level here, because with the turtle objective, with the lord objective, it buy about a lot of time for Malaysia. But for me, it's because of the formats as well. You know, he cut the lane, he cut the minion, and he also do the line management here. So with the formats, I think it's gonna be a little bit hard team fight for Malaysia, especially they only have this Akai as a front laner, and even though Yams built a defensive item here with the Dominance Eyes and also the Oracle, but his priority is going to take down the backline here. This is why he died 4 times, right? Because he needs to cover the Malaysian team here, but he also needs to prio OP who stay in the backline. So the circling Egan, the circling Egan goes to OP, but I think we know it's not easy. Once you dive in, you cannot get out, right?
Exactly.
Because you only has to use that guiding wind with in the 2 option. You have to save yourself, or you want to save your teammates.
I think that is his job here, right?
Yep.
With the team being so aggressive, it's about going in and using that guiding wind aggressively, bringing your dive members to the front so they can actually have a better time diving towards the Cambodians, which is why you see when the Cambodians are trying to just gain distance, they were chasing so well. But I guess, you guys at home want to chase that final game as well, but unfortunately we will be taking a short break. It has been me, Arashi, and Momo-chan, and we will be right back, ladies and gentlemen, so stay tuned.
Don't go anywhere.
Hey, go job. Yeah. Pakai bahasa English. So for this match, I think we will take this. So happy, but we're not too satisfied. Our to win the whole championship. Key factor that was win this match is everyone's hard work. Everyone really put in the effort, the time, and mainly just trust between everyone over here and everyone doing their job. Because without everyone's contribution, we wouldn't have been able to do it.
So even you have one team, do you think there are things that you can improve for the next match?
There's definitely many things that we can improve. There was a lot of mistakes that we made as well in both games, so we will look through our games and fix our errors.
Okay, so you will be facing under country in your next match, right?
Yeah.
Will you use the same strategy for the next game?
Strategy-wise, we cannot really disclose, but I can assure that we still have other strategies out there, and we will see what we want to pull out for each different team. The biggest challenge was because I think Philippines is the favorites, and there's a lot of pressure because our players are all new, and this is our first time representing Indonesia itself. So I feel like the biggest challenge is just the pressure itself. It feels really great to win the M3 champions, but we know that there's a possibility that they will make a comeback, and we will eventually might face them again. So we're happy for now, but we're not too happy yet.
So for the last question, we know that the weather in Bali is hot, right? And the game is on the upper stage. So does the weather affect for the match?
I would say the setup overall is really good. The weather doesn't really affect us, and the setup, the equipment, everything covers the weather, so we don't really feel the heat. Thank you so much.
Indonesia! Jaya, jaya, jaya! Okay, thank you, congratulations Indonesia!
Thank you.
Okay, so hello everyone, we have Daki here as an ex-professional Mobile Legends player from Indonesia.
Okay, hello.
So the first question is, what do you think about this match, Indonesia versus Philippines?
Kalau match ya, pakai bahasa Indonesia aja ya.
Jadi menurutku matchnya itu bagus banget, tapi menurutku Indonesia masih punya PR karena secara early Filipina lebih bagus, masih lebih bagus, tapi secara mid game mungkin tadi Filipina over PD, ada yang game 1 over PD akhirnya Indonesia bisa balikin, tapi maksudnya menurutku kemenangannya belum clean aja.
So who is the top opponent for Indonesia in IESF?
Filipina.
How much confidence are you that Indonesia will be the winner for this competition?
70% ya.
So for the last question, any future hope for esports Indonesia?
For esports in Indonesia is semoga banyak tim baru bisa masuk MPL termasuk GPX.
Okay, thank you. That's all. Thank you.
Fendi and Adana, Karen, they be sharing all their money, got me wearing fly. Girl, but I ain't asking. They say they love my ass and 7 G's to religion. I say no, but they keep giving, so I keep on taking. And no, I ain't taking. We can keep on taking. I keep on demonstrating my love, my love, my love, my love. You love my lady lumps, my hump, my hump, my hump, my humps. They got you. 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 Dolce and Gabbana, Fendi and Adana, Karen, they be sharing all their money, got me wearing fly. Girl, but I ain't asking. They say they love my ass and 7 G's to religion. I say no, but they keep giving, so I keep on taking. And no, I ain't taking. We can keep on taking. I keep on demonstrating my love, my love, my love, my love. You love my lady lumps.
So today we have Lotus from Chile, and they will be competing in the World Esports Championship 2022. So Lotus, how was your trip from Chile to Bali, and what is your impression of the place?
Was a very long trip. We came from Chile. We have 3 connection flights: Chile, Houston, Tokyo, Indonesia, and then Jakarta, Bali. So it was a very long trip, 2 days in a row, but it was a lot of fun. We had a lot of fun too. Totally worth it. Bali is a very beautiful place, so we are so happy to be here. We are delightful right away.
So first, how was your trip from your country to Bali? What is your impression about the place?
So about my trip, it was a little bit tiring, of course, from Saudi Arabia to Bali. Very long journey, but in the end, it worked out. Everything was fine. And my impressions was very great. The place here is wonderful, amazing, beautiful place. And yeah.
So about the competition, how do you guys prepare for this championship?
Well, we are a stack from Mexico, of course. Everyone has their own team, but we kind of practice with scrims a little bit 2 weeks ago.
Okay. So for this tournament, which team or participant do you think will be your biggest rival?
So I think our biggest rival will be from our same region, Philippines. We're in the same group. I think they're pretty strong, and I'm hoping we can have a good match.
So you've traveled so far from Maldives to Bali, Indonesia. What is your target in this competition?
Actually
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. This is your caster, Arashi and Momo-chan speaking.
Yay!
And back at it again with Cambodia against Malaysia.
Still in the game number 3.
Game number 3 right now, the final game. If you guys missed it, in game number 1, the Cambodians were able to take out Malaysia in quite decisive fashion. In game number 2, it was a bit of a back and forth that Malaysia comes out on top in the middle of all that chaos.
Yeah.
And now we're in the unpredictable game number 3.
But it's still in the upper bracket match. So whoever loses in this match, they still have to continue to play again later in the third match, right? For today, it will against Vietnam, if I'm not mistaken.
Well, while we're at it and talking about this very exciting game, don't forget about Telkomsel, guys.
Oh, what happened?
And especially if you're looking for a very fun game, there's this game called The Return of the Condor Heroes. And I must say, and say what you want, but there's a lot of downtime right here as casters, and it's been a very interesting game. It's great. It has great gameplay and so many different characters that would get you into it, man. There's something for everyone. You like the cool guy, the cute guy, whichever. So you can make your favorite warrior, be the strongest warrior in that world, and of course you can make a clan with your buddies. With your buddies, and then get to be the #1 unbeatable clan. So download it on Google Play Store or the App Store if you prefer those. And for more information, you can visit the website at condorheroes.duniagames.co.id. So don't miss out. Get in on the fun, guys.
Let's go. And other than that, for you guys who staying in Bali, maybe you have to come to Mersaka Nusa Dua because we have our booth Telkomsel here. You can redeem your point. You can trade your point. Maybe if you log in daily, you have some point, right? If you credit your if you credit your phone, you will get some point as well. So make sure you check your Telkomsel apps here. Once you already have enough points, you can trade it with the amazing merchandise. You can get the free drinks as well.
Free drinks?
Free drinks. If you want to join to play fun games in the booth, it's also you can do everything actually in the booth Telkomsel. So make sure if you are staying in Bali, don't forget to visit us in the Mersaka Nusa Dua.
Right, and use your Telkomsel points, man. You gotta use and get that value, man.
Yeah, that advantage, man. As a member of Telkomsel, you know, you also can get smartphone at a point auction.
Wow, really? Smartphone?
Yeah, maybe you can get the
Samsung Galaxy A35 5G.
5G. Oh my God.
Anyways.
Okay.
Now that got all the fun stuff out of the way, we are gonna go to the drafting phase quite soon.
To the tough game.
The tough. In the final game is always going to be the most high stakes, and the drafting phase, man. We saw game 1, game 2, quite a stark contrast. And I think it's always such a headache for the coaches for sure, thinking, okay, what do we do here? How do we deal with what exactly caused, even in the first place, identifying what caused the defeats in game number 1 or game number 2, and then how do we change that? How do we solve these problems? I think problem solving is just such an underrated skill. But we're back at it again, Momo-chan.
One thing for sure, Arashi Hoshi.
Yes.
Joy needs to be banned out.
Yes.
Right?
No question. I think so.
And Malaysia has a chance to do that because Cambodia is gonna be the first pick for our game number 3.
The first pick here is gonna be Cambodia, so I think they're gonna force that Joy ban, like you mentioned, Momo-chan. The Phobius will be a prio ban for Cambodia. Funny enough, it's always a prio ban for the first pick team, I think. If I recall the pattern correctly.
Yes.
Angela, though, is being banned by Malaysia again. So maybe, right, now that I'm looking at things, maybe Malaysia thinks that Cambodia likes what do you want to call it? They like relying on OP to be the main damage dealer. We see it again and again. In game number 1, huge damage. In game number 2, on that Brody even, OP was just making the plays left and right. So maybe they're afraid that Cambodia is going to funnel all the protection, all the utility onto OP, and he will take over the game, so denying the Angela. I think it's going to be I think that's the main idea if we try and predict and look into the minds of the coaches. But along with that, it's going to be the Kaja.
It's gonna be a Kaja for sure, and Malaysia, they have a chance to ban out this Joy for sure. They don't want to deal with Joy like the game number 1. So I think it should be Joy, right? Because if not Joy, I think it's gonna be a disaster because we've seen in the game number 1, Min Sitar is not enough. Or maybe Malaysia wants to try again. They let Cambodia pick this Joy.
Oh, they banned out the Atlas.
Oh, okay. Oh, this is what I say. They let this joy into the hand of Cambodia, and Malaysia can take again that Minsita as the counter. Or maybe they don't want to bring a tank jungler for Chico. They can bring something else. They can bring another damage dealer jungler, such as maybe Ling, right? Or maybe Hayabusa for Chico.
So many options for the man known as Chiku, guys. But like clockwork, Cambodia has picked up that joy, so Malaysia definitely needs some kind of solution.
Absolutely.
Lockdown, mobility.
Obviously.
Well, Beatrix will be one of the main choices here. Of course, the wave management is what's important. What makes that joy so obnoxious is the fact that he can clear the wave so fast. So if Malaysia can match that clear, maybe it will be pretty manageable. We'll have to see.
Yeah, but Beatrix and maybe Lapu-Lapu could be the prior for Malaysia, because we've seen as well Lapu-Lapu in the hand of Boom, right? Maybe it's not really a prior target for Malaysia, because Boom as an XP laner, he just need to clear the wave as soon as possible, right? And the problem from the XP laner is they always like to play, the cutting strategies. So it makes you won't realize that actually there's someone can try to attack you from the blind spot. That's the only problem when you try to face the EXP laner here.
Right, these EXP laners, they just have so many ways to try and roam around and translate their lane advantage. So I think that is a very important part of the game.
Yes.
But as you predicted, Momo-chan, what is going on here? Momo-chan has predicted the Lapu-Lapu as well, and early on, you predicted Minsitar as well. So you're just in sync with Momo from Team Malaysia.
No, actually, I got my coffee.
Get your coffee. It gives you superpowers.
I got my coffee and my fan, so it's not as that hot as before, right? Okay, but let's back to the draft. Lapu-Lapu and also Bruno. I like this Bruno pick, but the problem is he's only.
Leomord.
Oh, sorry, Leomord. Because Leomord and Bruno, I like that Bruno pick because Bruno, he has that one escape capability with the.
He has a slide.
The flying tackle. Are you watching FIFA? The flying tackle from Messi. Sorry, but yeah.
Hang on. Weird transition, but go on.
Yeah, but Bruno, that's the only way. But we know with the flicker spell here from Bruno, he should be able to survive. Even though Malaysia, they have this Lapu-Lapu, they have the real world manipulation that can give a slow effect for members of Cambodia. As long as he has a good positioning, we know we've seen it right in the game number 2 with OP with Brody. How many times that actually Malaysia tried so hard to take him down,
and he is able to
and
survive.
he's able. Yeah, that's the thing. So I think Malaysia needs something else. What else? That they have to bring something that can go back into the gold lane and even maybe have enough CC to stop this Bruno with all the escape ability that he has.
Might be a very aggressive roamer that can actually serve that role. We'll have to see. Right now, the Minsitar has been banned by Cambodia as well, so they recognize the need to deny these dash denials from Malaysia, deniception. But Malaysia has banned away the Diggy and the Rafaela as well, not wanting them to be able to kite away from the aggression. Because for Malaysia right now, they do have the Yves with a lot of slow. So if a Diggy or Rafaela can speed up the rest of the members of Cambodia, that might be a solution that Malaysia does not want Cambodia to have. Final ban will be that Franco though, but I'm guessing that they are not expecting that Franco to be in the jungle from Malaysia.
Yeah, I think Malaysia shouldn't take it anymore, so shouldn't bring the same, maybe the same draft like in the game number 1. But Malaysia, I just feel with the composition that Cambodia has right now, they need someone that can have a early damage here. They already have this Beatrix. I think it's enough. If you compare to Leslie, Beatrix is way more maybe, I could say a little bit safe here from the positioning, from the damage, right? Because Leslie in this item, Beatrix does as well, but he still have a basic damage, a little bit damage from Beatrix if you compare to Leslie. But a Ruby pick from Malaysia, I think they have to bring an assassin jungler.
Perhaps we have to see because there's a bit of a a rock paper scissors situation here because if Malaysia can have advantage for Moon, for example, they can zone OP away. But if the Joy becomes a big problem, then automatically Moon cannot deal or cannot zone like that. So a lot of situationals here. But for Cambodia, first the Matilda as well as the Yutong, that is a lot of dive here. 2 fighters, 1 mage / assassin, and in addition to that, the Matilda. So many dashes, so many ways to engage on. And Malaysia does have a Ruby, but are they gonna? Oh, they go for the Baxia. Whoa, that's fast clear, and that is crowd control and regeneration denial from the Turtles Prison. So it makes sense on paper, but will it work out? This is a very interesting draft from both these teams.
Oh my god. Oh, and I like that skin, Yams. New skins. Aspirants from
the Aspirant skin.
From Malaysia here. And Baxia as a jungler for Chiku, guys. I'm not sure because I have my own, I have my own opinion about the draft, right? Because
really?
For me, it's better for Malaysia to take the assassin damage here because I just feel that they are lacking of damage. They really, they have the Batrix here. They have a Lapu-Lapu. But yeah, they
have a Yves as well.
Yeah, but bringing Baxia into the game number 3, I think they have to make an active rotation here. If not, it's gonna be If not, it's gonna be a little bit hard for Malaysia.
Well, without further ado, let's get into the final game between Cambodia and Malaysia. Will we see finally Cambodia sealing the deal, or will Malaysia have a reverse sweep victory? But it's after this a few short messages, lol.
Okay, Rashi, I got what your point is.
It's like a commercial break.
It's like a commercial
Waiting for
break.
a bit of a pause. But I agree, Momo-chan. That is a very, very solid point. When you pick up Baxia, you need speed. You need to be rolling around. They need to see you rolling, and they have to start hating. Because otherwise, it's a bit of wasted potential for Baxia. With the fast clear, with the mobility, if you just stay and farm up, you're not getting the full value. But if Malaysia can abuse it and combine the speed of the Baxia with the slow from the Yves, I think they have a very solid winning solution here.
Yeah, and the thing is, the thing is, Cambodia has Joy, right?
Yes.
We know how fast this hero, especially in the mid lane, he will have a lot of damage with the Genius one, maybe the magic penetration coming from Joy. It will make the rhythm of Joy, and also the electrifying bits here has a massive damage for Joy. So I think if Malaysia, they cannot stop this Joy to wandering around, I think it's gonna be a huge problem for Malaysia. They've done it in the game number 1, right?
Yep.
Even though they have this Min Sitar and also Franco as a lock hero, but the thing is, they only have a Ruby.
Exactly. So there's less solutions here, and it's so situational, right? Depending on how the game goes, who gets ahead, who gets shut down. The mid game is so unpredictable, but just like that, we're back into the game as Lutu takes his orange buff. And right here, you can see Deja just getting so aggressive, doing a lot of damage onto Yums. And in the early game, Moon will require some items to be that aggressive, to be that impactful. But look at that slow, right? This is the utility we've been talking about. Oh, as OP takes a cheeky free gold buff.
Yes, thank you. And there you go. OP. He can clear the minion quite fast here, but there's really nice stole coming from Lutu.
Drive-by retribution to
know,
secure the
right?
little.
Yep, and OP, not really in a good position here, Arashi, but he's totally aware that might be Malaysia don't want to give a lot of space for him to farm, right? So he needs to play a little bit patient here for OP until he gets to the level number 4, or maybe even the first turret in the top lane.
Look at both teams just contesting the gold buff, but Yums is forced to use his flicker as the pressure in the early game is just so much. Mathilda, Joy, Leomord, these are all top-tier heroes in the hands of top-tier players. The Malaysians need to respect it, but look at Momo here, trading hits against OP, but the backup is here for both these teams. Fortunately for Momo, Yums is still in the picture, so they can't really just engage recklessly.
And OP, I know Bruno passive is giving a critical, right? Oh, but the really nice stall coming from Yams. Meanwhile, in the bottom lane,
Lutu is very, very low, and Chiku almost takes him out. Formaze actually goes for the play, takes away his life. But look at Moon, he's getting jumped around. He's kiting away with the sprint, but it won't be enough. But Formaze doing Formaze things with a double kill, going for more. He is trying to actually excel in his 1v2 confrontation. The Petrify Furious dive combo comes in, and unfortunately, he is taken down. Yums will be trying to trade it back, but Boom will be able to survive as Chiku, in the midst of everything, yoinks away that turtle.
yeah, and look at that. Now Cambodia, they're having a lot of pressure in the bottom lane, especially, right? Because Momo still able to have a 1v1 situation as well with OP in the top lane. So there's no an urgent rotation that Malaysia has to do.
Ooh, that's an I'm offended. A follow-up with some damage from Moon, but he is so vulnerable right here, being dashed away. Look at that damage. The World Regulation will buy a bit more time with that shielding, but it won't be enough as Yums is the next target. But look at that. What is this hero, man? Deja is just out of control right now. Chiku finally makes his way up there, but it will be too late. 2 members down off the back of this Joy, just out of control.
This is what I say, right? For Joy, you try to take a risk by letting Joy, and it's gonna be a dangerous situation for Malaysia.
Circling Eagle has been used, and now Momo is still the main target, but he will be surviving for not long.
Oh
but the
my
Amapata is
God.
being used, and the Malaysians are trying to strike back. But look at Deja, man. How is Malaysia supposed to catch him? Someone needs to stop this man. This is illegal.
Absolutely, yeah, I agree with that, because once you know that there's a Joy available to be picked by your opponent here, you already have to, prepare for the worst here. You don't have Min Sitar, you only have a Ruby, but the problem is Ruby with the I'm offended won't be enough unless Malaysia, they took Formace go to join the team fight here. I think it will be maybe more effective for Malaysia here, because once the I'm offended being used by Yums, they still have the River Fighters to stun this Deja.
Deja back at it again with them dashes, but Chiku guys will be able to secure his purple buff. And I think the positioning, right, the formation from the Malaysians need to be revised a bit, because Moon has been caught again and again, but Chiku, at every point he can just roll and start engaging with that shield unity. The turtle is up right now, and both teams are going for it. As we mentioned, if everything goes front to back, certainly Malaysia has a chance. But the Black Dragon form, along with everything, Chiku actually gets the steal still. But look at Deja all the way in the back. Moon is zoned away, and the Malaysians are split in 2. But the Cambodians cannot capitalize, and Chiku, he gets it done.
Wow! Chiku, finally! Even though he got the 3 assists, I think it's
hang
enough
on.
for the early.
Taya gets very low with the I'm offended, but Deja 1v3, he doesn't even care. Momo gets taken out, he's unstoppable, literally. And that is Cambodia, just not respecting the Malaysian potential at all. Circling Eagle is popped right here again.
Oh
Youngs
my
is
God.
alone. Moon will try and actually do some crowd control. But look at Joy, not even taken low in the middle of all this. And Chico will not be able to protect his top side turret. He will be jumped on right here. Very, very tanky. Popping the Prickles Poisons to do a bit of damage, but he will be taken out as well. The power in the early game by the Cambodians, absolutely insane.
And especially, they bring this Matilda, right? So the additional shield and also how the guiding winds work perfectly for Cambodia, it makes them very, very confident in all the skirmish and teamfight that Joy has, right? The electrifying beats, it's immune all of the CC that actually Malaysia have. So the I'm offended from Yams or maybe slow effect from Moon, it won't affect this Joy at all, right?
They require damage. Maybe damage is the only crowd control that can work.
Yeah, and he also has the additional movement speed from the electrifying beats. And it's when you meet Cambodia, please just ban this Joy.
I mean, in general, I think this Joy is just so obnoxious and there's no real easy solution. Not yet, at least. But Formis now has the Bloodlust Axe, so he has a lot more sustain. Chiku actually has the Blade Armor, so gonna be a bit more tanky. But look at Deja. He's just so... He doesn't really have any care in how he positions and how he moves. He just goes in and out, and it doesn't matter. There's nothing Malaysia can do until maybe later on the damage coming in from Momo can maybe burst him down. The turtle is now spawning and both teams are looking for it. Malaysia was able to steal it before, but now Cambodia has a lot more control. They might just go and try and take Chiku out before trying to secure the turtle though. Retribution battle being won by Chiku yet again, but look at the dive. Cambodia is all over the back line. The Petrify hits 2 people. Chiku,
what?
but he gets taken out. The knockup now takes out Yums, and Cambodians actually are falling back. That's some DPS coming in from Chiku and Moon.
Yes, but Boom is gonna be the threat for Malaysia. Meanwhile, Momo is just focusing to get the objective in the top lane as soon as possible. And did you realize, Arashi, Deja, he brings the Vengeance spell. So he will have more damage, deals 50 points damage here, plus 25% of the damage as magic damage to the enemy.
So extra damage, and we talked about this. He is so mobile, and
Yes.
he has so much damage. There's no real requirement, and of course the damage reduction.
Yeah.
We said that the only real counter right now, the only real crowd control might be death, might be just damage and burst damage. So with the Vengeance, that just counters that option as well. So it's a very intelligent choice by Deja on the side of Cambodia.
Yeah. He got the speed, he got the magic damage here, he got the magic reduction from the Vengeance. I think it's enough for Deja. This is what are you looking at, Arashi? You are looking for the answer, right? Why he's very, very strong because of the spell as well.
Well, but he won't be in the bot side, and Boom will get ganked. And the Malaysians will take away a turret, but look at Deja already on the way on a mission. Unfortunately though, it will be a bit too late as Chiku goes in. He actually doesn't really care, walks around, and the crowd control, the poke damage. You can see the itemization, the power spikes for the Malaysians is starting to come through. And if the game goes long enough, it might be dangerous as Momo. You cannot stand alone, and I guess it's a tough situation because even if you try and babysit and guard Momo against this Joy, it's almost pointless.
I know, exactly, Arashi. I agree with that. But
Unreal.
An legendary for Deja. It means that
he's 8-0, Momo-chan.
This is why, you know, maybe like you said it earlier, Arashi, this Joy, maybe we haven't found the counter yet, right? Okay, maybe if we talk about Minsitar, it's not easy to use Minsitar as well because it has a little movement speed here. But as the fight comes in the Lord Pit, Archie,
Chiku goes in for more plays, but Yums is also trying to do a lot of crowd control.
Lord?
Chiku will be too low to attempt to steal. The Black Dragon form has been used, and Chiku will not be there to steal that Lord. Lord is taken by OP, but it's still all right. The Malaysians are trying to get compensation. Lutu will be the only one they can take out. It's a 2-for-1, and they have lost the Lord to Cambodia. Malaysia need to try and make something happen.
yeah, because as we've seen for the replay here, Chiku, he comes in with the Baxia Shield Unity, try to break everyone, actually, especially the frontliner of Cambodia, right? But the problem is, once the Black Dragon form pop up coming from Malaysia, the thing is they don't have enough damage to follow up Chiku and also Boom here, because Boom he wants to take someone at the backline, especially it's Moonrat and also Momo. So the problem is, once the Black Dragon form pops up from Cambodia, Malaysia, they have to back off a little bit here. They don't want to take off they want to force the team fight because they know the Fury Staff can knock them out.
Now the Cambodians are going for the turret, but the Malaysians are able to actually stave off that aggression, losing relatively low amounts of turret HP. And for the most part, the Cambodians did not go for the 3-wave push at the same time, so I think they missed out on a lot of utility using the empowered minion waves. But right now, the Malaysians are still on the back foot for sure. They lose a turret despite all that, but the middle turret, one of the more important ones, is still standing. Not for long though, as I think the Cambodians will try and do something.
Yeah. And what will they do actually, especially for Malaysia, right? Because now Cambodia, look at that, Boom, with the Black Dragon form trying to eat Momo's down in
the
the
Petrify though! Momo gets taken low and he gets taken out. Lutu will be the one picking up that kill, but now the Malaysians trying to strike back. Look at Formays doing damage, but look at Deja! In and out! Look at the regeneration! That is unreal! He is legendary right now with 9 kills. And what is that? He is regenerating so much. There's no chance for Malaysia to strike back. 3 members down. It's a 3-for-2, but it's just looking very bleak for Malaysia. Where is the counterplay?
It reminds me of Bronze yesterday. Did you remember?
Right, the amount of sustain is insane.
The lifesteal, and look at to the replay just now. The team fight actually is already, been set up by Cambodia, right? With the Black Dragon family coming from Boom. Boom was down, but the thing is, Momo down at the first line here. So when Deja comes with the electrifying beats and also the rhythm of joy, no one can stop him down because all of the ability is already being used when they want to shut down Boom with the Black Dragon form.
He goes in, he regenerates HP instead of losing it. What is going on? That can't be legal, man.
And especially they bring this Matilda, right? So it's easy for Cambodia to just go in and go out wherever they want. They can try to avoid the team fight from Malaysia.
Oh, big combo here with the Nibiru's Passion. That will be Boom taken out. That's already a very solid pick, but the Malaysians need to be very careful. Joy, Deja on that Joy is just way too strong right now, but they can have advantage here in numbers when they're trying to contest for this next Lord. Formaze and Moon already trying to deal some damage, deal some poke damage, but the Lord will be taken very low. It will be secured by Chiku, but the Cambodians want blood. They go in and Momo gets taken out almost instantly, and Deja is not done just yet. Chiku is the next target. The real manipulation is popped up, but it won't even matter. Formaze tries to make a play happen on the backside. He does a lot of damage, but it won't be enough. Right now, he's not done. But I think Deja goes in for a big flank here. Very, very interesting. Unfortunately, without any waves, it won't be enough just yet. Malaysia needs some damage items. Deja cannot keep getting away with this.
I know. The dominance S won't work anymore, I think, for Malaysia. But look at that. Another team fight, Arishi.
Yums with the I'm offended. It won't be enough. He is getting jumped on by both Boom as well as Deja. That is Deja legendary. And he is still not waiting. Boom will take away Moon's life as well. Formaze is the only one that's durable enough to survive in these situations. But the Cambodians just keep ignoring him. They're just walking away.
I know, right? And now the Lord is marching down into the top lane. It's gonna be a distraction for Cambodia. They have to clear this Lord first before if they want to continue to join. But look at the electrifying bits pop up from DJ trying to shoo Formaze away. Don't disturb Cambodia because they want to clear the Lord as soon as possible. Once after that, they're going to reset it again and they're going back into the business, Archie.
It's so difficult for Malaysia right now because even if they secure the Lord, look at how easily it's cleared, how easily it's dealt with. They have no chance to even walk with that Lord.
Look at the item, okay? He has, the first item is Genius one. It means he already has the magic penetration since in the beginning. And now with the Genius one that has burn evac, right? It's make his painful and oh my god, 35% magic damage from the Holy Crystal is being done. It's done for DJ. So it's, I don't know what will Malaysia do because I think with all of the magic defense coming from Malaysia, it's still one enough. You know, with the Athena Seal, the Radiant Armor, and also maybe they need an Oracle as well because they need this lifesteal from Malaysia at least to stay for the team fight here.
Speaking of the glowing wand though, Moon has one as well. So the power spikes is coming up for the Malaysians. We are at 15 minutes. You can consider this slightly towards the late game. And with enough damage, Deja needs to be more and more careful in how he wants to approach these fights. So maybe they can be a mistake that the Malaysians can take advantage of. Right now, surprisingly, the Malaysians are the one with a bit of control.
And the problem is, it's not only Deja the problem though.
Yes, Lutu, Boom,
OP.
So magic and physical as well, Momo-chan. A good mix of items that you need to survive from this damage.
There are so many targets for Malaysia to be, to be maybe focused. They have to choose which one they have to prior to be taken down here. Is it gonna be Deja or is it gonna be OP who has a perfect positioning until now, right? And the next Lord is gonna be the answer for both of the teams. 1-for-1 Lord, and now it's gonna be the third Lord in our 15 minutes a game. And now Malaysia, they have to do some pick off. They have to at least take down one member before they start the big fight, 5 versus 5 with Cambodia.
Well, they have to get a pick off and on the right target as well because they can't just go and get any kind of pick off. And right now, they are the ones being zoned away. Formaze is coming in. He has the items available to go in. Black Dragon form has been used by Boom towards that back line. And look at Deja just wreaking havoc. And while that's happening, Chiku as well as Formaze are trying so hard, but the back line is being absolutely decimated. Deja with the recalls, just disrespecting. Formaze despite his best efforts, will not be able to make anything happen. That's a 3-4-0 for the side of Cambodia, and it's looking like the beginning of the end. Yums and Momo trying their best to try and do something, but it won't be enough. Yums taken very low. That is the first turret. And Cambodia on a steam train, not trying to stop at all, going in for the base turret. Will they continue with a minimal amount of minions? The death timers are still so long. 8 more seconds until Moon is on the base. And look at that, Momo goes in, Yums tries to stop the minion wave, but it won't be enough. That will be Cambodia, upsetting the majority of the caster predictions. The caster curse strikes again. Cambodia, you guys got it done!
Oh my god, 2-1 against Malaysia. And wow, I think it looks very bad actually. Game number 3 for Malaysia, they don't have enough ability to stop only one hero. We might not see that this Bruno do a lot of outplay, right?
Well, because there's no need to.
He doesn't need to. They only need this DJ go dive in with the rhythm of joy, get a perfect bits. Then after that, once the CC comes from Malaysia, such as maybe I'm offended from Ruby, he just need to pop up that electrifying bits.
And with that vengeance, as we mentioned, it just makes it so difficult.
Exactly.
He does damage. He has sustain, and now with the damage reduction, even if 5 members are hitting or just beating down on him, as we mentioned, the spells are so spammable that eventually you will get taken out. And even if you don't get taken out, the sustain will ensure that you don't get taken out either. And then once the Malaysians think, okay, it's our chance now, the vengeance is down, the spells are on cooldown, he just gets out with the guiding wind.
Agree with that. Just
so obnoxious.
The draft is just too perfect for Cambodia, I could say, for our third game
I feel like
here.
it's just one pick. That one pick made so much difference.
No, actually it started from the third banning phase, right? Because we thought that it's not gonna be Atlas that be banned out by Malaysia, but they choose Atlas rather than this Joy.
Exactly, it's a very interesting choice. As you take a look at some highlights here, Momo-chan.
Yes, look at the highlight. Actually, it's not really active though for this Joy to giving some punishment for Malaysia in the beginning since in the early. But when it comes to minute number 3, minute number 5, this stage is really unstoppable. Look at that, the vengeance pop up. Then after that, he has the genius one as a magic penetration, more damage for this Joy. It makes Joy really free. And this is the 1 versus 3 in the mid lane. He even dived into the mid turrets.
He's level 7. How is he doing this?
And even got the monster kill. He stopped Yums and I can say maybe everyone from Malaysia. This is why it's very hard when you let Joy into the hand of your opponent and you don't have. And we've seen, right, in the game number 1, Winsita is not enough.
It's not enough at all. I think you need maybe suppression even, just to ensure that it's not just denying the dashes, but stopping him from doing damage whatsoever. Because even without the dashes, how the spammable nature of that hero with a concentrated energy allows Deja right here to just sustain so much more than a marksman. I think the DPS and the sustain is higher than a late game marksman with a House Claws.
I think they need someone that has a stun CC, something like. They need a stopper because what makes actually Joy looks very strong because no one can stop him, right?
Exactly. I mean, Cambodia banned out the Franco as well because of that.
Because of that, and the Mincit are really a good to ban out. They coming from Cambodia, the last 2 ban, right? It makes this Joy really free. Look at that, he dive into the front lane of Malaysia, and he can destroy everyone that he wants.
It's unreal. Look
It's
at that.
very
Pokes the Vengeance, goes back in.
He
He gains
even-
HP. He's diving a turret against 3 people, and he gains HP. Hello?
Yeah, I know. It's just unreal, right?
Is this functioning as intended? It's so confusing to look
No,
at. It doesn't seem like it's supposed to happen.
This hero is just too broken, because
For
this
now.
is the new. For now, maybe we are waiting for the nerf for Joy, but yeah, the distraction that comes from Boom as well. It's what makes Malaysia they are
Yes.
just being pushed away by Boom. That's it.
Or by
right?
Lutu on the Leomord. Don't
That's
forget,
right.
these are very strong heroes in the hands
Yeah.
of Cambodia.
Exactly, the immune of the CC and also the Matilda with the guiding wind. It makes Cambodia hero. They can just dive in wherever they want. They can go out wherever they want as well. Once they done with the business, they just pop up the guiding wind and we
leave. Adios.
We leave. Yes, bye. Adios, my friend. But yeah, I think
It's so sad as well because Malaysia, they were putting up a great fight. Chico was able to get those objective steals as well, but unfortunately,
look at that. Without that at all.
again, watch that game again and see how he's playing and tell me this score makes sense.
13
almost
kills.
91,000 damage dealt and 70,000 damage taken. This is a damage dealer, by the way, who only has essentially one defensive item, the concentrated energy. It's not even a real defensive item. It still does damage. He took 70,000 damage.
Because because he's very, very confident with the vengeance spell, you know, like he has the 35 magic reduction from that vengeance.
The damage reduction.
Yeah, this is what makes DJ look very confident and very, very, you know, this is my playground.
Exactly.
This is DJ's playground.
You're in my turf now.
Yeah.
Exactly. Get out of my land of dawn.
But it's not over yet for Malaysia because Malaysia, they have to go down into the lower bracket. As we see, the player spotlight is gonna be T, you know, with this Matilda again and again. A perfect draft, I could say. They have an additional shield from this Matilda, right? From the guiding wind. He has the circling eagle can goes into the back line. So probably Batrix and also Eve won't be that safe as what they want. They think though. And Joy just need to follow up as soon as possible. Look at that 13-0-4. He has the holy crystal, that the last item that makes this Deja become more unstoppable.
And there he has the oracle actually for a bit more HP.
This is why
and
the lifestyle, right?
The concentrated energy as well. But still, come on, he has 10,000 damage taken, less than T, who has been active the whole time. You know, it doesn't really seem fair. If you look at the items here,
and
it's not like Malaysia didn't itemize properly. Radiant armors on 3 members, right? They were thinking about what to build, how to counter it, and they tried to, you know, they made efforts towards that goal, but it didn't even matter.
Yeah, for me, I think because Eve is already being nerfed already, right? Because they make the real manipulation slower than before. It makes
smaller as well.
Yeah, it's smaller as well. So it's easy for all the opponents that against Eve can go out from the boxes from the real manipulation ultimate here from Eve. So it's easy to avoid it. That's the first thing. The second thing is they don't need a suppress ability, like I said, because you know once you want to cancel the ultimate from Eve, you need a suppress ability such as from Kajal with the Divine Judgment, right? Martis as well. But the thing is, Cambodia, they don't need it. They already have a burst damage here. So once Eve do this, low manipulation, okay? He do this, right? Cambodia just, okay, let's grab him.
Exactly, everyone just comes in.
I know.
Yutong, Liu Morn, everyone can stop that real one manipulation. And as you
that's
mentioned,
right.
Momo-chan, now it's not really used as a zoning tool because the range is smaller. It's used more as pure utility. The slows, the immobilizers, that is what it's usually used for these days. The Eve
Maybe
deck.
if you bring this Eve into the draft from Cambodia that has a lot of dive-in hero, a lot of burst damage hero, right? It won't work. Maybe it's not that effective as what maybe Malaysia wants, right?
Right.
The problem is they don't have any stopper. Maybe they have Ruby, but remember the electrifying bits that coming from Deja, it immune all of the CC.
Exactly. When you only have, and as always, we talked about this a lot again and again on the desk right here. If you have only one solution, then there is one solution to your solution. But if you have multiple solutions, now your opponents need to keep thinking, need to be on their toes, right?
Yeah.
If you were Deja and now there's like 4 suppressors, let's say, okay, Franco and Kaja and whatever. Now you're thinking, okay, I need to watch for all 4 of these. At any moment, someone might flicker and catch me.
Yeah,
but if there's only one stun, then you just wait. You just keep your focus on that one spell. If it comes out, you go for the immunity.
Agree.
Boom, bing, bang, bada boom.
Bing, bam, bada, bam. But hold up. I think our host is ready to do some interview for our Cambodia team.
All right. Uncle Gare, let's take it away with the interview.
Thank you once again, Momo and Arashi, and congratulations to Cambodia. And now we'll take a short interview with one of the players. So congratulations once again, bro. Good job. Good game, and I would like to ask you about what is your first impression about Bali?
It feels great to be here. Yes.
Is that good? Have you found like your favorite food in Indonesia?
Yeah.
Already try? What kind of food?
Fried rice.
Fried rice. Okay. The second one is, what do you think about Joy? When you guys got Joy, like 100% win rate, how do you think?
It's my confident hero, and it's so overpowered. Yes, that's it.
Okay, so Joy is so overpowered that he thinks that that was one of your signature, and he's so confident when you use Joy as a main hero of the game, and they beat Malaysia 2-1. So guys, after this, we will have the second match, another big match for today on Mobile Legends Bang Bang IESF 14 World Esports Championship, Indonesia versus Argentina. So it will be Bambang Pamungkas versus Lionel Messi. But we'll have a short break after this. Still on IESF 14 World Esports Championship 2022, Bali.
Berani melawan keterbatasan demi memberitakan kebenaran. Terus berjalan menghadapi perubahan, berinovasi menjawab tantangan zaman. Menjadi tempat informasi terpercaya yang cepat, berimbang, dan akurat. Tak sekadar memberi wawasan, namun juga membuka pikiran. Orang cerdas membaca tuntas hanya di detik.com.
Fendi and Adana, Karen, they be sharing all their money, got me wearing fly. Girl, but I ain't asking. They say they love my ass and 7 G's to religion. I say no, but they keep giving, so I keep on taking. And no, I ain't taking. We can keep on taking. I keep on demonstrating my love, my love, my love, my love. You love my lady lumps, my hump, my hump, my hump, my humps. They got you. They got you. Fendi and Adana, Karen, they be sharing all their money, got me wearing fly. Girl, but I ain't asking. They say they love my ass and 7 G's to religion. I say no, but they keep giving, so I keep on taking. And no, I ain't taking. We can keep on taking. I keep on demonstrating my love, my love, my love, my love. You love my lady lumps.
Warga plus 62 emang banyak maunya. Dari drakoran sampai banjir air mata. Nonton action yang mantul. Sampai nonton tendangan cantik. Maksudnya ini, mau nonton apapun, semua ada di video. Mulai dari yang bikin berbunga-bunga, keringet dingin, ketawa, sampai bikin gak ngedip. Jadi nonton apa sekarang?
Today we have Lotus from Chile, and they will be competing in the World Esports Championship 2022. So Lotus, how was your trip from Chile to Bali, and what is your impression of the place?
Was a very long trip. We came from Chile. We have 3 connection flights: Chile, Houston, Tokyo, Indonesia, and then Jakarta, Bali. So it was a very long trip, 2 days in a row, but it was a lot of fun. We had a lot of fun too. Totally worth it. Bali is a very beautiful place, so we are so happy to be here. We are delightful right away.
So first, how was your trip from your country to Bali? What is your impression about the place?
So about my trip, it was a little bit tiring, of course, from Saudi Arabia to Bali. Very long journey, but in the end, it worked out. Everything was fine, and my impression was very great. The place here is wonderful, amazing, beautiful place. And yeah.
So about the competition, how do you guys prepare for this championship?
Well, we are a stack from Mexico, of course. Everyone has their own team, but we kind of practice with scrims a little bit 2 weeks ago.
Okay. So for this tournament, which team or participant do you think will be your biggest rival?
So I think our biggest rival will be from our same region, Philippines. Like we're in the same group. Like I think they're pretty strong, and I'm hoping we can have a good match.
So you've traveled so far from Maldives to Bali, Indonesia. What is your target in this competition?
Actually, we look forward to be in the top 1 or 2.
Okay. As we know, this is the biggest esports tournament in the world. Do you have any pressure on your shoulder, and how do you deal with them?
Actually, obviously it's a tournament, right? There'll be a lot of pressures, but then I think we'll be good in handling it.
Okay. So you already been through several stages of IESF qualification. What is the key of success for you in order to qualify for this tournament?
Well, the key is practice a lot, have fun again. I mean, focus on the game, study the game. The game is your life in a competition.
We also know that there have been a significant growth of the esports industry for the past few years, and there are many esports fans that want to represent their country, just like you.
Yeah.
Do you have any advice or tips for them so they can achieve that dream?
So I think we should all remember, like, it's a team game, so we should solely not only focus on ourselves, and we should maybe focus on the team and how to grow as a team together, and sticking together through the thick and thin. I think that would be the greatest tip I can give.
Okay, so that's all for my questions.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time, and I hope you the best for this tournament. I hope the best for Mexico team.
Thank you so much.
We hope that too. Thanks to you, Pong.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Jangan yang aku bekerja. Jangan suntik-menyuntik. Kamu mau suntik-menyuntik? Saya sih lebih belajar otodidak, nontonin pro player luar, habis itu pelajarin.
Dari 1 sampai 10 ya, seberapa jago kamu main? Tukang apa yang kalau dipanggil tengoknya ke atas?
Langsung main di bawah.
1. Buah apa yang durhaka? Aku, Bang.
FF. Kalian keras nih, Bos.
Itu sih masih pemanasan sih di MPL season yang ke-8. Juga ya.
Siapa sih guys yang pernah gitu ya?
Salah satu pro player.
Baik juga, jadi kayak share hal-hal yang positif juga.
Begitulah kayak kita cari poin plus minusnya kita buat final itu.
Dia nggak coba dicari lagi. Kali ini masih belum ada ilmu terlebih dahulu, berhasil.
Untung dari tim Aragio nggak ada third party di sini, nggak ada tim lain yang akan bersih-bersihin mereka, ada di sisi lain. Kita main lagi.
Ada banyak banget ya di pertarungan berkualitas dan aksi tim.
Hi guys, back again with me, Putra Sutopo as your fellow host. So right now, I'm at the Earth Stage area, where this area will be used as the stage for opening ceremony of IESF 14 World Esports Championship Bali 2022. As you can see behind me, they are all practicing for the opening ceremony at 7 o'clock GMT +7. To be honest, I cannot wait to see the opening ceremony because there will be an amazing performance from Alfiref and other performers. So, for those of you who want to watch it, you can watch it through the IESF official channel on Twitch TV. To be honest, you need to watch it, okay? So right now, I want to continue to see their practicing for the opening ceremony. Bye guys.
Salam kebajikan. Apa kabar teman-teman media semuanya? Luar biasa. Good afternoon ladies and gentlemen. Diri untuk menyanyikan lagu kebangsaan Indonesia Raya yang akan dilanjutkan dengan Mars PB Esports Indonesia. Indonesia tanah airku, tanah tumpah darahku. Di sanalah aku berdiri, jadi pandu ibu.
Pertama kita juga sangat berterima kasih kepada beliaunya dari IESF yang begitu memilih negara kita sebagai penyelenggara. Sekitar 42 juta ya e-sport ya, pemain e-sport tentunya akan bisa menyebarkan ini, bisa menghidupkan ekosistem daripada e-sport itu sendiri. Tentunya akan berpengaruh secara ekonomi dan kesehatan.
For this event, and hopefully Bali and Indonesia will get a really good name in the international, right?
Is going to influence a positive creativity in humanity and a new way to socialize, a new way to be together, a new way to be friends. When a parent looks at a kid in the computer with headset on and talking, Salam Esports.
Okay, thank you so much.
Okay.
Let's go Bali.
Let's go Bali.
Let's go Bali.
So, welcome to the IESF 15 World Esports Championships Bali 2022 with me Sigit as your field host. So, this is the second day of the IESF 15 World Esports Championship Bali 2022 and we still have a lot of interesting match and games in the game category of eFootball, Tekken 7, CSGO, Dota 2 and also Mobile Legends Bang Bang. You can see full match schedule on our Instagram at the ISF_official and also garudaku.se. So, before we go, did any of you miss the excitement of the day one? Don't worry, here's the recap day one of the IESF 15 World Esports Championship Bali 2022. Enjoy!
Saya membuka secara resmi 14 World Esports Championship.
Nah, setelah hari ini kita bahas berbagai macam match, mulai dari match yang ada di ice stage ataupun yang ada di fire stage. Sekarang saya mau ngajak kalian untuk relax terlebih dahulu, di mana saat ini saya berada di booth area. Di sini banyak banget berbagai macam activation yang disediakan oleh booth-booth, baik itu booth dari sponsor ataupun booth-booth dari partner-partner PBSI dan IESF. Seperti yang ada di belakang saya, ini ada Garuda Cruise Zone, di mana seperti yang kalian lihat, di sini banyak banget area-area permainan, ada racing simulator, ada juga mesin capit yang bisa mendapatkan hadiah item-item Dota, atau di sekelilingnya banyak sekali game-game atau booth-booth dari developer lokal. Nah, sekarang saya mau ngajak kalian untuk kita keliling-keliling di area booth. Mungkin buat kalian yang mau nonton dan mau datang ke acara IESF World Championship ini, kalian bisa tahu nih, kalian mau ke booth mana dan mau menikmati activation di booth mana aja. So, ayo gue ajak kalian untuk keliling-keliling lebih dahulu. Nah, sekarang kita lagi ada di booth-nya Battle of Guardian, di mana ini merupakan booth developer lokal asal Indonesia yang menciptakan fighting game pertama di Indonesia. Nah, keseruannya nih di sini kayaknya kita bisa main game nih. Kita bisa mencoba trial untuk main game Battle of Guardian. Nah, gue juga penasaran ada apa aja sih di booth Battle of Guardian. Jadi yuk kita coba aja samperin langsung ke booth-nya Battle of Guardian. Let's go. Nah, aku sekarang udah sama Kak Jenny selaku strategisnya ya Mbak ya. Strategisnya dari Battle of Guardian. Nah Mbak, aku mau nanya-nanya nih sedikit tentang apa sih sebenarnya Battle of Guardian itu. Mungkin teman-teman di sana masih banyak yang belum tahu. Mungkin boleh tolong dijelasin Mbak.
Oke, Battle of Guardian sendiri adalah game fighting pertama dari Indonesia yang kita mengusung konsepnya Web3 nih.
Oke.
Jadi kita mengusung pakainya itu sistemnya blockchain itu dari beberapa karakter. Nah, beberapa karakter kita itu juga terinspirasi nih dari beberapa legenda dan story-story lokal. Seperti kita juga ada kalau yang Macan Putih. Macan Putih itu adalah dari Prabu Siliwangi atau Cindaku.
Oke.
Lalu juga kita ada yang perempuan itu ada namanya Sofia. Sofia itu kita juga terinspirasi dari Nyi Roro Kidul.
Oke.
Lalu juga kita ada Aling Dharma atau kalau misalnya di dalam in-game kita namanya Mata.
Oke.
Gitu.
Kalau di dalam in-game-nya sendiri kan aku lihat ini ada banyak fighter ya Mbak.
Yeah.
Nah, sebenarnya apakah ini ada jenis-jenis fighternya gitu nggak sih? Apa semuanya tuh kategorinya sama gitu?
Ada, kita ada 3 kategori fighters di game kita. Ada dari Guardians, ada dari Demon, dan juga dari Human. Tapi kalau Human di sini adalah ceritanya tuh udah cyborg, jadi setengah human, setengah robot.
Oh,
gitu. Jadi mereka memiliki special skill sendiri nih.
Oke. Kira-kira total ada berapa karakter sih Mbak yang udah ada sekarang atau yang mungkin rencananya bakalan ada nih di Battle of Guardian?
Sekarang ini untuk in-game kita udah keluarin 40 plus karakter.
Oke.
Tapi kita juga akan tetap develop sih. Kita ada beberapa yang masih kita on hold gitu.
Oke. Nah ini nih guys, seru banget. Berarti ini bisa dimainin di mana Mbak nih?
Ini kita akan ada di PC Games.
Oke.
Ini only PC Games, tapi langsung ke website kita aja Battle of Guardians. Dari situ kalian bisa download game ini di PC kalian sendiri.
Udah bisa main sama, mungkin aku mau main sama temen aku yang ada di luar kota gitu, atau ini baru bisa offline gitu Mbak?
Bisa, kita ada 2 mode, ada offline mode sama ada turnamen mode. Kita juga ada PVP.
Oke.
PVP jadi secara online, kita akan nyari match secara online gitu. Jadi bisa dari nggak cuma dari luar kota, tapi bisa juga dari luar negeri gitu.
Nah, buat kalian yang suka main fighter game, cobain Battle of Guardian. Ini karya lokal loh. Ini fighter game dari Indonesia pertama kali berarti ya Mbak ya?
Iya.
Dan Battle of Guardian ini juga udah dipertandingkan sebagai kompetisi eksebisi ya kemarin di Piala Presiden ya Mbak ya? Nah sekarang aku penasaran Mbak, ada apa aja sih di dalam booth-nya Battle of Guardian di acara IESF ini, dan sekiranya kalau penonton mau kesini tuh ya tadi mereka bisa ngapain aja, dan mungkin ada hadiah-hadiah gitu nggak sih?
Ada banget. Kita akan ngadain turnamen. Sebenarnya nanti turnamen kita akan ada di water stage.
Oke.
Itu akan di tanggal 3, 4, sama 9. Itu prize pool-nya akan ada di 10 juta. Kita akan bagi-bagi nih. Nah, tapi di sini juga kita ada fun match. Jadi di sini kalian bisa coba game-game kita. Ada tiga ini. Kalian bisa coba pakai arcade games, bisa juga pakai joystick nih untuk mencoba beberapa experience-nya beda-beda nih.
Bener.
Nah,
Kalau arcade games tuh yang kayak pro player gitu kan.
bener.
Gitu. Oke.
Jadi ada pakai arcade-nya sendiri, mesin arcade-nya sendiri. Nah, selain kita showcase game kita sendiri, kita juga ada nih beberapa merchandise yang kita eksklusif banget nih untuk IESF. Seperti jersey, terus baju yang aku pakai nih sekarang, kaos yang aku pakai. Lalu kita juga ada karakter, jadi ada 3D printing karakter. Kita juga ada figur, ada juga keychain.
Nah, boleh nggak aku izin nih? Mungkin buat teman-teman di sana juga penasaran gimana sih game Battle of Guardian. Aku izin main dulu, boleh nggak Mbak?
Boleh, boleh banget. Yuk,
Oke.
kita main yuk.
Siap.
Yuk.
Mbak Jen, thank you banget udah ngasih kesempatan aku untuk main Battle of Guardian. Gamenya seru banget. Ini sih buat kalian yang suka main fight game bakal ketagihan banget ya Mbak ya. Oke kalau kayak gitu. Mbak Jen, aku pamit. Thank you ya Mbak Jen ya.
Thank you.
Oke.
Dolce and Gabbana, Fendi and Adana, Karen, they be sharing all their money, got me wearing fly. Girl, but I ain't asking. They say they love my ass in 7 G's to religion. I say no, but they keep giving, so I keep on taking. And no, I ain't taking. We can keep on taking. I keep on demonstrating my love, my love, my love, my love. You love my lady lumps, my hump, my hump, my hump. My humps, they got you. Dolce and Gabbana, Fendi and Adana, Karen, they be sharing all their money, got me wearing fly. Girl, but I ain't asking. They say they love my ass in 7 G's to religion. I say no, but they keep giving, so I keep on taking. And no, I ain't taking. We can keep on taking. I keep on demonstrating my love, my love, my love, my love. You love my lady lumps.
All it takes is one dream. One dream that becomes a journey. To drive an ambition. Believing in yourself. Persevering challenges. Always focused on the dream. To grow aspirations. Having the will to keep going. Building a future with a legacy. Knowing dreams can come true. Over 11 years of growth. The spirit of entrepreneurship. Created possibilities. Realized new potentials. Innovate for the better. Expand horizons. To change lives. To connect new ideas. To explore new grounds. With the future in sight. Together.
Hi guys, back again with me, Putra Sutopo as your fellow host. So right now, I'm at the Earth Stage area, where this area will be used as the stage for opening ceremony of IESF 14 World Esports Championship Bali 2022. As you can see behind me, they are all practicing for the opening ceremony at 7 o'clock GMT+7. To be honest, I cannot wait to see the opening ceremony because there will be an amazing performance from Alfiref and other performers. So, for those of you who want to watch it, you can watch it through the IESF official channel on Twitch TV. To be honest, you need to watch it, okay? So right now, I want to continue to see their practicing for the opening ceremony. Bye guys.
So today we have Lotus from Chile, and they will be competing in the World Esports Championship 2022. So Lotus, how was your trip from Chile to Bali, and what is your impression of the place?
Was a very long trip. We came from Chile. We have 3 connection flights: Chile, Houston, Tokyo, Indonesia, Jakarta, Bali. So it was a very long trip, 2 days in a row. But it was a lot of fun. We had a lot of fun too. Totally worth it. Bali is a very beautiful place. So we are so happy to be here. We are delightful right away.
So first, how was your trip from your country to Bali? What is your impression about the place?
So about my trip, it was a little bit tiring, of course, from Saudi Arabia to Bali. Very long journey, but in the end, it worked out. Everything was fine, and my impression was very great. The place here is wonderful, amazing, beautiful place. And yeah.
So about the competition, how do you guys prepare for this championship?
Well, we are a stack from Mexico, of course. Everyone has their own team, but we kind of practice with scrims a little bit 2 weeks ago.
Okay. So for this tournament, which team or participant do you think will be your biggest rival?
So I think our biggest rival will be from our same region, Philippines. Like we're in the same group. Like I think they're pretty strong, and I'm hoping we can have a good match.
So you've traveled so far from Maldives to Bali, Indonesia. What is your target in this competition?
Actually, we look forward to be in the top 1 or 2.
Okay. As we know, this is the biggest esports tournament in the world. Do you have any pressure on your shoulder, and how do you deal with them?
Actually, obviously it's a tournament, right? There'll be a lot of pressures, but then I think we'll be good in handling it.
Okay. So you already been through several stages of ISF qualification. What is the key of success for you in order to qualify for this tournament?
Well, the key is practice a lot, have fun again. I mean, focus on the game, study the game. The game is your life in a competition.
We also know that there have been a significant growth of the esport industry for the past few years, and there are many esport fans that want to represent their country just like you.
Yeah.
Do you have any advice or tips for them so they can achieve that dream?
So I think we should all remember, like, it's a team game, so we should solely not only focus on ourselves, and we should maybe focus on the team and how to grow as a team together, and sticking together through the thick and thin. I think that would be the greatest tip I can give.
Okay, so that's all for my questions.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time, and I hope you the best.
Thank you,
for this tournament. I hope the best for Mexico team.
Thank you so much.
We hope that too. Thanks to you, Pong.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
sekitar 42 juta ya e-sport ya, pemain e-sport, tentunya akan bisa menyebarkan ini, bisa menghidupkan ekosistem daripada e-sport itu sendiri. Tentunya akan berpengaruh secara ekonomi dan kesehatan.
For this event, and hopefully Bali and Indonesia will get a really good name in the international, right?
Is going to influence a positive creativity in humanity and a new way to socialize, a new way to be together, a new way to be friends. When a parent looks at a kid in the computer with headset on and talking.
Salam Esports.
Okay, thank you so much.
Okay. Let's go Bali.
Let's go Bali.
So, welcome to the IESF 15 World Esports Championships Bali 2022 with me Sigit as your field host. So, this is the second day of the IESF 15 World Esports Championship Bali 2022 and we still have a lot of interesting match and games in the game category of eFootball, Tekken 7, CSGO, Dota 2 and also Mobile Legends Bang Bang. You can see full match schedule on our Instagram at the IESF_official and also garudaku.se. So, before we go, did any of you miss the excitement of the day one? Don't worry, here's the recap day one of the IESF 15 World Esports Championship Bali 2022. Enjoy!
Saya membuka secara resmi 14 World Esports Championship.
Nah, setelah hari ini kita bahas berbagai macam match, mulai dari match yang ada di ice stage ataupun yang ada di fire stage. Sekarang saya mengajak kalian untuk relax terlebih dahulu, di mana saat ini saya berada di booth area. Di sini banyak banget berbagai macam activation yang disediakan oleh booth-booth, baik itu booth dari sponsor ataupun booth-booth dari partner-partner PBSI dan IESF. Seperti yang ada di belakang saya, ini ada Garuda Zone, di mana seperti yang kalian lihat, di sini banyak banget area-area permainan, ada racing simulator, ada juga mesin capit yang bisa mendapatkan hadiah item-item Dota, atau di sekelilingnya banyak sekali game-game atau booth-booth dari developer lokal. Nah, sekarang saya mengajak kalian untuk kita keliling-keliling di area booth. Mungkin buat kalian yang mau nonton dan mau datang ke acara IESF World Championship ini, kalian bisa tahu nih, kalian mau ke booth mana dan mau menikmati activation di booth mana aja. So, ayo gue ajak kalian untuk keliling-keliling lebih dahulu. Nah, sekarang kita lagi ada di booth-nya Battle of Guardian, di mana ini merupakan booth developer lokal asal Indonesia yang menciptakan fighting game pertama di Indonesia. Nah, keseruannya nih di sini kayaknya kita bisa main game nih. Kita bisa mencoba trial untuk main game Battle of Guardian. Nah, gue juga penasaran ada apa aja sih di booth Battle of Guardian. Jadi yuk kita coba aja samperin langsung ke booth-nya Battle of Guardian. Let's go. Nah, aku sekarang udah sama Kak Jenny selaku strategisnya ya Mbak ya, strategisnya dari Battle of Guardian. Nah Mbak, aku mau nanya-nanya nih sedikit tentang apa sih sebenarnya Battle of Guardian itu. Mungkin teman-teman di sana masih banyak yang belum tahu, mungkin boleh tolong dijelasin Mbak.
Oke, Battle of Guardian sendiri adalah game fighting pertama dari Indonesia yang kita mengusung konsepnya Web3 nih.
Oke.
Jadi kita mengusung pakainya itu sistemnya blockchain itu dari beberapa karakter. Nah, beberapa karakter kita itu juga terinspirasi nih dari beberapa legenda dan story-story lokal. Seperti kita juga ada kalau yang macan putih. Macan putih itu adalah dari Prabu Siliwangi atau Cindaku.
Oke.
Lalu juga kita ada yang perempuan itu ada namanya Sofia. Sofia itu kita juga terinspirasi dari Nyi Roro Kidul.
Oke.
Lalu juga kita ada Aling Dharma atau kalau misalnya di dalam in-game kita namanya Mata.
Oke.
Gitu.
Kalau di dalam in-game sendiri kan aku lihat ini ada banyak fighter ya Mbak.
Yeah.
Nah sebenarnya apakah ini ada jenis-jenis fighternya gitu nggak sih? Apa semuanya tuh kategorinya sama gitu?
Ada, kita ada 3 kategori fighters di game kita. Ada dari Guardians, ada dari Demon, dan juga dari Human. Tapi kalau Human di sini adalah ceritanya tuh udah cyborg, jadi setengah human, setengah robot.
Oh,
gitu. Jadi mereka memiliki special skill sendiri nih.
Oke. Kira-kira total ada berapa karakter sih Mbak yang udah ada sekarang atau yang mungkin rencananya bakalan ada nih di Battle of Guardian?
Sekarang ini untuk in-game kita udah keluarin 40 plus karakter.
Oke.
Tapi kita juga akan tetap develop sih. Kita ada beberapa yang masih kita on hold gitu.
Oke. Nah ini nih guys, seru banget. Berarti ini bisa dimainin di mana Mbak Deh?
Ini kita akan ada di PC Games.
Oke.
Ini only PC Games, tapi langsung ke website kita aja Battle of Guardians. Dari situ kalian bisa download game ini di PC kalian sendiri.
Udah bisa main sama, mungkin aku mau main sama temen aku yang ada di luar kota gitu, atau ini baru bisa offline gitu Mbak?
Bisa, kita ada 2 mode, ada offline mode sama ada turnamen mode. Kita juga ada PVP.
Oke.
PVP jadi secara online, kita akan nyari match secara online gitu. Jadi bisa dari nggak cuma dari luar kota, tapi bisa juga dari luar negeri gitu.
Nah, buat kalian yang suka main fighter game, cobain Battle of Guardian. Ini karya lokal loh. Ini fighter game dari Indonesia pertama kali berarti ya Mbak ya?
Iya.
Dan Battle of Guardian ini juga udah dipertandingkan sebagai kompetisi eksibisi ya kemarin di Piala Presiden ya Mbak ya? Nah sekarang aku penasaran Mbak, ada apa aja sih di dalam booth-nya Battle of Guardian di acara IESF ini, dan sekiranya kalau penonton mau kesini tuh, ya tadi mereka bisa ngapain aja dan mungkin ada hadiah-hadiah gitu nggak sih?
Ada banget. Kita akan ngadain turnamen. Sebenarnya nanti turnamen kita akan ada di water stage.
Oke.
Itu akan di tanggal 3, 4, sama 9. Itu prize poolnya akan ada di 10 juta.
Oh,
Kita akan
wow.
bagi-bagi nih. Nah, tapi di sini juga kita ada fun match. Jadi di sini kalian bisa coba game-game kita. Ada tiga ini. Kalian bisa coba pakai arcade games, bisa juga pakai joystick nih untuk mencoba beberapa experience-nya beda-beda nih.
Benar.
Nah,
Kalau arcade games tuh yang kayak pro player gitu kan?
Iya benar.
Gitu. Oke.
Jadi ada pakai arcade-nya sendiri, mesin arcade-nya sendiri. Nah, selain kita showcase game kita sendiri, kita juga ada nih beberapa merchandise yang kita eksklusif banget nih untuk IESF.
Oke.
Seperti jersey, terus baju yang aku pakai nih sekarang, kaos yang aku pakai. Lalu kita juga ada karakter, jadi ada 3D printing karakter. Kita juga ada figur, ada juga keychain gitu.
Nah, boleh nggak aku izin nih? Mungkin buat teman-teman di sana juga penasaran gimana sih game Battle of Guardian. Aku izin main dulu, boleh nggak Mbak?
Boleh banget. Yuk,
Oke.
kita main yuk.
Siap.
Yuk.
Yuk. Mbak Jen, thank you banget udah ngasih kesempatan aku untuk main Battle of Guardian. Gamenya seru banget. Ini sih buat kalian yang suka main fight game bakal ketagihan banget ya Mbak ya. Oke kalau kayak gitu. Mbak Jen, aku pamit. Thank you ya Mbak Jen ya.
Thank you.
Oke.
Dolce and Gabbana, Fendi and Adana, Karen, they be sharing all their money, got me wearing fly. Girl, but I ain't asking. They say they love my ass in 7 G's to religion. I say no, but they keep giving, so I keep on taking. And no, I ain't taking. We can keep on taking. I keep on demonstrating my love, my love, my love, my love. You love my lady lumps, my hump, my hump, my hump. My humps, they got you. Dolce and Gabbana, Fendi and Adana, Karen, they be sharing all their money, got me wearing fly. Girl, but I ain't asking. They say they love my ass in 7 G's to religion. I say no, but they keep giving, so I keep on taking. And no, I ain't taking. We can keep on taking. I keep on demonstrating my love, my love, my love, my love. You love my lady lumps.
So today we have Lotus from Chile, and they will be competing in the World Esports Championship 2022. So Lotus, how was your trip from Chile to Bali, and what is your impression of the place?
Was a very long trip. We came from Chile. We have 3 connection flights: Chile, Houston, Tokyo, Indonesia, Jakarta, Bali. So it was a very long trip, 2 days in a row. But it was a lot of fun. We had a lot of fun too. Totally worth it. Bali is a very beautiful place. So we are so happy to be here. We are delightful right away.
So first, how was your trip from your country to Bali? What is your impression about the place?
So about my trip, it was a little bit tiring, of course, from Saudi Arabia to Bali. Very long journey, but in the end, it worked out. Everything was fine, and my impression was very great. The place here is wonderful, amazing, beautiful place. And yeah.
So about the competition, how do you guys prepare for this championship?
Well, we are a stack from Mexico, of course. Everyone has their own team, but we kind of practice with scrims, a little bit 2 weeks ago.
Okay. So for this tournament, which team or participant do you think will be your biggest rival?
So I think our biggest rival will be from our same region, Philippines. Like we're in the same group. Like I think they're pretty strong, and I'm hoping we can have a good match.
So you've traveled so far from Maldives to Bali, Indonesia. What is your target in this competition?
Actually, we look forward to be in the top 1 or 2.
Okay. As we know, this is the biggest esport tournament in the world. Do you have any pressure on your shoulder, and how do you deal with them?
Actually, obviously it's a tournament, right? There'll be a lot of pressures, but then I think we'll be good in handling it.
Okay. So you already been through several stages of ISF qualification. What is the key of success for you in order to qualify for this tournament?
Well, the key is practice a lot, have fun again. I mean, focus on the game, study the game. The game is your life in a competition.
We also know that there have been a significant growth of the esport industry for the past few years, and there are many esport fans that want to represent their country, just like you.
Yeah.
Do you have any advice or tips for them so they can achieve that dream?
So I think we should all remember, like it's a team game, so we should solely not only focus on ourselves, and we should maybe focus on the team and how to grow as a team together, and sticking together through the thick and thin. I think that would be the greatest tip I can give.
Okay. So that's all for my questions.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time, and I hope you the best for this tournament. I hope the best for Mexico team.
Thank you so much.
We hope that too. Thanks to you, Pong.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
can you guess where I am? Yes, we are the exhibitions here. So we are gonna explore this freaking cool area and see what we can do with all tenants. So, come here. Basically, Garudaku is a product created by PBSI or Federations of Esports Indonesia. Garudaku is one-stop solution for esports industry in Indonesia. In this platform, you can create your own esports community, join tournament, searching for player database, esports company, or even community in every game category. All members that registered in this platform can join many various tournaments in every game category like Dota 2, Tekken 7, Mobile Legends, PUBG, eFootball, FIFA, CSGO, Point Blank, and also Free Fire. Garudaku also has an esports academy for every non-professional players and professional players. They provide coaching clinics and all academy members can be lead to be professional players in every game category. Garudaku became one of the exhibitors at the IESF 15 World Esports Championship Bali 2022. They had a very interesting activity here. Besides, they will teach you how to use their platform and become one of their members. They provide gaming corners. Visitors can use as long as they like to play many games in PlayStation 5. You can play Tekken 7, eFootball 2023, and FIFA 2023. On the other side, they collaborated with Racing Lab to provide a racing simulator that you can try at their booth. The attendee is very helpful to give guidelines on how to use racing simulator machine. This one is very interesting because they give me an experience using a racing simulator and make me feel like I'm the real racer. So, that's what I got from the Garudaku zone, and I really want to explore more at this exhibitor.
All right. Welcome back again with me, Gary Eka, on IESF 14 World Esports Championship 2022 Bali. And like you said before, we are still on the air stage. All right, guys, second match of the day, still on the Mobile Legends Bang Bang IESF 14 World Esports Championship. We have another big match for today on upper bracket. But before we go into the match, I would like to give you another information about IESF 14 World Esports Championship. Here we have more than 600 international athletes, 106 countries, and more than 596 offline matches. This is make the IESF 14 World Esports Championship as the esports event with the most nationality competing offline and the largest outdoor esports competition in Southeast Asia with 6 games including CSGO, Dota 2, Mobile Legends Bang Bang, PUBG Mobile, eFootball 2023, and Tekken 7. And especially for the CSGO, there's not only a CSGO male, but we also have the first CSGO female tournament of the year. Alright guys, let us invite both of the team who will be competing on the second match for today. The first, please welcome the home of the Paulo Dybala, Lionel Messi, Argentina! All right, here it is. The boys from Argentina. Hola, amigos. Let's go. They are very ready for the second match of today. And, of course, the second team, the home team. Please welcome Indonesia! Mungkin dalam kancah sepak bola Indonesia tidak ada apa-apanya dengan Argentina, tapi inilah dia, ini rumah kita, ini saatnya kita akan buktikan. Kalau mungkin kita kalah di sepak bola, kita libas mereka di Mobile Legends Bang Bang. Are you ready for today? Los estamos. How you say good luck in Argentina?
Buena suerte.
Buena suerte ya teman-teman ya. Oke, ready? Hari ini gimana? Ready. Ready. All right. This is the second match of Mobile Legends Bang Bang. IESF 14 World Esports Championship between Argentina versus Indonesia. You guys can handshake each other. Good luck for everyone. All right. You guys can going to your room and then yeah. This is it. This is the time. Who will be going to the upper bracket with Cambodia? Is it Argentina or Indonesia? Oh, will be a good match for today. All right, let's take to the caster that will lead the game for today. Please welcome once again Mirko and Arashikes.
Thank you so much, Musgare, for the wonderful introduction as we are here on the caster desk for day number 3, Arashi. It's just going on super fast because of all the crazy matches. And hey, we got another one for you. Argentina versus Indonesia with Mirko,
Arashi,
and a whole lot of fun.
Just a whole lot of fun here. I mean, Argentina has shown that despite being a very young region, it doesn't matter. They are here to compete, and they've shown discipline and creativity, and more than anything, discipline and that calculative approach to this game. So Indonesia has shown that they can do that as well. Now the question is, can Argentina adjust better or even more dynamically than Indonesia can? Because we saw that they were able to take down the favorites of the tournament, actually.
Philippines was actually knocked down to the lower brackets by Team Indonesia. But obviously Argentina here coming in as, like you mentioned, a young region will still have a lot to prove. Sure, they did get a victory up against Slovenia, but now they're up against Indonesia. So I think it's kind of safe to say that currently, with Indonesia beating Philippines, they are the tournament favorites now.
In a way, right? You got to beat the man to be the man, so Indonesia has done exactly that. And everyone else will have a chance to actually do the exact same thing. That is why the competition is just getting hotter and hotter right now. And it's a hot day as well in Bali, so the players must be feeling this competitive heat.
For sure, right? That kind of pushes them, actually, to go even further, honestly, in this performance in the day as well, up against one another. Argentina, like you mentioned, a very young team, a very young country in MLBB. In terms of MLBB, but so far we've seen that discipline. I really want to highlight the discipline here coming in from Argentina, because that's something we don't usually see from a region that is still so new to MLBB. We usually see that younger countries, in terms of the development of MLBB, they tend to go for more team fights, more micro-heavy gameplay. But yesterday, we saw an Argentina that focused primarily on outclassing their opponents via macro, via rotations.
I was about to say the exact same thing. This is why it's so impressive. And it shows, again, if you come in later into the stage, yes, you have less time essentially on the air of experience, but at the same time, you have seen and you have learned from all the mistakes and experiences that the other older teams have done. So, with out of nowhere, they showed very competent macro skills, which usually comes later on after the initial team fights, mechanics, etc.
Before we get deeper into the matchup though, Arashi, ISF 14th World Esports Championships is supported by wonderful Indonesia, Kemenpora, NOC, and Connie. And we would love to give our special thanks to the sponsors right here with JHL Group, JHL Auto, Nusa Pay, DAS, Gudang Crypto, Pertamina, Taiwan Excellence, Hydro Coco, not forgetting obviously IndiHome, Telkomsel, HIN, Episode Hotel. We also have our beautiful venue right here, which we're having all the events on. Merusaka Nusa Dua, Mineski Global, Indonesia Football E-League, ESID, and Lemon ID.
And of course, our media partners who have led so much support to the event. We have Net TV, we have Trans7, we have Detikcom, we have Esport ID, we have Video.com, we have Dunia Games, Dance TV, Dance Play, Merah Putih, Bola Score, and Kami Bijak.
Well, there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Everyone here to help ISF to be as great as it is currently. And we've seen some crazy games. We've seen some upsets. Indonesia winning 2-0 over Philippines. And just earlier today, Malaysia, one of the tournament favorites as well, falling to Cambodia 2-1. You can see it here, the official recap for day 1 and day 2, and one match from today. And it's looking really hot, like you mentioned. Cambodia will be progressing to the next stage in the upper brackets, to the upper bracket finals. And this match currently, Argentina versus Indonesia, will determine who's going to go up and face Cambodia up there as well.
It's the first 2-1 in the tournament right here, if you can see at the playoff brackets. And of course, we'll see if Argentina and Indonesia will be as close, because these are two teams that are very, very competent, and they absolutely have what it takes to beat each other. And that is what makes it so worrying for any supporter of Argentina or Indonesia.
And also, you know, if you're a team here, Indonesia, Argentina, with Papa Dog and Dreams, as you can see, the team versus screen, we need to talk a little bit about how dangerous it is for them if they do lose, right? Because obviously, they will still have another chance in the lower brackets. The big question is, well, not the big question, the big statement here is, for me, I don't think any of these teams want to go to the lower brackets because they will be facing Philippines, right? So here we are also going to take a look at the player head-to-head for Civ and Brands, two goal laners who have shown incredible class in both day 1 and day 2 so far of the tournament.
Higher GPM for Civ, but the higher KDA for Brands. Maybe it highlights the difference, right? We talked about the difference of playstyles, macro versus micro. So far, the Indonesian team has had a more aggressive approach, whereas for the Argentinians, they are perfectly content just outmaneuvering, outsmarting their opponents. And that doesn't mean that they're necessarily afraid of fights, but it does show in the statistics.
It does. GPM, actually, higher for Civ. As we all know, Brands in Indonesia, one of, if not the best farmers in the gold lane, gets that gold super high to get those items. But in this tournament so far, we've actually seen that Civ is a bit more efficient when it comes down to laning and farming, whereas Brands has been super active around the map, rotating and helping around the neutral objective fights.
Well, that's a concern for Argentina. If Indonesia goes for that heavy-handed early game approach, can they still maintain that macro play? Because when it's easy to do if everything is going as planned, but when the going gets tough, when you get hit in the face, that's where your adjustments need to be on point and on the fly as well. So if Indonesia can push the pressure, right, make it very difficult for Argentina to adjust, that might mean the early game might be dominated by Indonesia.
Oof. We'll see. I think both teams have shown that they can compete for that early game from their previous games here, but we are going to get ready to jump in to the draft right now, as we are going to see the faces as well of both of the country's representatives. Argentina on the blue side in the first game's draft, Indonesia on the red, and this hero, Joy, I just want to get this over with instantly. We're not going to see it anymore. The Cambodia-Malaysia match, that's the only time we'll ever see Joy in this tournament.
I think that has to be the case, man. Any team that watches that game needs to understand how absurd this hero is at the current point in time, and I think for now, it just means that any team playing for the first pick will have a bit of an advantage, because the second pick will always have to ban out that Joy.
The Joy, I can't believe it, right? We were amazed, actually, at how much the Joy could do. She could tank, she could sustain, she could deal damage, and she is unkillable because she's so mobile. That, I think, is the most important one to highlight here. The most important thing to highlight when you're talking about Joy, because it doesn't really matter how tanky you are. If you're able to dodge everything with those dashes that reset, and if you're able to play with the rhythm properly, that passive, it's almost like it's 100% win guaranteed.
I mean, you also have a lot of crowd control immunity, and if you take a vengeance like Deja did in the first match, that just allows you to take even more damage. And with the nature of the hero, we can see that the sustain is completely absurd. I mean, I was yapping all about it after the first match. Now let's get straight with it. 1-1 and Yves ban away. Indonesia wanting to ensure that there won't be any kite back shenanigans from Argentina. And Argentina wanting to make sure that they don't get slowed down, because that is what Indonesia needs to get their hands onto the Argentinian members.
Argentina so far in their match up against Slovenia, we've only seen them play early game compositions, right? We haven't seen them get taken to that later stage, like you mentioned. So maybe this might be it for Indonesia. They might actually want to prolong the game. Played a bit passively here up against Argentina, who is definitely a threat now for everyone. They are, I believe, the dark horses here. None of the teams in the upper brackets and even in the lower brackets currently can be overlooked, as we are going to see the final ban from Team Indonesia. 1-1, Joy, but Leomord, Martis, both still up for grabs. And I think it should be amongst those two, maybe even the Valentina if they want to just throw it out there. But it's actually going to be the Diggy here that's banned out by Indonesia.
The Kaja is still available for both teams to pick up as well. It'll all hinge on the last ban from Argentina and the first pick, because it seems like there's a lot of very good heroes available, and I think that in a way gives Indonesia a bit of an advantage. So now, what they ban will for sure decide what they pick up as well. Are they going to go for the obnoxious early game to enable the rotations and the gameplay, or are they going to go for something a bit more aggressive, and it's going to be an Atlas first pick? Whoa.
It does seem like Argentina have missed their third ban. I'm looking at it right now. Only 2 bans from Team Argentina, so we'll get this sorted out. I don't know if this is a mistake, but we will give you information right as we get it. Diggy was the final ban for Team Indonesia right now, as we are going to see the second pick come off, or the first pick from Indonesia on that red side. With the Atlas pick, Indonesia can just safely pick up the Akai. We know that the Akai has just been a solid counter towards these Atlas compositions. It can also be flexed over to the XP lane and the jungle. But another hero that's open, a signature pick for Taz, the Fanny, and Dreams, who was able to really pop off on the Kaja. He gets a comfort pick as well.
2 comfort picks for the Indonesian side. And we have to talk about Taz on that Fanny.
Oh man.
This man is an absolute menace. Mechanical skills for days on this Fanny pick. And we've seen a lot of teams respect Bennett against Indonesia. So we'll see if this will come to haunt Argentina later on. They go for that Fredrin. Solid front line, solid crowd control, and quite the dominant, sustainable lane in the off lane. So already a difference in priorities for both these teams, but you can see that the Roamer pick is so important. It sets the tone for the early game, and it's the main tool you rely on when you need to get information, when you need to catch people off guard. And as we talk about utility, Faramis pops up.
Man, this is a team fight composition that we have seen yesterday as well from Argentina. We saw that when Erwin gets his hands on the Atlas, those flashy plays do come through. With the addition of the Faramis to provide utility with that called altar and a bit more sustainability to the team, it's pretty solid. The thing is, though, you gotta take a look at Indonesia's composition here with the Fanny that kind of nullifies that clumped up style of play that Argentina are looking to go for. Indonesia can definitely now look for more pick-off heroes, more stronger laners in general to find the winning lane, and to maybe snowball from the get-go. We mentioned late game. Maybe Indonesia wants to go for that, but so far in their draft, it feels completely early game. We want to get it rolling from the start. And with the Beatrix pick here, that's another hero with a lot of AoE damage that can really nullify this cult altar.
Aside from just the AoE damage, you have to talk about the wave clear. Right now, Kaja, Fanny, Beatrix, that's a lot of wave clear for Argentina to contend with. And we talked about it again and again, as always. But when you want to have good macro game, you need to have good wave clear to establish your lane dominance, your lane pressure. Otherwise, you are stuck watching for those minion waves, and you cannot rotate as efficiently. For Argentina, Ferramits and Fredrin, they're okay, but I don't think so far their composition can even compare to the amount of wave clear that Indonesia has. And I think that is going to be completely abused unless Argentina picks something up for themselves.
Well, we'll have to see how it plays out, Arashi, as we are going to see the Hayabusa get banned out for Indonesia here. They actually opted to go for that, knowing that yesterday Jotun was able to have such an amazing performance, juking Team Slovenia out with that Hayabusa on that quad shadow. But now it's a respect ban towards Saikots, who is also a menace on that Yuzong. Good respect bans coming in from Argentina and Indonesia in the second phase, and you can kind of expect Indonesia now to start narrowing down the jungle. Just keep going down, or maybe just try to take away the heroes that can lock the Fanny down. Because right now, what Argentina are lacking is that single target lockdown that can really stop the Fanny.
And if you look at the options available, not really much. I mean, the Franco could be an option, but Argentina have way too many heroes that would actually make it to the roamer position. And now Brody has also been banned by Indonesia. That's some good crowd control. Usually another option we see is the Moskov, I was about to say, with a knockback, with the stun as well, and the mobility. All solid choices unless Indonesia can come up with something to deter that completely, although Argentina will ban away that Benedetta as well.
We haven't seen a whole lot of the Paquito here, but it is Saikots' comfort hero back when he was in the MDL. In the MPL, it was banned from him completely. But here he does have a chance to actually pick that up. Go for the Paquito in the XP lane. And for the mid lane, Hijume usually likes to go for just the Lilias, the Yves, that right now has been banned out. So the option for Hijume is most probably the Lilia, the Farsa.
Lilia makes sense, a bit more survivability, a lot of AoE damage in the big fights, and just as we say that, it does get locked in. And now for Argentina, what could it be, man? They need some DPS for sure. And this is the problem. When you're in the current meta, anything can be played in the jungle almost. It can be a utility tank, it can be marksman-ish, it can be assassin-orientated. And considering that they're against Fanny, I think a fighter makes sense. But then they'll be very, very locked into a front-to-back situation. And Indonesia, the flanks we saw from Saikots have been very, very dangerous. So they go for the Karina, can be used as a tank as well, and they have that Melissa to deter all these dive potential.
There you go. That's the answer we were waiting for, right? Up against a team like Indonesia with the Fanny, with someone that can just dive into that back line, you need someone to be able to cover. And looking at Team Argentina's composition before they picked the Melissa, wait a minute. Brands is hovering over the Roger currently. Grr, yeah, absolutely. But we'll see. Arashi.
No way.
Is this going to be, are they trying to pull off the double retribution strat?
I'll have to say that so many teams have been doing this to the casters. Can you please stop? This is not okay, man. You're giving us a lot of false hope here. And I don't think it's going to be that Roger. Unfortunately, they are hovering on the Lapu Lapu. Yet another dive hero, a good engage, and crowd control. More than anything, crowd control has been so critical in ensuring that your team gets that slight edge, especially when both teams are positioning, are maneuvering so well in that mid to late game.
Zace, he just loves it, man. He loves playing with the casters there, with hover over the Roger. Come on, Zace. Don't give us hope. Pick it up, man. Come on, man. Maybe next time we'll see it.
Do it.
Maybe they're saving it for later. But here, up against Argentina with Karina, picked up by Jotun and Civ. I do want to finish what I started earlier, that statement. With the Melissa's go away, that provides easy cover. And she can be quite independent in that gold lane, where usually, again, Team Argentina can play and look towards that XP lane to get that winning lane.
Exactly. I think we need to figure out, well, both teams need to figure out which lane are they attempting to actually get ahead. Because if it's the gold lane, cool. You have a solid mid game and you have solid advantage in the late game. But if you leave that EXP lane untouched, the macro game, the wave gameplay, the 1 and 4 split push strategy can be utilized to its utmost potential. And with Saikots, for example, in the XP lane, going up against Papdog as well, that is something that you do not want happening.
Welcome to the land of Dawn, ladies and gentlemen. Team Indonesia here with Taz starting on the purple buff and Jotun on that Karina on the orange buff. Let's see here, Taz. One question I do have currently is what emblem is he going to go for? He opts to go for the high and dry. And now you can already see that it's going to be the mystery shop as well from Karina, as Erwin is going to get bursted down by the damage from the Fanny early on. And man,
that is a lot of damage. That is what the high and dry is going to bring to the table. Taz is going to be very aggressively moving around, going for those 1v1s. And unless Argentina has solid control in the lanes, then they can actually, that's how they need to play to get the opportunities to shut down, to collapse onto Taz, who is going over aggressive.
Here though, Jotun is going to have a bit of a rougher time in his jungle as Taz was able to pick up that kill. It is going to be a 1-kill lead early on so far, but that's something that can really get the snowball going for Team Indonesia right now as Dreams just gets out that perfect match. Jotun still is able to get level 4 a bit faster than Taz though, even after suffering that invade early on.
There's a watch that there's no real counter to the engage coming in from Erwin with the Flicker Fatal Links combo. No Purifies, for example, but we'll have to see. Does Indonesia have a strategy in mind, a counter? Maybe through maneuvering to positioning. We have to see later in the mid-game, but for now, the Atlas cannot be as aggressive when it comes to these skirmishes. So we'll have to wait until about level 4. And now with the first turtle spawning, you can see action building up near that top side.
Both teams are playing it a bit passive here early on, but wait a minute, a solo kill in the gold lane by Brands, the Indonesian king of marksmen there, as he is able to actually win out up against the damage. Taz, out of nowhere with Dreams, finds the Divine Judgment. Now Taz just going mad with the cables, and that's going to be Hijume who picks up a double kill. Papa Dog caught in his own jungle. Psychots just does some damage, puts him back, and forces him to recall. 2 minutes in, and it's Indonesia who has a pretty solid lead.
Just like that, 2 kills on the table. That is how fast. That is the X factor we talk about whenever Indonesia is being mentioned. Out of nowhere, these plays will just keep happening, so Argentina need to be on their toes. The composition of Indonesia is all about that pickoff, so they cannot leave their member alone. I think we saw Meteoro use the Cult Altar, but it was just a bit too late, unfortunately, and that cannot happen again, because that is one of the core ways they have to counter Indonesia right now.
3 minutes in, that's a turtle secured for free by Indonesia. Psychots in that XP lane as well, getting a pretty substantial lead with Brands doing the same. So far, all 3 lanes are controlled by Indonesia. And this is a good read as well. Brands knows something is up, knows that Erwin has been missing on the map for quite a long time, so he plays it safe. Meanwhile, Indonesia, Dreams and Hijume, they don't decide to rotate. They decide to just keep that pressure in the mid lane to, again, relieve some of that pressure from the other lanes.
I'm just waiting for the time where Taz will start exploding out of nowhere, because right now it's a ticking time bomb, man. He is farming up, but once he feels that he has the necessary items, he's about to go absolutely wild. And as you say that,
oh my goodness, Taz does so much damage. Hijume pops that black shoes to run away from Erwin's possible engage here. As Psychots tries to make his way into that mid lane, just again opening up the map for the rest of his teammates. And that damage is absolutely absurd, man. Meteoro just disappeared. They're trying to do it onto Erwin right now with the Divine Judgment, but Erwin pops that perfect match. Very well timed to get out of the Divine Judgment.
Taz on the Fanny right now, an absolute menace. And I don't think anyone from Argentina can deal with him 1v1. They need to find a way, a team fight, force him into these situations where the high and dry won't really have a lot of impact. He won't be able to actually get those solo kills, but it's easier said than done. As we say that,
oh man, he used the Shadow Stampede. The Cold Altar HP is gone just like that, but Meteoro has the Flicker. You can see the kill pressure already from Taz on the Fanny. That's why it's a signature pick, and that's why usually we see it banned out.
The Cult Altar, man, we talked about how it's only very situationally good against teams with limited amounts of damage, maybe big burst damage, so that the second life can be preserved for, for your team to actually have more impact. But when the Cult Altar HP gets taken out like that, it's too dangerous.
Erwin with a perfect match again has to use it defensively. A very different Atlas gameplay for
Oh.
Erwin here today, as Meteoro is going to be chunked low. Goes in for Shadow Stampede. Dreams gets targeted down, but it's only the roamer. A shutdown as Jotun puts Argentina on the board. But it's Taz who picks up a trade up top. Taz now going on to Papa Dog with a cutthroat as well. The flicker ready to save Papa Dog, but it's still a solid trade. 1-for-1 right now.
It's unfortunate Hijumi was the one who actually fell in the engagement. He is the one with 3 kills right there. So it's not ideal. I think he chased a bit too much. But of course, we see again the damage potential coming in from Indonesia. A lot of poke damage. And if you get too low, Taz does not waste any time at all securing that kill, taking you out of the Land of Dawn.
Now it just goes to the discipline game, right? They already have a pretty good lead. 3,000 gold that's going to be building again. Taz looking for that play, jumps in just to bait out that cult altar, and now it's gone. Meteoro has nowhere to go.
Bro.
A brilliant decision by Taz as well. He didn't get turret aggro, so he just played around the minions, forced Meteoro to pop that cult altar. It's pretty impressive.
Very impressive. And it's just too fast. If you wait for the right moment, you might get taken out before using it, but the Fatal Links is being used, Mirko.
Only to Dreams right now, who is the roamer, who can soak in a whole lot of damage, and now it comes down to Taz, who's able to rotate down below. Jotun finds a pick, Brands gets taken down. That's going to be a 2v1 situation. A 2-for-1 trade as well, but it is going to be equalized in that mid lane. Psychots, ooh, flickers forward, gets the double kill, and makes it a 3-for-2.
That axe accuracy coming in from Psychots. A 3-for-2, not ideal, but I guess at this point, Argentina need to get themselves on the board right here. If they play a bit too safe, they're just waiting for the members of Indonesia to set up for the next play. And as we can see, it can come just like that. Divine Judgments, bravest fighters, and of course, Taz just slice and dice him all the way through in the back line.
The damage, look at that. He went for 2 items early on. It's going to be the Heptaseas and also the Melthic Roar. So he knows that Argentina are going to start to pile up on that physical defense. Going for just physical penetration as early as 7 minutes in the game will basically mean he'll deal true damage.
Not to mention, he is up against essentially 3 heroes that can go tank, so it's a very smart adjustment decision in the item builds. And now with that lead, Indonesia is just pressuring away the members of Argentina from this turtle. They're still able to secure the purple buff, but right now, full control for Indonesia, unless Argentina does something unexpected. Erwin, with that flicker, we've seen him make the plays happen, but can he replicate the same success?
2 ultimates burnt out by Taz.
What?
Go away. Cult Altar, 2 very crucial ultimates when it comes down to the team fights. And just like that, the engage potential that Argentina had, the pick potential with Erwin, it disappears because of the counter engage that Indonesia can constantly threaten with. Dreams jumps in, finds the Divine Judgment onto Meteoro, knowing he does not have that Cult Altar. And Brands picks him up like it's nothing. Dreams now opening up the map, going to be targeted down. Dreams going to be taken down by Argentina. A 1-for-1, but it is the mid laner taken down for the roamer.
Look at the mid lane though, the wave management coming in from the Indonesians. We've talked about this since the drafting phase, and Argentina is absolutely feeling it. Even when they get a kill, it doesn't look like they're getting any control, and look at the aggression.
Papa Dog dove under the tier 1. Taz styling, and Hijime picks up the kill. Papa Dog 0-1 currently. Again, he tried his best early on. He went even in lane against Psychots, but because Taz has had such a good time around the map, just getting kills and getting the snowball rolling, he can start to melt these tanks down. Psychots up top waiting in the bush, jumps in with the bravest fighter, forces the go away before the fight even starts. Erwin is forced to use the perfect match now as Psychots gets caught, but he baits enough of the resources out. One frontliner for another. Erwin for Psychots as Indonesia looks for the re-engage, and Taz is a monster. Jumps in like it's nothing, jumps out like it's nothing.
How is he able to maneuver like in curves on a Fanny? Usually we see linear movements with the cables, but this man, he is drifting right now.
It does feel like he's drifting, you know, he's playing those cables in a way where it looks like he is actually going around the walls. But this is his signature thing. This is the reason we usually never see it get left open.
And this man was a mid laner, so now in the jungle position, this man is just flexing all this mechanical skills, the killer instinct as well. And when he is that accurate with the cables, how can you like play as a backliner for Argentina, but Papadog is the one being targeted.
Melted down instantly here by Psychots and Brands. Erwin tried his best to pop that conceal and the perfect match to reach towards his teammate, but Papadog just gets bursted down too fast because, again, of the items. Even Brands with the Hunter Strike in the Melfic Roar, with the POD completed so early on. Man, he can actually just burst that whole team. Yeah, right as I say it, on cue, Brands pops that Renner, gets Meteoro to a quarter of his HP, swaps to the Bennett and clears out the wave easily with the BOD completed. Now, I need to ask you a question, Arashi. Argentina, how do they come back in the game, if it's even still possible?
They need to get a shot down somehow, some way, man. I mean, they have some tools to get a catch, but they need to make the proactive movement. They can't wait for Indonesia to go in like this.
Well, the Cold Ultra's there.
Oh,
Erwin gets baited in by Taj with the cables. Meteoro falls as well as that Psychons who finds the double. Brands completing the Haas clause will mean that he will no longer need to recall. He can just hit a few minions, go for a few creeps in the jungle, and get back to full HP. Jotun trying his best to look for a play. Toss and Brands with that combo. The snipe from the purple buff and Taz with the cables as Psychos jumps in once again onto the Bravest Fighter. But it is going to be the go-away pop as well by Argentina. Meteoro backing off. Call Ultra already used. 11 minutes in and 2 base turrets have fallen.
See the discipline coming in from the Indonesians, having so much momentum and yet so patient. Snipe does not connect from Brands, but like I said, now with the Cold Altar, when do you pop it? Is it when Taz comes flying in? Is it when Brands is charging up the Snipe because he can one-shot you as well? It's such a tough situation, especially when all the responsibility is on you to keep your teams alive. Meteoro with a Cold Altar, and we can see that Erwin, he is definitely feeling the pressure. He needs to make a play, but if he tries too hard, if he forces it, this is what will happen. Indonesia can absolutely take over.
12 minutes in. This is, so far today, we have seen longer games than yesterday, right? I think the longest game we saw yesterday was 11 minutes, and today we saw a game go all the way. Dreams, though, looking for the pick, finds it like it's nothing, but it's going to be the Cold Ultra, which is placed down. Taz looking for the plays, waiting for the Cold Ultra HP to be shrink down, to be melted down as he goes in for a re-engage. Getting the base turret, getting back as well, baiting a whole lot of resources for Brands to free hit on that back line. 2 members falling for Argentina. Meteoro and Civ, the 2 damage dealers, are still up, but the Snipes connects onto Civ, and that will mean Civ will have to recall. Taz finally rejoining his team, jumps in onto Jotun, goes in for the cut though, finds Meteoro, and he's looking for a double kill, looking for a triple kill onto Civ now. He does get it in the end. A triple kill for Taz up against Argentina in a dominant game 1.
Dominant for sure. This is why the Fanny has been so prioritized. It is disgusting. What is that damage, my guy? It comes in, it's just so much damage so fast. Because if there's some time for Argentina to try and react to it, to try and counter it, maybe there'll be some kind of fighting chance. But within a split second, even with the Cold Altar, it's just instantly taken out.
It's so tough to play around that, and
lethal.
We did talk a little bit about that, right? We did mention that this Cold Altar and the composition that Argentina went for is a composition that really struggles up against a mobile assassin like the Fanny. If you want to look for that Fatal Links, you're not going to be able to find it at will up against a Fanny. You need to firstly chain him down, lock him down, or force him to make a mistake, using all of his energy before you actually go for it. No one was able to lock down the Fanny. That was the main concern from us casters as well when we dissected Argentina's draft, and that's what came back to haunt Argentina in the game. No lockdown whatsoever means that the Fanny can free hit.
All the way in the early game, man, even the tankiest of members from the side of Argentina gets melted down, and they are constantly guessing. Is Taz going to come from above, from below, from the sides, all over the place? And to make things worse, even when they are being careful about the Fanny engage, you can see that Psychots with the signature just flanking around. It's just so difficult. Indonesia essentially have so many different tools to bait out this utility. Even if they want to get close, they can just use Brands and go for those snipes to try and soften up the targets. And then from there, Taz can go in, Dreams can go in with the Divine Judgment, Psychots can dive in as well. So Argentina, they have just so many problems that they can't have any solutions to. And slowly but surely, Indonesia just abused the mobility, the speed, the wave clear as well. We talked about this. Look at the waves, man. Indonesia always have control, and when Argentina shows up on the map, Indonesia spent no time at all just punishing the fact that they even dare show themselves in the Land of Dawn.
Again, right? The call
The curves.
The curves as well from Taz there. The moment he tries or the moment he pulls the trigger is always when that call alter has been popped up. This is the moment where, again, Taz went in, Erwin looked for an engage, but Taz was just too slick with the movement, enabling his team to look for that re-engage right as the Fatal Links gets popped in. And this was that final moment where Taz, again, waited for the go away, waited for the call alter, jumps back in right on cue, and he jumps back out, baiting Papa Dog to walk back up so that he can get gunned down by Brands. In the late stage as well, Civ, he pops the Wind of Nature, and once he does that, he will have no more resources to actually defend himself. Obviously, your match MVP will go to the hands of this man right here, Taz. The mid laner, the jungler. At one point, he actually was the goal laner as well for EVOS.
You're right.
This man has been playing all the roles, and you can see that the experience has helped him to actually look for these ganks, to look for these openings around the map.
He just knows how to read the situation. He knows when is the most optimal time to go in and go out, because there's so many times where it seems like he predicts the counterplay coming and he mind games them instead. And then once you're in that situation, now you're concerned. Is he here, is Taz going to go in all in, or is he just baiting out? And when you're hesitating, you get taken out by everything, the follow-up, the dive coming in from Indonesia. And of course, player spotlight here is going to be Hijume from Indonesia as well. He is one of the main wave clear tools in that early game. He was also a lot of slows, a lot of DPS whenever the team just wants to go for those objectives. It all began with the laning phase, right? The game always starts there. And honestly, if you roll it back, right before the first kill from Taz, I think we were just talking about how he's waiting for the right moment, and then blink and you'll miss it.
It's so sad because if you take a look at the draft, Arashi, I think the main mistake started there for Argentina, where they went for 2 bans and maybe they just mistimed it. They did not go for the 3rd ban. The 3rd ban was empty.
Right.
No ban by Argentina. And I think that was the Fanny ban. That's where the Fanny was supposed to go for Argentina, right? They wanted to do it maybe, but again, mistimed. And I think there was no official rematch because I think it was just a mistake by one of the players there, going for a ban a bit too late. Therefore, it's the first time here that we have seen only 2 bans for one team in the first phase.
It's definitely a disadvantage. I mean, in some tournaments, right? If you don't display sportsmanship, for example, they punish you by removing 1 ban. So it's definitely a big problem. And it's really unfortunate that that was the case for this game. But of course, there's still game number 2 where Argentina might just start mounting a reverse sweep. We have seen that happen. We are no stranger to reverses in the world of Mobile Legends. Teams are very, very competent and they have that mental fortitude to go the distance.
Absolutely. Looking at a team as young as Argentina, they can only go up from here. It's the learning progress for them. Losing game number 1 after making a fatal error in the draft will mean that this is a lot of room for them to, again, improve, progress, coming into game number 2 up against Indonesia.
Exactly. I mean, if they want to try and go for the same thing, Indonesia right now, they're just showing so many different looks, and I think Argentina is the team that needs to just make all these adjustments, right? If they can't solve all the problems, they need to try and figure out which ones can they solve and what advantage can they get to get the best situation possible. Because it's no secret that sometimes, right, you're just forced to embrace the fact that there's just so many things that you can't deal with. Let's say the mechanical skills, the mechanical advantage from the players. But what can you adjust to get the best outcome? That is the main task for the coaches right now. That will all go back to the beginning, the drafting phase. Once we go from there, maybe we'll see the execution being amended as well. But so far, I think Argentina had the right idea. It's just maybe a bit too little too late.
Let's take a look at it again, right? Fanny, Kaja, Beatrix as well, Lilia. I feel like all 4 of those heroes are comfort picks for all 4 of the Indonesian members. So again, Argentina will have a short break with Indonesia. Before we get into game 2, we will do so as well. As Mirko and Arashi will be back.
So today we have Philippines that will be competing in Mobile Legends in World Esports Championship 2022, and I have a few questions to ask. So the first question: are you satisfied with your performance in this match?
In this match against Slovenia?
Yes.
Yeah, I think we're very satisfied with our we're very satisfied in this match versus Slovenia. But in EVOS, I think we still have some things to work out.
Okay. So what is your key factor to help you to win in this match versus Slovenia?
Key factor. Ano key factor? Factor. What's the key factor?
The key factor is we work together.
Yeah, we use our UB strategy.
Yeah.
Do you think there are things that you can make improvement for the better match?
More practice. Yeah, and adjust on cell phone use.
So you will facing other country in your next match, Vietnam, right? So will you use the same strategy?
Yeah, we still have more strategies we're not showing yet. We're gonna show it in our next match. Yeah.
So what is your biggest challenge to beat your opponent?
Biggest challenge. I think our biggest challenge is adjusting to the phones and the comms. Because the comms is delay and the sound is very weak. And I think the biggest adjustment is the phone because we use iPhone in our country.
Yeah. So how confident are you to win this competition?
How confident are you in this?
100%
confident.
Yeah, 100%.
So this is the last question. Who is the tough enemy in this competition?
I think Indonesia and Cambodia, Malaysia. Yeah.
Cambodia and Malaysia.
They are competitive.
Yeah.
So okay, that's all for my question. Thank you for your time, and I hope the best for you all this competition.
Thank you.
Pilipinas! Lakad matatag!
Okay, thank you. Congratulations, Philippines!
Thank you. Support Philippines!
Thank you!
Thank you!
Very much.
Thank you.
Let's go! That will be competing in Mobile Legends Bang in World Esports Championship 2022, and I have a few questions to ask. So the first question: are you all satisfied with your performance in this match?
Hey, go job. Yeah. Bakay Bas English. So for this match, I think we will take this. So happy, but we're not too satisfied. I'll to win the whole championship.
So the next question: what is your key factor that helped you to win in this match?
Key factor that was win this match is everyone's hard work. Everyone really put in the effort, the time, and mainly just trust between everyone over here and everyone doing their job. Because without everyone's contribution, we wouldn't have been able to do it.
So even you have won the match, do you think there are things that you can improve for the next match?
There's definitely many things that we can improve. There was a lot of mistakes that we made as well in both games, so we will look through our games and fix our errors.
Okay, so you will be facing other country in your next match, right?
Yeah.
Will you use the same strategy for the next game?
Strategy-wise, we cannot really disclose, but I can assure that we still have other strategies out there, and we will see what we want to pull out for each different team. The biggest challenge was because I think Philippines is the favorites, and there's a lot of pressure because our players are all new, and this is our first time representing Indonesia itself. So I feel like the biggest challenge is just the pressure itself. It feels really great to win the M3 Champions, but we know that there's a possibility that they will make a comeback, and we will eventually might face them again. So we're happy for now, but we're not too happy yet.
We know that the weather in Bali is hot, right? And the game is on the upper stage. So does the weather affect for the match?
I would say the setup overall is really good. The weather doesn't really affect us, and the setup, the equipment, everything covers the weather, so we don't really feel the heat. Thank you so much. Indonesia! Jaya, jaya, jaya! Okay, thank you. Congratulations Indonesia! Thank you.
Okay, so hello everyone. We have Ducky here as ex-professional Mobile Legends player from Indonesia.
Okay, hello.
So the first question is, what do you think about this match, Indonesia versus Philippines?
Sebelum match ya, pakai bahasa Indonesia aja ya. Jadi menurutku matchnya itu bagus banget, tapi menurutku Indonesia masih punya PR karena secara early Filipina lebih bagus, masih lebih bagus, tapi
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, with Mirko and Rashi on the English caster desk for game number 2. Let's see, once again, Indonesia on match point 1-0, taking the lead early on with a dominant game with the Fanny.
That Fanny is just too dangerous to let loose, honestly, especially in the hands of Taz. It's a signature hero that people just absolutely avoid. It's always banned, it's always picked away, and I think Argentina learned it the hard way. So we have to see what the adjustments are. I hope they don't try and counter it with a pick, because I think this man has seen it all. He knows how to deal with it. I think banning it is the safe option. And as Mirko mentioned, there was a ban slot available, so I think that will be where the Fanny will be placed.
Now I do have a question, right, for Argentina. Do they want to actually swap their sides here and opt to go for the red side, or do they want to stick to the blue side and this time just look to go for that ban earlier, right? Find that ban. It does seem like they are going to swap sides, though. Argentina now on the red side, prioritizing, again, the 2 picks. But you can see the Kaja ban already for Argentina. And for Indonesia, it's Diggy again.
So they switch sides, so they're forced to ban out the Joy. If things go that way, so we'll have to see.
That's one ban slot gone.
If they trade Fanny for the Joy, it's not that much better. So I'm wondering what the plan is. We'll have to see. Indonesia bans away the Faramis, very curiously enough. I didn't think that personally the Faramis was that big of an issue, but perhaps Indonesia has a different plan in mind. The Joy, as predicted, is banned away. So now it seems like Argentina is going to be forced to ban this Fanny unless they are willing to fight Indonesia on their own terms.
The Joy ban comes through, Arashi. They are not looking to trade it off, but like you mentioned, with the Joy ban now, with Argentina opting to go for the red side, it does give them a lot more heroes to actually look for to ban. Leomord, Martis, again, 2 heroes that so far we haven't seen this series, but can still definitely come up. Fanny, Valentina, 1-1. There's so many bans that you can prioritize, that you can go for here. At this point, Argentina and Indonesia, it does feel like both of them just want to let everything go. Let's trade, you know? We'll ban Valentina, but we'll still leave all those heroes open, and it's now up to Argentina to decide whether they want to trade with Fanny, 1-1. I think with the Fanny, like you mentioned, don't try to counter it, right? The Fanny's been banned every single game so far, even against other teams.
No, not just Indonesia. It is a very, very strong hero. Mobility, dueling prowess, burst damage, speed. Fanny has so many attributes in her favor. Speed. And for Indonesia, they have that Valentina banned out, and I've been very surprised with how willing teams are to let go of that Valentina. It's been working out for a lot of teams, but Indonesia will have none of it. And with that Fanny ban, that means we're gonna see the Wan.
I'm a happy man. My hero finally coming up in IESF, because I was thinking I'm cursed, because every time you cast,
this is the second 1-1.
Exactly. When you and Momo-chan cast it and the 1-1 was picked up, I was like, dang, I wanted to be the one who casted 1-1. Finally, I get a chance to. 1-1 picked up, first picked by Indonesia, but 1-1 is a hero that now has counterplay. You can actually counter it with a lot of movement, a lot of mobility. Argentina pick up a hero with mobility that can help other members as well with the utility. Mathilda pick up, but they can also just go for something. I think for the Irithel, it's a bit too early. They already see that.
Ooh!
There you go. Range as well becomes an answer.
And utility.
The utilities coming in, and obviously the damage has just been adjusted.
Well, I'm a happy man. You already know I love myself some Yves.
So you're Team Argentina and I'm Team Indonesia based on our heroes.
Oh, hang on. Is this how it's going to be? I'll have to see for the draft. So far, I think Yves has a lot of potential, and combined with a movement, as you mentioned, Mirko, with the guiding winds, it allows Argentina to be very fluid with their approach to big team fights. But of course, Indonesia has something to say about that as well. If they get crowd control of their own, some dive, for example, I think they can still throw a wrench in the plans of Argentina. It will be a Lolita and a Beatrix? Oh, but sorry, a Benedetta. Both B, my bad.
Both B, both BE actually, right?
Ooh.
And here, it is also the Lolita pickup, like you mentioned, Arashi. Again, Lolita is a hero that can actually act as a counter as well towards the 1-1. Nullifying the crossbow attack, even the first ability, so that it does not hit that weakness point on the back. But Argentina now can just go for something like the Irithel, a hero that's super solid with the Electro Flash up against the 1-1 with the sprint as well, can usually shut the 1-1 down. But Argentina decide to opt for Jotun's comfort pick. This is a hero we saw he was able to pop off on yesterday up against Slovenia, and they're trying to find that same success.
He will be trying to use the Hayabusa against a 1-1 though. A very slippery hero, a lot of mobility. Now we're already into the second banning phase. What will they ban away? Because for Argentina, it seems like speed is their go-to method of operation here. Indonesia has a lot more combos in the bag. They can go for the Electro Final Blow, Petrify combo, followed up by a Numinant Blast, or vice versa. So, I'm not quite sure. I think Indonesia will be trying to stop those big movements, and Argentina will be trying to deny any kind of disengage, and the Akai has been denied away from the hands of Indonesia.
Let's see, with the bans, Akai becomes the option for Argentina right now. And that's the Irithel, like we mentioned, a solid counter to the 1-1. I do feel like it might be a bit of a mistake from Argentina not to pick that Irithel earlier, because again, with that Irithel, it's almost a guaranteed winning lane in a 1v1. 1-1 is, oh man, if you bring Electro Flash and your sprint, you just can't lose. I've never been able to actually win out against an Irithel alone, right? You need help, and that's the thing. If Argentina picked it up, they could have actually created more pressure or opened up more for the other lanes.
And they can force Indonesia to try and do things differently as well. As you mentioned, being able to force your opponents to play the way you want them to is a big advantage. It allows you to predict, to counter, to plan, especially towards that mid-game. So Argentina will not have that advantage, and they will ban away the Gushin as well. I wonder what Taz is going to come up with right here. No Gushin, no Fanny. If he comes out with a crazy assassin, he's going to go head-to-head against Jotun on that Hayabusa.
3 respect bans over to Taz right now. And Indonesia, honestly, at this point, might just go for another gold lane ban, right? They already have the Irithel ban. We saw Civ actually play a whole lot of heroes from today and even from yesterday against Slovenia. He went for the Bruno. We saw him on the Beatrix as well, and just now, again, he was on the Melissa. So he's played 3 different heroes in 3 different games. Indonesia might want to nullify that, might want to go for it right now with the Beatrix ban. There you go. That's exactly what they go for. Argentina, oh!
Whoa!
Shadow picking the Natan, which is a very interesting move. Natan is a hero we haven't seen in a long time in the gold lane, especially up against a 1-1 that can really bully you, up against a Lolita that can soak in everything you've got, even with that entropy. Well, it becomes a pick that is risky.
It's a bit of a mixed bag with Natan. A lot of mixed damage, right, with how he operates. And oh, he goes for the shadow picks. We keep saying that this is not okay.
Haha.
It's moving around though. But let's go, Argentina. Make up your mind. We have to like comment on this.
No, keep on juking Arashi, just like Messi.
Let's just wait.
But here we go. I'm honestly just wishing for a Bruno here, but he does go for the Clint. If it's not the Irithel, another hero that does extremely well in lane up against the 1-1, it's that Clint, right? With the superior range and obviously the CC as well. Technically, the route that he has in his arsenal, it's just so good to go up against the 1-1 early on. But as we all know, Clint is very easy to pick off, and Indonesia are trying to punish that, hovering over that Selena to put some more kill pressure down. Remember, in 1v1, Clint wins, but it's never 1v1 in the gold lane anymore.
Exactly. And now with a Lolita, it's a very oppressive hero in the early game because you're actually tanky, but you have a deceptive amount of damage. It doesn't seem like it's going to be a lot, but it is a lot. And yikes, it's gonna be the Yutsong and the Lilia. So is this a jungle Benedetta?
It is a jungle, unless they pull off a jungle Yuzong. We saw it once before, not by Taz.
Phoveus is the attempt to counter from Argentina. But as we've mentioned before, I think, Phoveus isn't a hard counter for a 1-1. It can be a problem, especially if Phoveus is doing well. But otherwise, a 1-1 can absolutely outplay around that demonic force.
Both heroes that Argentina are trying to counter with the Phoveus, 1-1 and Benedetta, have counterplay to the Phoveus, right? The Benedetta can just time the dashes with the demonic force. And same for the 1-1. It's the same case. 1-1 can just dash out of that demonic force range when he pops it, right? You do get another proc, but if you're propped back to the base, it will not matter in the end. And that's the thing we've mentioned many times before. But Arashi, there is a catch. If Phoveus wins in the early stage, gets to a point where he actually does so much damage, before 1-1 gets the attack speed to be able to actually get herself outside of the demonic force range, Phoveus becomes an insane counter towards 1-1. It's almost unplayable as a 1-1. And I think right now, as we enter the Land of Dawn, we might see an interesting battle spell come out from Phoveus. I was expecting a Vengeance. Because usually, you need to go for that Vengeance if you are up against a 1-1 on the Phoveus in a losing lane like this. But it is not the Benedetta that he's up against, right? It is the Yuzong.
Exactly. Well, Yuzong is also a very oppressive hero in the laning phase. So we'll have to see that can Papadoc actually get an advantage, and if he does have an advantage, right, it's still up to the rest of the team to enable, to try and catch out the players before the Phoveus in the hands of Papadoc can actually make those crazy plays. So far though, it is a slow laning phase, and it will all depend on, I think, the jungler. So far we've seen that both these teams like taking it easy all the way till minute number 4, but in this game, it's a bit more scrapping going on.
Let's see, right now, Indonesia early on, already 1-1 actually winning out in the lane up against Clint right now, and Brad is actually able to get out. Wait! In the XP lane, it's a solo, it's a gank.
It's a gank
there,
from
2v1,
Taz.
Erwin taken very low. That's the Inspire popped in. Brands looking for that kill onto Erwin. Will not be able to find it, but it's a lot of damage, and that pressure has been alleviated off the other members. Dreams gets caught. That's going to be the shadow kill to pick up another 1-for-1. This time, Argentina with their comfort picks are doing better.
Argentina strikes back in the early game. Again, you can't take this team lightly. They are a serious contender in the tournament right now. Indonesia, they need to be a bit more careful, because if they let Yutun start snowballing, that can't be good for them as well. These squishier laners are going to be quite vulnerable, but I guess Brands will be the one that will be feeling the bulk of that aggression.
Indonesia, though, already first onto the neutral objective now. Picks it up. No contest from Argentina, as Jotun doesn't have that purple buff. Without the purple buff, Hayabusa is going to find it very difficult to contest or even to gank. So for Argentina, it does feel like their win condition is solely on getting the picks early on. They can't really go for the neutral objective control. Dreams there with a cheeky invade, looking for that steal. But Taz on this Demon Slayer Benedetta. I wonder if he's going to go damage or tank.
I think damage must be the way to go. He has that Demon Slayer emblem, so it's a interesting hero. Able to be built quite a few different ways, hybrid, tank, full damage. But right now, we keep talking about the lane management in game number 1 and game number 2 here. I think it's no different. Indonesia has so many wave clear tools to actually work around with. Psychots, Taz, as well as Hijime can all do that, but look at that aggression coming in, and they're not done yet.
Jotun able to maneuver himself out of that position, but now he's going to get caught in the stun. Doesn't have the Shadow Kill to play with here. The guy as well, but a Numenal Blast forces Erwin to pop that Circling Eagle, leaving Jotun behind for Indonesia to take. Erwin trying to dish out damage back, but again, it's Indonesia that it really feels like Indonesia has Argentina's number in the rotation game.
You can see how they can just have such a good read on Argentina, because Dreams, he charged the Numenon Blast preemptively towards the top side, so they are a few steps ahead in these very messy skirmish engagements. And I think Taz is waiting. He's trying to try and steal that purple buff. Does he have backup though? That's the main question.
He's all alone here. He's still looking for that Retribution battle, but decides to back off, using Eye for an Eye to get out of the Circling Eagle. Meanwhile, in the XP lane, Hijime and Psychots finds a kill. That's the second kill over to Papa Dog, who's not having a blast on this Phobius in that XP lane, Arashi. We mentioned it, up against the Yuzong. It's going to be really difficult to lane, especially with the ganks that's constantly just being placed by Indonesia.
Not only are they having a Phobius fall behind, they're having Psychots on the Yuzong, just absolutely wrecking it in that EXP lane. That can't be good as the Indonesians are pushing the aggression, and look at that.
Real world manipulation popped in. Jotun looking for an opening as Hijime jumps back to the black shoes, but it's going to be caught by Jotun, who was very patiently waiting. They're going to blast onto Civ and on towards Erwin as that's the crossbow attack opened up. Erwin taken low, still able to survive, but with Civ down, this means that not only is Indonesia winning in the XP lane, this Wanwan on the hands of Brands as well is ahead, which is not a good sign.
Absolute disaster as far as the laning phase is concerned. And look at the babysit coming in. But on the other side of the map, that is Psychos just making a very aggressive play. It almost pays out in a kill. Unfortunately, not just yet. They're just pushing the tempo again and again. And Argentina, which lane are they supposed to make plays in? Because at every moment, they're getting out-rotated. And Indonesia is just in the bush, just waiting for them to walk in unsuspectingly.
It's absolutely insane right now. 5-2. Mataz jumped in all alone there. Looking for the purple buff, finds it and gets out. No punishment. It's actually going to be Indonesia who looked for the collapse under the tier 2. Real world inflation popped in, but Psychos jumped to the Furious Dive. Now, in the midst of it all, Erwin going to be taken low, but Dreams is still alive with the help of Taz, who jumps in with the final blow. Looking for another kill right now as he jumps out, and he buys enough time for Brands to pick up that top side tier 1. They didn't lose a single member in that dive.
If you thought Argentina completely out-macroed Slovenia yesterday, this is a bit of a repeat because Indonesia is absolutely leagues ahead from Argentina. Unfortunately, Dreams was not taken out, and due to him being so low, it baits the rest of the members of Argentina, and Indonesia were able to punish that. And while all that is happening, the fight began without Brands, and doing that, Brands just didn't stay still. Goes for objectives, goes for more farm. And we talked about the 1-1 having a good lane. Brands is having an amazing lane, and in the late game, that cannot be good for the side of Argentina.
6th minute, 4-man dive, 4v5, Arashi. That's what made it super impressive. It wasn't a 5v5, it was a 4v5, and they still got out with the better trade. They still were able to take that purple buff unpunished. They were the ones actually punishing Argentina for stepping into their own jungle.
They are treading the line so carefully. I mean, at any moment, any small misplay can lead to disaster in these very risky plays, but Indonesia is making it happen. That just shows, again, their skill and their class, and right now they are in the sides, in the wings, waiting for an opportunity. Psychots always being so crafty in the positioning game, but look at that.
Jotun has the quad shadow, gets out, but it's going to be chunked by Hijime, who follows him under the turret with the black shoes, gets out. Real world inflation popped in, but that's going to be Tazu, who targets him down with a final blow. Forcing to flicker out. Dreams taken down in the back lines by Papa Dog as he jumps in with the demonic force. Hijime falls as well. Indonesia, too over aggressive, finally punished here by Argentina, but Brands is looking for the crossbow attack. Pops in the end against Papa Dog, who gets the safety with the guiding wind. Taz still looking for a Psychots with the Black Dragon form now, still going for this fight. It's a 3v5, but Indonesia still are able to push Argentina back, but it does not change the fact that Argentina were able to find another 2 kills.
They get another 2 kills, but we talk about the wave pressure again and again. You guys at home are probably so bored of hearing about it, but the bottom side, the minions have taken 1 more turret for Indonesia. You take a look at the items here, 4 Brands, Corrosion Scythe, having the Demon Hunter Sword as well. These thicker, tankier members on the side of Argentina are going to be suffering from that percentage HP damage from the Demon Hunter Sword, and it's only going to get worse from here on. That is 2 core items for 1-1.
That's really not what Argentina want.
It's the reverse.
1-1 with the Demon Hunter Sword, with the Corrosion Scythe so early on, and now I do believe he is building towards the Windtalker, which is going to be, again, that countermeasure for Brands to go up against the Phobius. When you start to have more attack speed, and when you start to be able to actually dash faster than the Demonic Force, that's when Wanwan can actually somewhat counter the Phobius. Taz is all alone, and he actually baits the entire team, baits some resources as well for Psychots. Goes in for the Black Dragon form, petrifying Jotun. And just like that, that's the jungler taken out. That's also Meteoro who falls in the mid lane to Brands. Papa Dog isolated, zone away from the rest of his team as he'll be stunned up and he will be slain up in the top side. Look at Brands. 3-0. Brands pushing in the mid lane without a care.
He is alone. He is staring two members of Argentina in the face. It doesn't matter. He is so ahead right now. He has that confidence, the mechanical skill. And look at that. He's behind the turret. That is, you're not supposed to do that as a marksman, but Brent doesn't care, I guess, as Indonesia wrestles away the control in the jungle from Argentina. But look at that right now. They're just sieging the base as much as possible, and the base turret passive has popped.
I can speak based on experience that on the 1-1, if you're snowballed, you can do whatever you want.
Yeah.
So we'll see once again. Psychots wants to do whatever he wants as well with the Black Dragon form, just penetrating into that base, zoning 4 members away from the base turret. As Franz and Hijume just sieges it down. Taz now lower blade as the Numenal Blast cancelled out, but he flickers forward, getting the damage and the stun onto Meteoro, who's forced to flicker back out again. Taz now under the turret range, forced to back away. Shadow Kill popped in, won't be able to find enough damage to take anyone down. That's another resource, the real world manipulation by Meteoro to defend. 10 minutes in, Indonesia have cracked 1 base turret and are looking for the second in the mid lane. Arashi, it's looking grim. It's gonna be Hijume who jumps back with Black Shoes. Demonic Force popped in by Papa Dog. And they do not want to stop.
They just have the superior siege right now. They're going for damage on the members of Argentina and also the base turrets, but they're going again.
Papa Dog looking for the play, but it is just going to give Brands enough weakness points to pop that crossbow of Tang. Erwin low, forced to recall, and Indonesia are looking for the end. 2-0. Psychots jumps in again with that signature Petrify on 3. Finds a double before they end the game. 2-0. Indonesia will meet up against Cambodia in the upper bracket finals.
What a performance, man. And multiple members from Indonesia, they have their signature heroes, and I think teams need to start taking notice. It is just so dangerous. We saw Taz with the Fanny in game number 1. In game number 2, we see Psychots on that Yuzong. Complete destruction, man. You cannot allow these players to get those picks.
It's just, again, Indonesia this time, right? In the first game, the Fanny was left open, Kaja as well for Dreams, but this time it was the 1-1. And obviously, that Yuzong. So they traded 2 for 2. In the end, that's the thing. If you go for the red side, you will need to ban out technically more heroes because of the threat of the first pick, right? The Joy, these crazy heroes that are first pick prio favors the blue side currently, as so far we have seen the blue side find a bit more success than the red in terms of the win rate. And you can see it here as well with Joy finally now available to actually pick. It's an auto ban. You need to get it out. If you don't, we saw what happened.
We indeed saw what happened. I'm still in disbelief. I still don't think that makes any sense. But you know, who am I? What do I know? I merely comment on the games being played. But that was a very solid performance from Indonesia. And unfortunately for Argentina, they are forced to admit defeat. Even though, when it comes to the macro, they have displayed that they have some of those predictions, strategies, tactics. But Indonesia is in a different league. At least that is what it seems like from this game. It was a very valiant effort, but I think it all started from, of course, the banning phase. But after that, it's also in the lane where the control, the pushing, right? Wave clear advantage for Indonesia just allows them to be always so far ahead when it comes to positioning. Of course, sometimes you see Jotun actually wait for an opportune moment, wait in a bush, but for the most part, right, in the majority of this game, Indonesia were the ones that were able to actually have those surprise plays, those crafty positioning decisions, like from Psychots in the side bushes. And when the fight gets going, when it's a massive fight and there's enough space, enough time for Argentina to get their damage out, they can match Indonesia. This one trade here was very favorable actually, but in the grand scheme of things, Indonesia just calmed down. They went back to figuring out, okay, what formation, what strategy works against Argentina right now, and slowly but surely, they again show that discipline, they get the objectives, and Argentina in an effort to try and get a different result, trying to make sure that they're still in the game. They end up getting caught out in different situations away from their base, and Indonesia punished them, and with that advantage, slowly but surely, they are able to end that game 2-0.
2-0 in this game. Even though in terms of kills, it does feel a bit closer. It was a faster game that Indonesia were able to end it at 11 minutes. It was 11 minutes. Saikot on that Yu Zhong, if you give it to him, you know he's going to pick up that MVP. 5-0 and 4, 748 GPM, 33,000 damage dealt. And if you take a look at the numbers, it's not too impressive, right?
Yeah.
You need to take a look at what he does in the game. He's not a paper man. He's not a person that you can read just on paper, right? You need to watch his gameplay to actually see how he cuts the wave, how he actually looks for that opening, to look for that crazy flank. Because, sure, he did it against Argentina here. He did it against Philippines yesterday.
Exactly. It's just the impact he has in that game that really is, I guess to some people, underappreciated for sure. But the player spotlight is going to be Hijume on that Lilia. Like we said, the wave pressure, you don't see it. It doesn't completely win you fights. But being there, being to the location earlier than your opponents, being there, preparing the ambush in the bushes, it all adds up. The reason why Dreams was able to have so many surprising Luminant blasts is also off the back of Indonesia having so much pressure in the lanes and in the rest of the map as well. You take a look at the items here. Taz was going for that tank Beradera. Absolute nuisance, man. No spell lifesteal from the Bloodless Axe, but just tanking so much damage and getting out. He has almost no deaths on that beat Beradera, and that just allows the rest of the team to just go aggressively.
2-0 was the final score for Taz on that Benedetta, even though he was always the one engaging. He was always the one who was also just taking the turret aggro, actually.
Or going 1v3.
Going 1v3, 1v4, stealing the purple buff away, and obviously just doing what a jungler should, securing neutral objectives. And I do want to give a special shout out to Taz, right? You know, we've already seen Saikos get the MVP, Brands as well, and Hijume. Almost every member, but Taz, his Retribution game, I don't think he's missed a single Retri battle so far from the first game he's played up until this one, the fourth.
Not to mention the mechanical skill, man.
On
People need to take notice. On that Fanny, on that Benedetta, it's clean. He's clean with it.
And with this kind of meta, it really does feel like it favors Taz with his hero pool. But we are going to throw it over to Masker for
Uncle Gare
for an interview with one of the Indonesian players. So Arashi, me and you, we're going to hand it over to Masker. Take it away.
Bagimu negeri, jiwa, raga kami. Congratulations again once. Indonesia, kita tos dulu dong Tas. Mantap banget. Sudah berhasil menutup perlawanan Argentina dengan skor 2-0 di Mobile Legends Bang Bang IESF 14 World Esports Championship 2022 Bali. Tas, gimana menurut kamu strategi yang sudah dilatih, yang sudah dijalankan? Tadi udah dimainin belum?
Belum semua sih. Kayak masih banyak aja sih. Itu kayak baru sebagian kecil lah. Pasti bakal banyak kejutan juga.
Masih bakalan banyak kejutan. Terus untuk nextnya, siap untuk melawan tim manapun yang akan menunggu?
Pasti siap.
Pasti siap. Target juara berarti ya?
Ya pastilah, kita bawa merah putih di sini.
Kita bawa merah putih di sini. Oke, terima kasih sekali lagi Tas sudah bisa ngobrol-ngobrol. Oke guys, we're going to the commercial break before the third match between Vietnam versus Filipina. Still on IESF 14 World Esports Championship 2022 Bali.
Hello, can you guess where I am? Yes, we are the exhibitions here. So we are gonna explore this freaking cool area and see what we can do with all tenants. So, come here. Basically, Garudaku is a product created by PBSI or Federations of Esports Indonesia. Garudaku is one-stop solution for esports industry in Indonesia. In this platform, you can create your own esports community, join tournament, searching for player database, esports company, or even community in every game category. All members that registered in this platform can join many various tournaments in every game category like Dota 2, Tekken 7, Mobile Legends, PUBG, eFootball, FIFA, CSGO, Point Blank, and also Free Fire. Garudaku also has an esports academy for every non-professional players and professional players. They provide coaching clinics and all academy members can be led to be professional players in every game category. Garudaku became one of the exhibitors at the IESF 15 World Esports Championship Bali 2022. They had a very interesting activity here. Besides, they will teach you how to use their platform and become one of their members. They provide gaming corners. Visitors can use as long as they like to play many games in PlayStation 5. You can play Tekken 7, eFootball 2023, and FIFA 2023. On the other side, they collaborated with Racing Lab to provide a racing simulator that you can try at their booth. The attendee is very helpful to give guidelines on how to use racing simulator machine. This one is very interesting because they give me an experience using a racing simulator and make me feel like I'm the real racer. So, that's what I got from the Garudaku zone, and I really want to explore more at these exhibitor areas. So keep following me and stay tuned.
Hello everybody, we have Kesian here as a BA from Onyx Esports.
Yeah.
So I wanna ask you, so the first question is what do you think about this match Indonesia versus Philippines?
Match yang tadi menurut aku seru banget sih. Terus udah gitu kayak menegangkan juga lah.
Okay, so the next question is who is the top of opponent for Indonesia in IESF?
Menurut aku Filipina sih. Cuma tadi Indonesia berhasil menang lawan Filipina kan. Cuma menurutku yang paling susah Filipina sih.
So how much confident are you that Indonesia will be the winner for this competition?
100% dong. Kita harus percaya diri.
So for the last question, any future hope for esports Indonesia, especially Mobile Legends?
Semoga makin berkembang. Terus udah gitu, semoga bisa berjangka panjang.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time. Esports Indonesia.
Jaya.
Thank you, Kak Kesian.
Selamat datang di sebuah pengalaman perjalanan baru Indonesia bersama InJourney. Terbang bersama kami untuk melihat pariwisata Indonesia. Sirkuit internasional, bentang alam, ragam atraksi budaya, produk lokal asli Indonesia, warisan budaya, keamanan dan kenyamanan. InJourney membawa keramahan Indonesia ke dunia.
So today we have Philippines that will be competing in Mobile Legends in World Esports Championship 2022, and I have a few questions to ask. So the first question, are you satisfied with your performance in this match?
In this match against Slovenia?
Yes.
Yeah, I think we're very satisfied with our very satisfied in this match versus Slovenia. But in EVOS, I think we still have some things to work out.
Okay. So what is your key factor to help you to win in this match versus Slovenia?
Key factor. Ano key factor? Factor. What's the key factor?
The key factor is we work together.
Yeah, we use our strategy.
Yeah.
Do you think there are things that you can make improvement for the better match?
More practice.
Yeah, and adjust on cell phone use.
So you will facing other country in your next match, like Vietnam, right? So will you use the same strategy?
Yeah, we still have more strategies we're not showing yet. We're gonna show it on our next match. Yeah.
So what is your biggest challenge to beat your opponent?
Biggest challenge. I think our biggest challenge is adjusting to the phones and the comms. Because the comms is delay and the sound is very weak. And I think the biggest adjustment is the phone because we use iPhone in our country.
Yeah. So how confident are you to win this competition?
How confident are you in this competition? 100% confident. Yeah, 100%.
So this is the last question. Who is the tough enemy in this competition?
I think Indonesia and Cambodia, Malaysia. Yeah.
Cambodia and Malaysia.
They are competitive. Yeah.
So okay, that's all for my question. Thank you for your time and I hope the best for you all in this competition.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Filipinos!
Lakad matatag!
Okay, thank you. Congratulations, Philippines!
Thank you. Support Philippines.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Very much. Thank you. Indonesia that will be competing in Mobile Legends Bang Bang in World Esports Championship 2022. And I have a few questions to ask. So the first question, are you all satisfied with your performance in this match?
Hey, go job.
Yeah.
Pakai bahasa English. So for this match, I think we will take this. So happy, but we're not too satisfied. Our to win the whole championship.
So the next question, what is your key factor that helped you to win in this match?
Key factor that was win this match is everyone's hard work. Everyone really put in the effort, the time, and mainly just trust between everyone over here and everyone doing their job. Because without everyone's contribution, we wouldn't have been able to do it.
So even you have won the match, do you think there are things that you can improve for the next match?
There's definitely many things that we can improve. There was a lot of mistakes that we made as well in both games, so we will look through our games and fix our errors.
Okay, so you will be facing other country in your next match, right?
Yeah.
Will you use the same strategy for the next game?
Strategy-wise, we cannot really disclose, but I can assure that we still have other strategies out there, and we will see what we want to pull out for each different team. The biggest challenge was because I think Philippines is the favorites, and there's a lot of pressure because our players are all new, and this is our first time representing Indonesia itself. So I feel like the biggest challenge is just the pressure itself. It feels really great to win the M3 champions, but we know that there's a possibility that they will make a comeback, and we will eventually might face them again. So we're happy for now, but we're not too happy yet.
So for the last question, we know that the weather in Bali is hot, right? And the game is on the upper stage. So does the weather affect for the match?
I would say the setup overall is really good. The weather doesn't really affect us, and the setup, the equipment, everything covers the weather, so we don't really feel the heat. Thank you so much.
Indonesia! Jaya, jaya, jaya! Okay, thank you. Congratulations, Indonesia!
Thank you.
Okay, so hello everyone. We have Daki here as an ex-professional Mobile Legends player from Indonesia.
Okay, hello.
So the first question is, what do you think about this match, Indonesia versus Philippines?
Sebelum match ya, pakai bahasa Indonesia aja ya. Jadi menurutku matchnya itu bagus banget, tapi menurutku Indonesia masih punya PR karena secara early Filipina lebih bagus, masih lebih bagus, tapi secara mid game mungkin tadi Filipina over PD, ada yang game 1 over PD, akhirnya Indonesia bisa balikin. Tapi maksudnya menurutku kemenangannya belum clean aja.
So who is the tough opponent for Indonesia in IESF?
Filipina.
How much confidence are you that Indonesia will be the winner for this competition?
70%. Yeah.
So for the last question, any future hope for Esports Indonesia?
for esport in Indonesia is semoga banyak tim baru bisa masuk MPL termasuk GPX.
Okay, thank you. That's all. Thank you.
All it takes is one dream. One dream that becomes a journey. To drive an ambition. Believing in yourself. Persevering challenges. Always focused on the dream. To grow aspirations. Having the will to keep going. Building a future with a legacy. Knowing dreams can come true. Over 11 years of growth. The spirit of entrepreneurship. Created possibilities. Realized new potentials. Innovate for the better. Expand horizons. To change lives. To connect new ideas. To explore new grounds. With the future in sight. Together.
today we have Lotus from Chile, and they will be competing in the World Esports Championship 2022. So Lotus, how was your trip from Chile to Bali, and what is your impression of the place?
Was a very long trip. We came from Chile. We have 3 connection flights: Chile, Houston, Tokyo, Indonesia, and then Jakarta, Bali. So it was a very long trip, 2 days in a row, but it was a lot of fun. We had a lot of fun too. Totally worth it. Bali is a very beautiful place, so we are so happy to be here. We are delightful right away.
So first, how was your trip from your country to Bali? What is your impression about the place?
So about my trip, it was a little bit tiring, of course, from Saudi Arabia to Bali. Very long journey, but in the end, it worked out. Everything was fine, and my impression was very great. The place here is wonderful, amazing, beautiful place, and yeah.
So about the competition, how do you guys prepare for this championship?
Well, we are a stack from Mexico, of course. Everyone has their own team, but we kind of practice with scrims a little bit 2 weeks ago.
Okay. So for this tournament, which team or participant do you think will be your biggest rival?
So I think our biggest rival will be from our same region, Philippines. Like, we're in the same group. Like, I think they're pretty strong, and I'm hoping we can have a good match.
So you've traveled so far from Maldives to Bali, Indonesia. What is your target in this competition?
Actually, we look forward to be in the top 1 or 2.
As we know, this is the biggest esports tournament in the world. Do you have any pressure on your shoulder, and how do you deal with them?
Actually, obviously it's a tournament, right? There'll be a lot of pressures, but then I think we'll be good in handling it.
Okay. So you already been through several stages of ISF qualification. What is the key of success for you in order to qualify for this tournament?
Well, the key is practice a lot, have fun again. I mean, focus on the game, study the game. The game is your life in a competition.
We also know that there have been a significant growth of the esports industry for the past few years, and there are many esports fans that want to represent their country, just like you.
Yeah.
Do you have any advice or tips for them so they can achieve that dream?
So I think we should all remember, like, it's a team game, so we should solely not only focus on ourselves, and we should maybe focus on the team and how to grow as a team together, and sticking together through the thick and thin. I think that would be the greatest tip I can give.
Okay, so that's all for my questions.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you for your time, and I hope you the best.
Thank you,
for this tournament. I hope the best for Mexico team.
Thank you so much.
We hope that too. Thanks to you, Pong.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Hi guys, back again with me, Putra Sutopo as your fellow host. So right now, I'm at the Earth Stage area, where this area will be used as the stage for opening ceremony of IESF 14 World Esports Championship Bali 2022. As you can see behind me, they are all practicing for the opening ceremony at 7 o'clock GMT plus 7. To be honest, I cannot wait to see the opening ceremony because there will be an amazing performance from Alfiref and other performers. So, for those of you who want to watch it, you can watch it through the IESF official channel on Twitch TV. To be honest, you need to watch it, okay? So right now, I want to continue to see their practicing for the opening ceremony. Bye guys.
Salam kebajikan. Apa kabar teman-teman media semuanya? Luar biasa. Good afternoon ladies and gentlemen. Diri untuk menyanyikan lagu kebangsaan Indonesia Raya yang akan dilanjutkan dengan Mars PB Esports Indonesia. Indonesia tanah airku, tanah tumpah darahku. Di sanalah aku berdiri.
Pertama kita juga sangat berterima kasih kepada beliaunya dari IESF yang begitu memilih negara kita sebagai penyelenggara. Sekitar 42 juta ya e-sport ya, pemain e-sport tentunya akan bisa menyebarkan ini, bisa menghidupkan ekosistem daripada e-sport itu sendiri. Tentunya akan berpengaruh secara ekonomi dan kesehatan.
For this event, and hopefully Bali and Indonesia will get a really good name in the international, right?
Is going to influence a positive creativity in humanity and a new way to socialize, a new way to be together, a new way to be friends. When a parent looks at a kid in the computer with headset on and talking. Salam Esports. Jaya, jaya, jaya. Okay.
Okay, thank you so much.
Okay. Let's go Bali.
Let's go Bali.
Let's go Bali.
Nah, setelah hari ini kita bahas berbagai macam match, mulai dari match yang ada di Ice Stage ataupun yang ada di Fire Stage. Sekarang saya mengajak kalian untuk relax terlebih dahulu, di mana saat ini saya berada di booth area. Di sini banyak banget berbagai macam activation yang disediakan oleh booth-booth, baik itu booth dari sponsor ataupun booth-booth dari partner-partner PBSI dan IESF. Seperti yang ada di belakang saya, ini ada Garuda Zone, di mana seperti yang kalian lihat, di sini banyak banget area-area permainan, ada racing simulator, ada juga mesin capit yang bisa mendapatkan hadiah item-item Dota, atau di sekelilingnya banyak sekali game-game atau booth-booth dari developer lokal. Nah sekarang saya mau ngajak kalian untuk kita keliling-keliling di area booth. Mungkin buat kalian yang mau nonton dan mau datang ke acara IESF World Championship ini, kalian bisa tahu nih, kalian mau ke booth mana dan mau menikmati activation di booth mana aja. So, ayo gue ajak kalian untuk keliling-keliling lebih dahulu. Nah, sekarang kita lagi ada di booth-nya Battle of Guardian, di mana ini merupakan booth developer lokal asal Indonesia yang menciptakan fighting game pertama di Indonesia. Nah, keseruannya ini di sini kayaknya kita bisa main game nih. Kita bisa mencoba trial untuk main game Battle of Guardian. Nah, gue juga penasaran ada apa aja sih di booth Battle of Guardian. Jadi yuk kita coba aja samperin langsung ke booth-nya Battle of Guardian. Let's go. Nah, aku sekarang udah sama Kak Jenny selaku strategisnya ya Mbak ya. Strategisnya dari Battle of Guardian. Nah Mbak, aku mau nanya-nanya nih sedikit tentang apa sih sebenarnya Battle of Guardian itu. Mungkin teman-teman di sana masih banyak yang belum tahu. Mungkin boleh tolong dijelasin Mbak.
Oke, Battle of Guardian sendiri adalah game fighting pertama dari Indonesia yang kita mengusung konsepnya Web3 nih.
Oke.
Jadi kita mengusung pakainya itu sistemnya blockchain itu dari beberapa karakter. Nah, beberapa karakter kita itu juga terinspirasi nih dari beberapa legenda dan story-story lokal. Seperti kita juga ada kalau yang macan putih. Macan putih itu adalah dari Prabu Siliwangi atau Cindaku.
Oke.
Lalu juga kita ada yang perempuan itu ada namanya Sofia. Sofia itu kita juga terinspirasi dari Nyi Roro Kidul.
Oke.
Lalu juga kita ada Aling Dharma atau kalau misalnya di dalam in-game kita namanya Mata.
Oke.
Gitu.
Kalau di dalam in-game-nya sendiri kan aku lihat ini ada banyak fighter ya Mbak.
Yeah.
Nah sebenarnya apakah ini ada jenis-jenis fighternya gitu nggak sih? Apa semuanya tuh kategorinya sama gitu?
Ada, kita ada 3 kategori fighters di game kita. Ada dari Guardians, ada dari Demon, dan juga dari Human. Tapi kalau Human di sini adalah ceritanya tuh udah cyborg, jadi setengah human, setengah robot.
Oh,
gitu. Jadi mereka memiliki special skill sendiri nih.
Oke. Kira-kira total ada berapa karakter sih Mbak yang udah ada sekarang atau yang mungkin rencananya bakalan ada nih di Battle of Guardian?
Sekarang ini untuk in-game kita udah keluarin 40 plus karakter.
Oke.
Tapi kita juga akan tetap develop sih. Kita ada beberapa yang masih kita on hold gitu.
Oke. Nah ini nih guys, seru banget. Berarti ini bisa dimainin di mana Mbak nih?
Ini kita akan ada di PC Games.
Oke.
Ini only PC Games, tapi langsung ke website kita aja Battle of Guardians. Dari situ kalian bisa download game ini di PC kalian sendiri.
Udah bisa main sama, mungkin aku mau main sama temen aku yang ada di luar kota gitu, atau kini baru bisa offline gitu Mbak?
Bisa, kita ada 2 mode, ada offline mode sama ada turnamen mode. Kita juga ada PVP.
Oke.
PVP jadi secara online, kita akan nyari match secara online gitu. Jadi bisa dari nggak cuma dari luar kota, tapi bisa juga dari luar negeri gitu.
Nah, buat kalian yang suka main fighter game, cobain Battle of Guardian. Ini karya lokal loh. Ini fighter game dari Indonesia pertama kali berarti ya Mbak ya?
Iya.
Dan Battle of Guardian ini juga udah dipertandingkan sebagai kompetisi eksibisi ya kemarin di Piala Presiden ya Mbak ya? Nah sekarang aku penasaran Mbak, ada apa aja sih di dalam booth-nya Battle of Guardian di acara IESF ini, dan sekiranya kalau penonton mau kesini tuh ya tadi mereka bisa ngapain aja dan mungkin ada hadiah-hadiah gitu nggak sih?
Ada banget. Kita akan ngadain turnamen. Sebenarnya nanti turnamen kita akan ada di water stage.
Oke.
Itu akan di tanggal 3, 4, sama 9. Itu prize pool-nya akan ada di 10 juta. Kita akan bagi-bagi nih. Nah, tapi di sini juga kita ada fun match. Jadi di sini kalian bisa coba game-game kita. Ada tiga ini. Kalian bisa coba pakai arcade games, bisa juga pakai joystick nih untuk mencoba beberapa experience-nya beda-beda nih.
Benar.
Nah,
kalau arcade games tuh yang kayak pro player gitu kan?
Iya benar. Gitu. Jadi ada pakai arcade-nya sendiri, mesin arcade-nya sendiri. Nah, selain kita showcase game kita sendiri, kita juga ada nih beberapa merchandise yang kita eksklusif banget nih untuk IESF. Seperti jersey, terus baju yang aku pakai nih sekarang, kaos yang aku pakai. Lalu kita juga ada karakter, jadi ada 3D printing karakter. Kita juga ada figur, ada juga keychain gitu.
Nah, boleh nggak aku izin nih? Mungkin buat teman-teman di sana juga penasaran gimana sih game Battle of Guardian. Aku izin main dulu boleh nggak Mbak?
Boleh, boleh banget. Yuk,
Oke.
kita main yuk.
Siap.
Yuk.
Mbak Jen, thank you banget udah ngasih kesempatan aku untuk main Battle of Guardian. Gamenya seru banget. Ini sih buat kalian yang suka main fight game bakal ketagihan banget ya Mbak ya. Oke kalau kayak gitu. Mbak Jen, aku pamit. Thank you ya Mbak Jen ya.
Thank you.
Oke.
Energi.
Selalu ada dimanapun itu.
Membawa yang baik menjadi hebat.
Karena tidak ada lagi batas.
Kemanapun lintasan masa membawa hingga ke masa depan.
Sejauh mana kamu bisa bermimpi?
Jawabannya, sejauh yang hati kamu inginkan.
Dengan energi yang menggerakkan kamu
Dan kamu. Pertamina, energizing you.
Fendi and Adana, Karen, they be sharing all their money, got me wearing fly. Girl, by IESF, and they say they love my ass. And 7 G's to religion, I say no, but they keep giving, so I keep on taking. And no, I ain't taking. We can keep on taking, I keep on demonstrating my love, my love, my love, my love. You love my lady lumps, my hump, my hump, my hump. My humps, they got you. Fendi and Adana, Karen, they be sharing all their money, got me wearing fly. Girl, by IESF, and they say they love my ass. And 7 G's to religion, I say no, but they keep giving, so I keep on taking. And no, I ain't taking. We can keep on taking, I keep on demonstrating my love, my love, my love, my love. You love my lady lumps.
So today we have Lotus from Chile, and they will be competing in the World Esports Championship 2022. So Lotus, how was your trip from Chile to Bali, and what is your impression of the place?
It was a very long trip. We came from Chile. We have 3 connection flights: Chile, Houston, Tokyo, Indonesia, and then Jakarta, Bali. So it was a very long trip, 2 days in a row, but it was a lot of fun. We had a lot of fun too. Totally worth it. Bali is a very beautiful place, so we are so happy to be here. We are delightful right away.
So first, how was your trip from your country to Bali? What is your impression about the place?
So about my trip, it was a little bit tiring, of course, from Saudi Arabia to Bali. Very long journey, but in the end, it worked out. Everything was fine. And my impression is very great. The place here is wonderful, amazing, beautiful place. Yeah.
So about the competition, how do you guys prepare for this championship?
Well, we are a stack from Mexico, of course. Everyone has their own team, but we kind of practice with scrims a little bit 2 weeks ago.
Okay. So for this tournament, which team or participant do you think will be your biggest rival?
So I think our biggest rival will be from our same region, Philippines. Like we're in the same group. Like I think they're pretty strong, and I'm hoping we can have a good match.
So you've traveled so far from Maldives to Bali, Indonesia. What is your target in this competition?
Actually, we look forward to be in the top 1 or 2.
As we know, this is the biggest esports tournament in the world. Do you have any pressure on your shoulder, and how do you deal with them?
Actually, obviously it's a tournament, right? There'll be a lot of pressures, but then I think we'll be good in handling it.
Okay. So you already been through several stages of IESF qualification. What is the key of success for you in order to qualify for this tournament?
Well, the key is practice a lot, have fun again. Focus on the game, study the game. The game is your life in a competition.
We also know that there have been a significant growth of the esports industry for the past few years, and there are many esports fans that want to represent their country, just like you.
Yeah.
Do you have any advice or tips for them so they can achieve that dream?
So I think we should all remember, like it's a team game, so we should solely not only focus on ourselves, and we should maybe focus on the team and how to grow as a team together, and sticking together through the thick and thin. I think that would be the greatest tip I can give.
Okay, so that's all for my questions.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time, and I hope you the best.
Thank you
for this tournament. I hope the best for Mexico team.
Thank you so much.
We hope that too. Thanks to you, Pong.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Hi guys, back again with me, Putra Sutopo as your fellow host. So right now, I'm at the Earth Stage area, where this area will be used as the stage for opening ceremony of IESF 14 World Esports Championship Bali 2022. As you can see behind me, they are all practicing for the opening ceremony at 7 o'clock GMT+7. To be honest, I cannot wait to see the opening ceremony because there will be an amazing performance from Alfiref and other performers. So, for those of you who want to watch it, you can watch it through the IESF official channel on Twitch TV. To be honest, you need to watch it, okay? So right now, I want to continue to see their practicing for the opening ceremony. Bye guys.
Iklan Popmi, stuck gitu-gitu aja. Popmi, ransel, Popmi. Biar seru nggak terputus, Popmi dus. Topping cangki sama gurihnya itu sob. Beuh, yuk sob, sikat Popmi. Seru terus kuy. Iklan Popmi, stuck gitu-gitu aja. Popmi, ransel, Popmi. Biar seru nggak terputus, Popmi dus. Topping cangki sama gurihnya itu sob. Beuh, yuk sob, sikat Popmi. Seru terus kuy.
Sangat berterima kasih kepada beliaunya dari IESF yang begitu memilih negara kita sebagai penyelenggara. Sekitar 42 juta ya e-sport ya, pemain e-sport tentunya akan bisa menyebarkan ini, bisa menghidupkan ekosistem daripada e-sport itu sendiri. Tentunya akan berpengaruh secara ekonomi dan kesehatan.
For this event, and hopefully Bali and Indonesia will get a really good name in the international, right?
Is going to influence a positive creativity in humanity and a new way to socialize, a new way to be together, a new way to be friends. When a parent looks at a kid in the computer with headset on and talking.
Salam Esports.
Jaya, jaya, jaya.
Okay.
Okay, thank you so much.
Okay. Let's go Bali.
Let's go Bali.
So, welcome to the IESF 15 World Esports Championships Bali 2022 with me Sigit as your field host. So, this is the second day of the IESF 15 World Esports Championship Bali 2022 and we still have a lot of interesting match and games in the game category of eFootball, Tekken 7, CSGO, Dota 2 and also Mobile Legends Bang Bang. You can see full match schedule on our Instagram at the IESF_official and also garudaku.se. before we go, did any of you miss the excitement of the day one? Don't worry, here's the recap day one of the IESF 15 World Esports Championship Bali 2022. Enjoy!
Saya membuka secara resmi 14 World Esports Championship.
Hydro Coco. Why choose Hydro Coco? Healthy, tastes good. Rasakan manfaat air kelapa asli untuk bantu jaga imun tubuh.
We choose Hydro Coco.
Real coconut water. Hydro Coco. Why choose Hydro Coco? Healthy, tastes good. Rasakan manfaat air kelapa asli untuk bantu jaga imun tubuh.
We choose Hydro Coco.
Real coconut water.
Fendi and Adana, Karen, they be sharing all their money, got me wearing fly. Girl, but I ain't asking. They say they love my ass and 7 G's to religion. I say no, but they keep giving, so I keep on taking. And no, I ain't taking. We can keep on taking. I keep on demonstrating my love, my love, my love, my love. You love my lady lumps, my hump, my hump, my hump. My humps, they got you. Got you, they got you. 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 Dolce and Gabbana, Fendi and Adana, Karen, they be sharing all their money, got me wearing fly. Girl, but I ain't asking. They say they love my ass and 7 G's to religion. I say no, but they keep giving, so I keep on taking. And no, I ain't taking. We can keep on taking. I keep on demonstrating my love, my love, my love, my love. You love my lady lumps.
today we have Lotus from Chile, and they will be competing in the World Esports Championship 2022. So, Lotus, how was your trip from Chile to Bali, and what is your impression of the place?
It was a very long trip. We came from Chile. We have 3 connection flights: Chile, Houston, Tokyo, Indonesia, Jakarta, Bali. So it was a very long trip, 2 days in a row. But it was a lot of fun. We had a lot of fun too. Totally worth it. Bali is a very beautiful place. So we are so happy to be here. We are delightful right away.
So first, how was your trip from your country to Bali? What is your impression about the place?
So about my trip, it was a little bit tiring, of course, from Saudi Arabia to Bali. Very long journey, but in the end, it worked out. Everything was fine, and my impressions was very great. The place here is wonderful, amazing, beautiful place. And yeah.
So about the competition, how do you guys prepare for this championship?
Well, we are a stack from Mexico, of course. Everyone has their own team, but we kind of practice with scrims a little bit 2 weeks ago.
Okay. So for this tournament, which team or participant do you think will be your biggest rival?
So I think our biggest rival will be from our same region, Philippines. We're in the same group. I think they're pretty strong, and I'm hoping we can have a good match.
So you've traveled so far from Maldives to Bali, Indonesia. What is your target in this competition?
Actually, we look forward to be in the top 1 or 2.
As we know, this is the biggest esports tournament in the world. Do you have any pressure on your shoulder, and how do you deal with them?
Actually, obviously it's a tournament, right? There'll be a lot of pressures, but then I think we'll be good in handling it.
Okay. So you already been through several stages of IESF qualification. What is the key of success for you in order to qualify for this tournament?
Well, the key is practice a lot, have fun again. Focus on the game, study the game. The game is your life in a competition.
We also know that there have been a significant growth of the esports industry for the past few years, and there are many esports fans that want to represent their country, just like you.
Yeah.
Do you have any advice or tips for them so they can achieve that dream?
So I think we should all remember, it's a team game, so we should solely not only focus on ourselves, and we should maybe focus on the team and how to grow as a team together, and sticking together through the thick and thin. I think that would be the greatest tip I can give.
Okay, so that's all for my questions.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time, and I hope you the best
for
this tournament. I hope the best for Mexico team.
Thank you so much.
We hope that too. Thanks to you, Pong.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Nah, setelah hari ini kita bahas berbagai macam match, mulai dari match yang ada di ice stage ataupun yang ada di fire stage. Sekarang saya mau ngajak kalian untuk relax terlebih dahulu, di mana saat ini saya berada di booth area. Di sini banyak banget berbagai macam activation yang disediakan oleh booth-booth, baik itu booth dari sponsor ataupun booth-booth dari partner-partner PBSI dan IESF. Seperti yang ada di belakang saya, ini ada Garuda Zone, di mana seperti yang kalian lihat, di sini banyak banget area-area permainan, ada racing simulator, ada juga mesin capit yang bisa mendapatkan hadiah item-item Dota, atau di sekelilingnya banyak sekali game-game atau booth-booth dari developer lokal. Nah, sekarang saya mau ngajak kalian untuk kita keliling-keliling di area booth. Mungkin buat kalian yang mau nonton dan mau datang ke acara IESF World Championship ini, kalian bisa tahu nih, kalian mau ke booth mana dan mau menikmati activation di booth mana aja. So, ayo gue ajak kalian untuk keliling-keliling lebih dahulu. Nah, sekarang kita lagi ada di booth-nya Battle of Guardian, di mana ini merupakan booth developer lokal asal Indonesia yang menciptakan fighting game pertama di Indonesia. Nah, keseruannya nih di sini kayaknya kita bisa main game nih. Kita bisa mencoba trial untuk main game Battle of Guardian. Nah, gue juga penasaran ada apa aja sih di booth Battle of Guardian. Jadi yuk kita coba aja samperin langsung ke booth-nya Battle of Guardian. Let's go. Nah, aku sekarang udah sama Kak Jenny selaku strategisnya ya Mbak ya, strategisnya dari Battle of Guardian. Nah Mbak, aku mau nanya-nanya nih sedikit tentang apa sih sebenarnya Battle of Guardian itu. Mungkin teman-teman di sana masih banyak yang belum tahu, mungkin boleh tolong dijelasin Mbak.
Oke, Battle of Guardian sendiri adalah game fighting pertama dari Indonesia yang kita mengusung konsepnya Web3 nih.
Oke.
Jadi kita mengusung pakainya itu sistemnya blockchain gitu dari beberapa karakter. Nah, beberapa karakter kita itu juga terinspirasi nih dari beberapa legenda dan story-story lokal. Seperti kita juga ada kalau yang macan putih. Macan putih itu adalah dari Prabu Siliwangi atau Cindaku.
Oke.
Lalu juga kita ada yang perempuan itu ada namanya Sofia. Sofia itu kita juga terinspirasi dari Nyi Roro Kidul.
Oke.
Lalu juga kita ada Aling Dharma atau kalau misalnya di dalam in-game kita namanya Mata.
Oke.
Gitu.
Kalau di dalam in-game-nya sendiri kan aku lihat ini ada banyak fighter ya Mbak.
Iya.
Nah, sebenarnya apakah ini ada jenis-jenis fighternya gitu nggak sih? Apa semuanya tuh kategorinya sama gitu?
Ada, kita ada 3 kategori fighters di game kita. Ada dari Guardians, ada dari Demon, dan juga dari Human. Tapi kalau Human di sini adalah ceritanya tuh udah cyborg, jadi setengah human, setengah robot.
Oh,
gitu. Jadi mereka memiliki special skill sendiri nih.
Oke. Kira-kira total ada berapa karakter sih Mbak yang udah ada sekarang atau yang mungkin rencananya bakalan ada nih di Battle of Guardian?
Sekarang ini untuk in-game kita udah keluarin 40 plus karakter, tapi kita juga akan tetap develop sih. Kita ada beberapa yang masih kita on hold gitu.
Oke. Nah ini nih guys, seru banget. Berarti ini bisa dimainin di mana Mbak nih?
Ini kita akan ada di PC Games.
Oke.
Ini only PC Games, tapi langsung ke website kita aja Battle of Guardians. Dari situ kalian bisa download game ini di PC kalian sendiri.
Udah bisa main sama, mungkin aku mau main sama temen aku yang ada di luar kota gitu, atau ini baru bisa offline gitu Mbak?
Bisa, kita ada 2 mode, ada offline mode sama ada turnamen mode. Kita juga ada PVP.
Oke.
PVP jadi secara online, kita akan nyari match secara online gitu. Jadi bisa dari nggak cuma dari luar kota, tapi bisa juga dari luar negeri gitu.
Nah, buat kalian yang suka main fighter game, cobain Battle of Guardian. Ini karya lokal loh. Ini fighter game dari Indonesia pertama kali berarti ya Mbak ya?
Iya.
Dan Battle of Guardian ini juga udah dipertandingkan sebagai kompetisi eksebisi ya kemarin di Piala Presiden ya Mbak ya? Nah sekarang aku penasaran Mbak, ada apa aja sih di dalam booth-nya Battle of Guardian di acara IESF ini, dan sekiranya kalau penonton mau kesini tuh ya tadi mereka bisa ngapain aja dan mungkin ada hadiah-hadiah gitu nggak sih?
Ada banget. Kita akan ngadain turnamen. Sebenarnya nanti turnamen kita akan ada di water stage.
Oke.
Itu akan di tanggal 3, 4, sama 9. Itu prize pool-nya akan ada di 10 juta. Kita akan bagi-bagi nih. Nah, tapi di sini juga kita ada fun match. Jadi di sini kalian bisa coba game-game kita. Ada tiga ini. Kalian bisa coba pakai arcade games, bisa juga pakai joystick nih untuk mencoba beberapa experience-nya beda-beda nih.
Benar.
Nah,
Kalau arcade games tuh yang kayak pro player gitu kan?
Bener.
Gitu. Oke.
Jadi ada pakai arcade-nya sendiri, mesin arcade-nya sendiri. Nah, selain kita showcase game kita sendiri, kita juga ada nih beberapa merchandise yang kita eksklusif banget nih untuk IESF. Seperti jersey, terus baju yang aku pakai nih sekarang, kaos yang aku pakai. Lalu kita juga ada karakter, jadi ada 3D printing karakter. Kita juga ada figur, ada juga keychain.
Nah, boleh nggak aku izin nih? Mungkin buat teman-teman di sana juga penasaran gimana sih game Battle of Guardian. Aku izin main dulu, boleh nggak Mbak?
Boleh banget. Yuk, kita main yuk.
Siap.
Yuk.
Mbak Jen, thank you banget udah ngasih kesempatan aku untuk main Battle of Guardian. Gamenya seru banget. Ini sih buat kalian yang suka main fight game bakal ketagihan banget ya Mbak ya. Oke, kalau kayak gitu. Mbak Jen, aku pamit. Thank you ya Mbak Jen ya.
Thank you.
Oke.
Masih bingung cari jasa ekspedisi? Central Cargo hadir sebagai solusi pengiriman barang Anda dengan terus meningkatkan kualitas pelayanan. Sebagai komitmen kami, memberikan pelayanan terbaik untuk Anda. Kini kami telah dipercaya oleh ribuan customer. Di balik pertumbuhan Central Cargo yang pesat, kami memiliki ratusan drop point yang tersebar di seluruh Indonesia. Dalam membangun kepercayaan, kita tumbuh bersama.
Sharing all their money got me wearing fly. Girl, but I ain't asking. They say they love my ass in 7 G's to religion. I say no, but they keep giving, so I keep on taking. And no, I ain't taking. We can keep on taking. I keep on demonstrating my love, my love, my love, my love. You love my lady lumps, my hump, my hump, my hump. My humps, they got you. They got you. They got you. Got you. They got you. They got you. Dolce and Gabbana, Fendi and Adana, Karen, they be sharing all their money got me wearing fly. Girl, but I ain't asking. They say they love my ass in 7 G's to religion. I say no, but they keep giving, so I keep on taking. And no, I ain't taking. We can keep on taking. I keep on demonstrating my love, my love, my love, my love. You love my lady lumps.
Do it! Welcome to Mobile Legends!
Kok jadi stuck gini sih? Padahal udah mau end loh. Aduh.
So today we have Lotus from Chile, and they will be competing in the World Esports Championship 2022. So Lotus, how was your trip from Chile to Bali, and what is your impression of the place?
Was a very long trip. We came from Chile. We have 3 connection flights: Chile, Houston, Tokyo, Indonesia, and then Jakarta, Bali. So it was a very long trip, 2 days in a row, but it was a lot of fun. We had a lot of fun too. Totally worth it. Bali is a very beautiful place, so we are so happy to be here. We are delightful right away.
So first, how was your trip from your country to Bali? What is your impression about the place?
So about my trip, it was a little bit tiring, of course, from Saudi Arabia to Bali. Very long journey, but in the end, it worked out. Everything was fine, and my impressions is very great. The place here is wonderful, amazing, beautiful place. And yeah.
So about the competition, how do you guys prepare for this championship?
Well, we are a stack from Mexico, of course. Everyone has their own team, but we kind of practice with scrims a little bit 2 weeks ago.
Okay. So for this tournament, which team or participant do you think will be your biggest rival?
So I think our biggest rival will be from our same region, Philippines. We're in the same group. I think they're pretty strong, and I'm hoping we can have a good match.
So you've traveled so far from Maldives to Bali, Indonesia. What is your target in this competition?
Actually, we look forward to be in the top 1 or 2.
Okay. As we know, this is the biggest esports tournament in the world. Do you have any pressure on your shoulder, and how do you deal with them?
Actually, obviously it's a tournament, right? There'll be a lot of pressures, but then I think we'll be good in handling it.
Okay. So you already been through several stages of IESF qualification. What is the key of success for you in order to qualify for this tournament?
Well, the key is practice a lot, have fun again. Focus on the game, study the game. The game is your life in a competition.
We also know that there have been a significant growth of the esport industry for the past few years, and there are many esport fans that want to represent their country just like you.
Yeah.
Do you have any advice or tips for them so they can achieve that dream?
So I think we should all remember it's a team game, so we should solely not only focus on ourselves, and we should maybe focus on the team and how to grow as a team together, and sticking together through the thick and thin. I think that would be the greatest tip I can give.
Okay, so that's all for my questions.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time, and I hope you the best.
Thank you,
for this tournament. I hope the best for Mexico team.
Thank you so much.
We hope that too. Thanks to you, Pong.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Hi guys, back again with me, Putra Sutopo as your fellow host. So right now, I'm at the Earth Stage area, where this area will be used as the stage for opening ceremony of IESF 14 World Esports Championship Bali 2022. As you can see behind me, they are all practicing for the opening ceremony at 7 o'clock GMT+7. To be honest, I cannot wait to see the opening ceremony because there will be an amazing performance from Alfiref and other performers. So, for those of you who want to watch it, you can watch it through the IESF official channel on Twitch TV. To be honest, you need to watch it, okay? So right now, I want to continue to see their practicing for the opening ceremony. Bye guys.
Ada sebuah cerita tentang mereka yang bangkit dari keterpurukan, melawan keterbatasan, merajut karya untuk berdaya bersama, membuka jalan kemudahan dan rasa percaya akan masa depan. Di tengah tantangan, mereka suarakan harapan, bergerak untuk perubahan. IndiHome, aktivitas tanpa batas.
Nama budaya, salam kebajikan. Apa kabar teman-teman media semuanya? Luar biasa. Good afternoon ladies and gentlemen. Diri untuk menyanyikan lagu kebangsaan Indonesia Raya yang akan dilanjutkan dengan Mars PB Esports Indonesia. Indonesia tanah airku, tanah tumpah darahku. Di sanalah aku berdiri.
Pertama kita juga sangat berterima kasih kepada beliaunya dari IESF yang begitu memilih negara kita sebagai penyelenggara. Sekitar 42 juta ya e-sport ya, pemain e-sport tentunya akan bisa menyebarkan ini, bisa menghidupkan ekosistem daripada e-sport itu sendiri. Tentunya akan berpengaruh secara ekonomi dan kesehatan.
For this event, and hopefully Bali and Indonesia will get a really good name in the international, right?
Is going to influence a positive creativity in humanity and a new way to socialize, a new way to be together, a new way to be friends. When a parent looks at a kid in the computer with headset on and talking.
Salam Esports. Jaya,
jaya, jaya. Okay. Okay, thank you so much.
Okay. Let's go Bali.
Let's go Bali.
Selamat datang di sebuah pengalaman perjalanan baru Indonesia bersama InJourney. Terbang bersama kami untuk melihat pariwisata Indonesia, sirkuit internasional, bentang alam, ragam atraksi budaya, produk lokal asli Indonesia, warisan budaya, keamanan dan kenyamanan. InJourney membawa keramahan Indonesia ke dunia.
So, welcome to the IESF 15 World Esports Championships Bali 2022 with me Sigit as your field host. So, this is the second day of the IESF 15 World Esports Championship Bali 2022 and we still have a lot of interesting match and games in the game category of eFootball, Tekken 7, CSGO, Dota 2, and also Mobile Legends Bang Bang. You can see full match schedule on our Instagram at the IESF_official and also garudaku.sg. So, before we go, did any of you miss the excitement of the day one? Don't worry, here's the recap day one of the IESF 15 World Esports Championship Bali 2022. Enjoy!
Saya membuka secara resmi 14 World Esports Championship.
Nah, setelah hari ini kita bahas berbagai macam match, mulai dari match yang ada di Ice Stage ataupun yang ada di Fire Stage. Sekarang saya mengajak kalian untuk relax terlebih dahulu, di mana saat ini saya berada di booth area. Di sini banyak banget berbagai macam activation yang disediakan oleh booth-booth, baik itu booth dari sponsor ataupun booth-booth dari partner-partner PBSI dan IESF. Seperti yang ada di belakang saya, ini ada Garudaku Zone, di mana seperti yang kalian lihat, di sini banyak banget area-area permainan, ada racing simulator, ada juga mesin capit yang bisa mendapatkan hadiah item-item Dota, atau di sekelilingnya banyak sekali game-game atau booth-booth dari developer lokal. Nah, sekarang saya mengajak kalian untuk kita keliling-keliling di area booth. Mungkin buat kalian yang mau nonton dan mau datang ke acara IESF World Championship ini, kalian bisa tahu nih, kalian mau ke booth mana dan mau menikmati activation di booth mana aja. So, ayo gue ajak kalian untuk keliling-keliling lebih dahulu. Nah, sekarang kita lagi ada di booth-nya Battle of Guardian, di mana ini merupakan booth developer lokal asal Indonesia yang menciptakan fighting game pertama di Indonesia. Nah, keseruannya nih di sini kayaknya kita bisa main game nih. Kita bisa mencoba trial untuk main game Battle of Guardian. Nah, gue juga penasaran ada apa aja sih di booth Battle of Guardian. Jadi yuk kita coba aja samperin langsung ke boothnya Battle of Guardian. Let's go. Nah, aku sekarang udah sama Kak Jenny selaku strategisnya ya Mbak ya. Strategisnya dari Battle of Guardian. Nah Mbak, aku mau nanya-nanya nih sedikit tentang apa sih sebenarnya Battle of Guardian itu. Mungkin teman-teman di sana masih banyak yang belum tahu. Mungkin boleh tolong dijelasin Mbak?
Oke, Battle of Guardian sendiri adalah game fighting pertama dari Indonesia yang kita mengusung konsepnya Web3 nih.
Oke.
Jadi kita mengusung pakainya itu sistemnya blockchain gitu dari beberapa karakter. Nah, beberapa karakter kita itu juga terinspirasi nih dari beberapa legenda dan story-story lokal. Seperti kita juga ada kalau yang macan putih. Macan putih itu adalah dari Prabu Siliwangi atau Cindaku.
Oke.
Lalu juga kita ada yang perempuan itu ada namanya Sofia. Sofia itu kita juga terinspirasi dari Nyi Roro Kidul.
Oke.
Lalu juga kita ada Aling Dharma atau kalau misalnya di dalam in-game kita namanya Mata.
Oke.
Gitu.
Kalau di dalam in-game-nya sendiri kan aku lihat ini ada banyak fighter ya Mbak.
Yeah.
Nah sebenarnya apakah ini ada jenis-jenis fighternya gitu nggak sih? Apa semuanya tuh kategorinya sama gitu?
Ada, kita ada 3 kategori fighters di game kita. Ada dari Guardians, ada dari Demon, dan juga dari Human. Tapi kalau Human di sini adalah ceritanya tuh udah cyborg. Jadi setengah human, setengah robot.
Oh,
gitu. Jadi mereka memiliki special skill sendiri nih.
Oke. Kira-kira total ada berapa karakter sih Mbak yang udah ada sekarang atau yang mungkin rencananya bakalan ada nih di Battle of Guardian?
Sekarang ini untuk in-game kita udah keluarin 40 plus karakter.
Oke.
Tapi kita juga akan tetap develop sih. Kita ada beberapa yang masih kita on hold gitu.
Oke. Nah ini nih guys, seru banget. Berarti ini bisa dimainin di mana Mbak nih?
Ini kita akan ada di PC Games.
Oke.
Ini only PC Games, tapi langsung ke website kita aja Battle of Guardians. Dari situ kalian bisa download game ini di PC kalian sendiri.
Udah bisa main sama, mungkin aku mau main sama temen aku yang ada di luar kota gitu, atau kini baru bisa offline gitu Mbak?
Bisa, kita ada 2 mode, ada offline mode sama ada turnamen mode. Kita juga ada PVP.
Oke.
PVP jadi secara online, kita akan nyari match secara online gitu. Jadi bisa dari nggak cuma dari luar kota, tapi bisa juga dari luar negeri gitu.
Nah, buat kalian yang suka main fighter game, cobain Battle of Guardian. Ini karya lokal loh. Ini fighter game dari Indonesia pertama kali berarti ya Mbak ya?
Iya.
Dan Battle of Guardian ini juga udah dipertandingkan sebagai kompetisi eksibisi ya kemarin di Piala Presiden ya Mbak ya? Nah sekarang aku penasaran Mbak, ada apa aja sih di dalam booth-nya Battle of Guardian di acara IESF ini, dan sekiranya kalau penonton mau kesini tuh ya tadi mereka bisa ngapain aja dan mungkin ada hadiah-hadiah gitu nggak sih?
Ada banget. Kita akan ngadain turnamen. Sebenarnya nanti turnamen kita akan ada di water stage.
Oke.
Itu akan di tanggal 3, 4, sama 9. Itu prize pool-nya akan ada di 10 juta. Kita akan bagi-bagi nih. Nah, tapi di sini juga kita ada fun match. Jadi di sini kalian bisa coba game-game kita. Ada tiga ini. Kalian bisa coba pakai arcade games. Bisa juga pakai joystick nih untuk mencoba beberapa experience-nya beda-beda nih.
Bener.
Nah,
kalau arcade games tuh yang kayak pro player gitu kan?
Iya bener.
Gitu. Okay.
Jadi ada pakai arcade-nya sendiri, mesin arcade-nya sendiri. Nah, selain kita showcase game kita sendiri, kita juga ada nih beberapa merchandise yang kita eksklusif banget nih untuk IESF. Seperti jersey, terus baju yang aku pakai nih sekarang, kaos yang aku pakai. Lalu kita juga ada karakter, jadi ada 3D printing karakter. Kita juga ada figur, ada juga keychain gitu.
Nah, boleh nggak aku izin nih? Mungkin buat teman-teman di sana juga penasaran gimana sih game Battle of Guardian. Aku izin main dulu, boleh nggak Mbak?
Boleh banget. Yuk, kita main yuk.
Siap.
Yuk.
Mbak Jen, thank you banget udah ngasih kesempatan aku untuk main Battle of Guardian. Gamenya seru banget. Ini sih buat kalian yang suka main fight game bakal ketagihan banget ya Mbak ya. Oke kalau kayak gitu. Mbak Jen, aku pamit. Thank you ya Mbak Jen ya.
Thank you.
Oke.
Dolce and Gabbana, Fendi and Adana. Karen, they be sharing all their money, got me wearing fly. Girl, but I ain't asking. They say they love my ass and 7 jeans to religion. I say no, but they keep giving, so I keep on taking. And no, I ain't taking. We can keep on taking. I keep on demonstrating my love, my love, my love, my love. You love my lady lumps, my hump, my hump, my hump. My humps, they got you. Dolce and Gabbana, Fendi and Adana. Karen, they be sharing all their money, got me wearing fly. Girl, but I ain't asking. They say they love my ass and 7 jeans to religion. I say no, but they keep giving, so I keep on taking. And no, I ain't taking. We can keep on taking. I keep on demonstrating my love, my love, my love, my love. You love my lady lumps.
So today we have Lotus from Chile, and they will be competing in the World Esports Championship 2022. So Lotus, how was your trip from Chile to Bali, and what is your impression of the place?
It was a very long trip. We came from Chile. We have 3 connection flights: Chile, Houston, Tokyo, Indonesia, Jakarta, Bali. So it was a very long trip, 2 days in a row, but it was a lot of fun. We had a lot of fun too. Totally worth it. Bali is a very beautiful place, so we are so happy to be here. We are delightful right away.
So first, how was your trip from your country to Bali? What is your impression about the place?
So about my trip, it was a little bit tiring, of course, from Saudi Arabia to Bali. Very long journey, but in the end, it worked out. Everything was fine. And my impression is very great. The place here is wonderful, amazing, beautiful place. And yeah.
So about the competition, how do you guys prepare for this championship?
Well, we are a stack from Mexico, of course. Everyone has their own team, but we kind of practice with scrims a little bit 2 weeks ago.
Okay. So for this tournament, which team or participant do you think will be your biggest rival?
So I think our biggest rival will be from our same region, Philippines. We're in the same group. I think they're pretty strong, and I'm hoping we can have a good match.
So you've traveled so far from Maldives to Bali, Indonesia. What is your target in this competition?
Actually, we look forward to be in the top 1 or 2.
As we know, this is the biggest esports tournament in the world. Do you have any pressure on your shoulder, and how do you deal with them?
Actually, obviously it's a tournament, right? There'll be a lot of pressures, but then I think we'll be good in handling it.
Okay. So you already been through several stages of IESF qualification. What is the key of success for you in order to qualify for this tournament?
Well, the key is practice a lot, have fun again. Focus on the game, study the game. The game is your life in a competition.
We also know that there have been a significant growth of the esports industry for the past few years, and there are many esports fans that want to represent their country, just like you.
Yeah.
Do you have any advice or tips for them so they can achieve that dream?
So I think we should all remember like it's a team game, so we should not only focus on ourselves, and we should maybe focus on the team and how to grow as a team together and sticking together through the thick and thin. I think that would be the greatest tip I can give.
Okay, so that's all for my questions.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time, and I hope you the best.
Thank you
for this tournament. I hope the best for Mexico team.
Thank you so much.
We hope that too. Thanks to you, Pong.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Hi guys, back again with me, Putra Sutopo as your fellow host. So right now, I'm at the Earth Stage area, where this area will be used as the stage for opening ceremony of IESF 14 World Esports Championship Bali 2022. As you can see behind me, they are all practicing for the opening ceremony at 7 o'clock GMT plus 7. To be honest, I cannot wait to see the opening ceremony because there will be an amazing performance from Alfiref and other performers. So, for those of you who want to watch it, you can watch it through the IESF official channel on Twitch TV. To be honest, you need to watch it, okay? So right now, I want to continue to see their practicing for the opening ceremony. Bye guys.
Indonesia's Next Top Model Cycle 3, Sabtu dan Minggu, jam 7 malam.
Namo Buddhaya, salam kebajikan. Apa kabar teman-teman media semuanya? Luar biasa. Good afternoon ladies and gentlemen. Diri untuk menyanyikan lagu kebangsaan Indonesia Raya yang akan dilanjutkan dengan Mars PB Esports Indonesia. Indonesia tanah airku, tanah tumpah darahku. Di sanalah aku berdiri, jadi pandu ibu.
Pertama kita juga sangat berterima kasih kepada beliaunya dari
sekitar 42 juta ya e-sport ya, pemain e-sport tentunya akan bisa menyebarkan ini bisa menghidupkan ekosistem daripada e-sport itu sendiri. Tentunya akan berpengaruh secara ekonomi dan kesehatan.
For this event, and hopefully Bali and Indonesia will get a really good name in the international, right?
Is going to influence a positive creativity in humanity and a new way to socialize, a new way to be together, a new way to be friends. When a parent looks at a kid in the computer with headset on and talking.
Salam Esports.
Okay, thank you so much.
Okay. Let's go Bali.
Let's go Bali.
So, welcome to the IESF 15 World Esports Championships Bali 2022 with me Sigit as your field host. So, this is the second day of the IESF 15 World Esports Championship Bali 2022 and we still have a lot of interesting match and games in the game category of eFootball, Tekken 7, CSGO, Dota 2 and also Mobile Legends Bang Bang. You can see full match schedule on our Instagram at the ISF_official and also garudaku.se. So, before we go, did any of you miss the excitement of the day one? Don't worry, here's the recap day one of the IESF 15 World Esports Championship Bali 2022. Enjoy!
Saya membuka secara resmi 14 World Esports Championship.
Nah, setelah hari ini kita bahas berbagai macam match, mulai dari match yang ada di ice stage ataupun yang ada di fire stage. Sekarang saya mau ngajak kalian untuk relax terlebih dahulu, di mana saat ini saya berada di booth area. Di sini banyak banget berbagai macam activation yang disediakan oleh booth-booth, baik itu booth dari sponsor ataupun booth-booth dari partner-partner PBSI dan IESF. Seperti yang ada di belakang saya, ini ada Garuda Zone, di mana seperti yang kalian lihat, di sini banyak banget area-area permainan, ada racing simulator, ada juga mesin capit yang bisa mendapatkan hadiah item-item Dota, atau di sekelilingnya banyak sekali game-game atau booth-booth dari developer lokal. Nah, sekarang saya mau ngajak kalian untuk kita keliling-keliling di area booth. Mungkin buat kalian yang mau nonton dan mau datang ke acara IESF World Championship ini, kalian bisa tahu nih, kalian mau ke booth mana dan mau menikmati activation di booth mana aja. So, ayo gue ajak kalian untuk keliling-keliling lebih dahulu. Nah, sekarang kita lagi ada di booth-nya Battle of Guardian, di mana ini merupakan booth developer lokal asal Indonesia yang menciptakan fighting game pertama di Indonesia. Nah, keseruannya nih di sini kayaknya kita bisa main game nih. Kita bisa mencoba trial untuk main game Battle of Guardian. Nah, gue juga penasaran ada apa aja sih di booth Battle of Guardian. Jadi yuk kita coba aja samperin langsung ke booth-nya Battle of Guardian. Let's go. Nah, aku sekarang udah sama Kak Jenny selaku strategisnya ya Mbak ya. Strategisnya dari Battle of Guardian. Nah Mbak, aku mau nanya-nanya nih sedikit tentang apa sih sebenarnya Battle of Guardian itu. Mungkin teman-teman di sana masih banyak yang belum tahu. Mungkin boleh tolong dijelasin Mbak.
Oke, Battle of Guardian sendiri adalah game fighting pertama dari Indonesia yang kita mengusung konsepnya Web3 nih.
Oke.
Jadi kita mengusung pakainya itu sistemnya blockchain itu dari beberapa karakter. Nah, beberapa karakter kita itu juga terinspirasi nih dari beberapa legenda dan story-story lokal. Seperti kita juga ada kalau yang macan putih. Macan putih itu adalah dari Prabu Siliwangi atau Cindaku.
Oke.
Lalu juga kita ada yang perempuan itu ada namanya Sofia. Sofia itu kita juga terinspirasi dari Nyi Roro Kidul.
Oke.
Lalu juga kita ada Aling Dharma atau kalau misalnya di dalam in-game kita namanya Mata.
Oke.
Gitu.
Kalau di dalam in-game-nya sendiri kan aku lihat ini ada banyak fighter ya Mbak.
Yeah.
Nah, sebenarnya apakah ini ada jenis-jenis fighternya gitu nggak sih? Apa semuanya tuh kategorinya sama gitu?
Ada, kita ada 3 kategori fighters di game kita. Ada dari Guardians, ada dari Demon, dan juga dari Human. Tapi kalau Human di sini adalah ceritanya tuh udah cyborg, jadi setengah human, setengah robot.
Oh,
gitu. Jadi mereka memiliki special skill sendiri nih.
Oke. Kira-kira total ada berapa karakter sih Mbak yang udah ada sekarang atau yang mungkin rencananya bakalan ada nih di Battle of Guardian?
Sekarang ini untuk in-game kita udah keluarin 40 plus karakter.
Oke.
Tapi kita juga akan tetap develop sih. Kita ada beberapa yang masih kita on hold gitu.
Oke. Nah ini nih guys, seru banget. Berarti ini bisa dimainin di mana Mbak nih?
Ini kita akan ada di PC Games.
Oke.
Ini only PC Games, tapi langsung ke website kita aja Battle of Guardians. Dari situ kalian bisa download game ini di PC kalian sendiri.
Udah bisa main sama, mungkin aku mau main sama temen aku yang ada di luar kota gitu, atau kini baru bisa offline gitu Mbak?
Bisa, kita ada 2 mode, ada offline mode sama ada turnamen mode. Kita juga ada PVP.
Oke.
PVP jadi secara online, kita akan nyari match secara online gitu. Jadi bisa dari nggak cuma dari luar kota, tapi bisa juga dari luar negeri gitu.
Nah, buat kalian yang suka main fighter game, cobain Battle of Guardian. Ini karya lokal loh. Ini fighter game dari Indonesia pertama kali berarti ya Mbak ya?
Iya.
Dan Battle of Guardian ini juga udah dipertandingkan sebagai kompetisi eksibisi ya kemarin di Piala Presiden ya Mbak ya? Nah sekarang aku penasaran Mbak, ada apa aja sih di dalam booth-nya Battle of Guardian di acara IESF ini, dan sekiranya kalau penonton mau kesini tuh ya tadi mereka bisa ngapain aja dan mungkin ada hadiah-hadiah gitu nggak sih?
Ada banget. Kita akan ngadain turnamen. Sebenarnya nanti turnamen kita akan ada di water stage.
Oke.
Itu akan di tanggal 3, 4, sama 9. Itu prize pool-nya akan ada di 10 juta. Kita akan bagi-bagi nih. Nah, tapi di sini juga kita ada fun match. Jadi di sini kalian bisa coba game-game kita. Ada tiga ini. Kalian bisa coba pakai arcade games, bisa juga pakai joystick nih untuk mencoba beberapa experience-nya beda-beda nih.
Benar.
Nah,
kalau arcade games tuh yang kayak pro player gitu kan.
Bener.
Gitu. Oke.
Jadi ada pakai arcade-nya sendiri, mesin arcade-nya sendiri. Nah, selain kita showcase game kita sendiri, kita juga ada nih beberapa merchandise yang kita eksklusif banget nih untuk IESF. Seperti jersey, terus baju yang aku pakai nih sekarang, kaos yang aku pakai. Lalu kita juga ada karakter, jadi ada 3D printing karakter. Kita juga ada figur, ada juga keychain gitu.
Nah, boleh nggak aku izin nih? Mungkin buat teman-teman di sana juga penasaran gimana sih game Battle of Guardian. Aku izin main dulu, boleh nggak, Mbak?
Boleh banget. Yuk, kita main yuk.
Siap.
Yuk.
Mbak Jen, thank you banget udah ngasih kesempatan aku untuk main Battle of Guardian. Gamenya seru banget. Ini sih buat kalian yang suka main fight game bakal ketagihan banget ya, Mbak ya. Oke, kalau kayak gitu. Mbak Jen, aku pamit. Thank you ya, Mbak Jen ya.
Thank you.
Oke.
Berani melawan keterbatasan demi memberitakan kebenaran. Terus berjalan menghadapi perubahan, berinovasi menjawab tantangan zaman. Menjadi tempat informasi terpercaya yang cepat, berimbang, dan akurat. Tak sekadar memberi wawasan, namun juga membuka pikiran. Orang cerdas membaca tuntas hanya di detik.com.
Fendi and Adana, Karen, they be sharing all their money, got me wearing fly. Girl, but I ain't asking. They say they love my ass and 7 G's to religion. I say no, but they keep giving, so I keep on taking. And no, I ain't taking. We can keep on taking. I keep on demonstrating my love, my love, my love, my love. You love my lady lumps, my hump, my hump, my hump. My humps, they got you. 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 Dolce and Gabbana, Fendi and Adana, Karen, they be sharing all their money, got me wearing fly. Girl, but I ain't asking. They say they love my ass and 7 G's to religion. I say no, but they keep giving, so I keep on taking. And no, I ain't taking. We can keep on taking. I keep on demonstrating my love, my love, my love, my love. You love my lady lumps.
Warga plus 62 emang banyak maunya. Dari drakoran sampai banjir air mata. Nonton action yang mantul. Sampai nonton tendangan cantik. Maksudnya ini. Mau nonton apapun, semua ada di video. Mulai dari yang bikin berbunga-bunga, keringet dingin, ketawa, sampai bikin gak ngedip. Jadi nonton apa sekarang?
So today we have Lotus from Chile, and they will be competing in the World Esports Championship 2022. So, Lotus, how was your trip from Chile to Bali, and what is your impression of the place?
Was a very long trip. We came from Chile. We have 3 connection flights: Chile, Houston, Tokyo, Indonesia, and then Jakarta, Bali. So it was a very long trip, 2 days in a row, but it was a lot of fun. We had a lot of fun too. Totally worth it. Bali is a very beautiful place, so we are so happy to be here. We are delightful right away.
So first, how was your trip from your country to Bali? What is your impression about the place?
So about my trip, it was a little bit tiring, of course, from Saudi Arabia to Bali. Very long journey, but in the end, it worked out. Everything was fine, and my impressions was very great. The place here is wonderful, amazing, beautiful place, and yeah.
So about the competition, how do you guys prepare for this championship?
Well, we are a stack from Mexico, of course. Everyone has their own team, but we kind of practice with scrims a little bit 2 weeks ago.
Okay. So for this tournament, which team or participant do you think will be your biggest rival?
So I think our biggest rival will be from our same region, Philippines. Like, we're in the same group. Like, I think they're pretty strong, and I'm hoping we can have a good match.
So you've traveled so far from Maldives to Bali, Indonesia. What is your target in this competition?
Actually, we look forward to be in the top 1 or 2.
Okay. As we know, this is the biggest esports tournament in the world. Do you have any pressure on your shoulder, and how do you deal with them?
Actually, obviously it's a tournament, right? There'll be a lot of pressures, but then I think we'll be good in handling it.
Okay. So you already been through several stages of ISF qualification. What is the key of success for you in order to qualify for this tournament?
Well, the key is practice a lot, have fun again. I mean, focus on the game, study the game. The game is your life in a competition.
We also know that there have been a significant growth of the esport industry for the past few years, and there are many esport fans that want to represent their country, just like you.
Yeah.
Do you have any advice or tips for them so they can achieve that dream?
So I think we should all remember, like, it's a team game, so we should solely not only focus on ourselves, and we should maybe focus on the team and how to grow as a team together, and sticking together through the thick and thin. I think that would be the greatest tip I can give.
Okay, so that's all for my questions.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time, and I hope you the best.
Thank you,
for this tournament. I hope the best for Mexico team.
Thank you so much.
We hope that too. Thanks to you, Pong.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Jangan yang aku bekerja.
Jangan suntik-menyuntik. Kamu ngulik-ngulik sendiri, Sen?
Saya sih lebih belajar otodidak, nontonin pro player luar, habis itu belajarin.
Dari 1 sampai 10 ya, seberapa jago kamu main? Tukang apa yang kalau dipanggil tengoknya ke atas?
Langsung main di bawah.
Satu, buah apa yang durhaka? Aku, Mbak.
FF. Kalian keras nih, Bos.
Itu sih masih pemanasan sih di MPL season yang ke-8. Juga ya. Siapa sih guys yang pernah gitu ya? Kita salah satu pro player.
Baik juga, jadi kayak share hal-hal yang positif juga.
Begitulah kayak kita cari poin plus minusnya kita buat final itu.
Dia nggak coba dicari lagi. Kali ini masih belum ada ilmu terlebih dahulu, berhasil.
Untung dari tim Aragio nggak ada third party di sini, nggak ada tim lain yang akan bersih-bersihin mereka, ada di sisi lain. Kita main lagi.
Ada banyak banget ya di pertarungan berkualitas dan aksi tim.
Hi guys, back again with me, Putra Sutopo as your fellow host. So right now, I'm at the Earth Stage area, where this area will be used as the stage for opening ceremony of IESF 14 World Esports Championship Bali 2022. As you can see behind me, they are all practicing for the opening ceremony at 7 o'clock GMT+7. To be honest, I cannot wait to see the opening ceremony because there will be an amazing performance from Alfiref and other performers. So, for those of you who want to watch it, you can watch it.
All right. Welcome back again on IESF 14 World Esports Championship Bali 2022. We are on Air Stage! Last match for today on our Mobile Legends Bang Bang IESF 14 World Esports Championship. We're gonna goes to the next round. Will be a good match as a third match for today. So ladies and gentlemen, like usually before we go into the match, I would like to give you information about the event itself. The IESF 14 World Esports Championship will be a part of the Indonesia Esports Summit 2022, an annual celebration of the country's esports ecosystem initiated by IESF and PBSI, with the goal to involve all esports stakeholders in Indonesia, including game publishers, game developers, pro teams, athletes, influencers, brand, community, and media in the country. Here, we have more than 600 international athletes, 106 countries, and 596 offline matches. Will make the IESF the esport event with the most nationality competing offline and the largest outdoor esports competition in Southeast Asia. With 4 marvelous thematic stages, we have Earth Stage, Air Stage, Ice stage, and Fire stage, just like Avatar. And here we have 6 games include CSGO, Dota 2, Mobile Legends Bang Bang, PUBG Mobile, eFootball 2023, and Tekken 7. And especially for CSGO, there is not only a CSGO male, we also have the first CSGO female tournament of the year. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, let us invite 2 teams that will compete for the third match of today, Mobile Legends Bang Bang. First, we have Malaysia! All right, please welcome the boys that represented Malaysia, Pasukan Malaysia here, ready for the third match. Okay, slowly. All right, they are ready for today, guys. And then the second one, please welcome Vietnam! This is it. The Vietnam squad for today. Ready for the match for Mobile Legends Bang Bang on IESF 14 World Esports Championship. Okay, guys, are you ready?
Ready.
All right. How about you? Are you ready?
Ready.
Ready. Both of the team is ready, and please handshake each other. Good luck. Selamat berjaya. Berjaya. All right. Okay, guys, let's start the game and tag to the caster that will lead the third match of today. Please welcome once again Mirko and Momo-chan.
Malaysia have definitely learned from their mistake in match number 1.
That.
You saw that? You saw the little message they wrote down? Bad joy was what they
Obviously,
wrote down.
yes.
And yeah, I think that was the main mistake that Team Malaysia did in the first match. But welcome back again to the caster desk with Mirko and
Momo-chan. Oh, it's Arashi.
So, what's up, Arashi? How are you doing?
No, actually.
No? Oh,
no.
My bad.
Sorry.
What's up, Momo-chan?
Okay, so we are in the another lower bracket match for today, right? So it's gonna be interesting because there will be another team that will say goodbye today.
It's pretty sad, but obviously this
Always.
is the nature of competition. There's always going to be the victors, and there's always going to be the losers who will be sent home. And unfortunately, Malaysia, even after they were able to beat Vietnam in the first match of the upper brackets, they're still going to be able to meet them again here, a rematch.
Yeah.
And Vietnam have definitely learned as well since their loss towards Team Malaysia. They're definitely coming here with that preparation, and they're going to be a bit tougher to beat. They almost beat Malaysia the first time around.
Yeah, almost bring the first 3 games for Malaysia on our first day, but luckily, no, maybe I cannot say luckily, but solidly, Malaysia, they close it with 2-0 only. So yeah, there's no third game between Malaysia and Vietnam, but we don't know about another matches, a rematch between Malaysia and also Vietnam, because Vietnam, maybe like Mirko said earlier, Malaysia, they already learned their mistake just now by showing us the ban joy word. But the problem, I'm pretty sure that Vietnam also done their homework by losing from Malaysia in the upper bracket.
Exactly. So with that data, with the information that they have coming into this game, it's going to be very interesting to see how they actually perform. But ladies and gentlemen, hello gamers, to all you people out there. Are you having speed problems with your smartphone? Because let me tell you, right here you can see on the desk, it's the Samsung Galaxy A33 5G and the Galaxy A53 5G, and also the Galaxy A73 5G. And you guys can go ahead and check it out right now because it has awesome specs, right, Momo-chan?
Yes, that's right, because you know we have 8 GB RAM and 256 GB memory, Super AMOLED Plus screen, and fresh rate. You know the fresh rate is already up to 120 Hertz, so it's very smooth. There's no lag at all when you play Mobile Legends, and I'm pretty sure that this smartphone already 5G, like Mirko said. So bye-bye to not responding, bye-bye to lag, and make sure you guys can check their website samsung.co.id.
Ever since I got my Samsung phone, I forgot what lag means because of how fast it is. What is lag, right? But obviously, Momo-chan, because right now you guys can get it, go ahead, check it out right now. Don't waste a minute and check it out, because right now there's a discount, 600,000 IDR, and an awesome gift as well worth up to 360,000 IDR, plus also e-vouchers worth up to 500,000 IDR on Samsung.com.
Wow.
And guess what? It's for everyone, because awesome is
It's
for
for
everyone.
Amazing. Make sure you guys don't miss it. Don't miss the discount and also the awesome gift. But we are going to the lower bracket match. Is it going to be Malaysia or is it going to be Vietnam that has to say goodbye for our lower bracket match here?
That's a big question, man. That's a big question, because
right.
the team who will lose here will be sent home. You're right. No more chances left. There are no more opportunities to lose out here for both of these teams. They need to go all out. No more saving those strategies that they maybe were trying to do to get to the grand finals first.
Yeah, they have to let out their A card here between Malaysia and also Vietnam. Meanwhile, we are taking take a look with our update playoff bracket here. Malaysia versus Vietnam in the lower bracket, and we also have Argentina versus Philippines. Meanwhile, there are still two. So Indonesia already stay in the upper final. They will meet Cambodia tomorrow, right?
2-0, Indonesia were able to beat Argentina. Cambodia took a bit more time to take down Malaysia, 2-1, and those games were actually going on for quite some time. But we do have the two teams that are now going to be placed into that lower bracket. Like you mentioned, Momo-chan, it's Argentina up against Philippines. And obviously the match we have now, Vietnam up against Malaysia. The team versus screen is right here. We're going to be taking a look at both of the roamers, Gnart and Yums.
Gnart and Yums. I could say maybe for Yums, he likes to, sometimes trying to make some outplay with the Digi, or maybe, he likes to even pick Franco. So there's some initiation or there's some engage that actually Yums always do for a Malaysian team here. But it depends actually. It depends on the playstyle that Malaysia wants to bring us for the lower bracket. But from the player head-to-head between Hehe and also Momo as the gold laner, it's quite, I can say maybe a little bit, a little bit chaotic here, because Hehe with the playstyle that's very aggressive. He has a good KD, a good goal per minute if you compare to rather than Momo. And also the kill per game, and also with the kill point here, maybe not too much differences between these two players, but I could say Hehe has a lot of a good farming pattern here if you compare to Momo, because from the gold per minute 990, or maybe it's because of the dominance from Vietnam when they meet Namibia yesterday, right? With the fastest game, 6 minutes done. So I think this is why Hehe become very comfortable when they meet Namibia yesterday.
It took Vietnam 6 minutes to take down Namibia. We'll see how they'll take down perhaps Malaysia here in the lower bracket match, as we will jump in to the drafting phase of game number 1 of Malaysia versus Vietnam right now.
Right now. There you go. Let's see. Joy, I think it will be automatically being banned out by Malaysia here. I don't think they want to let the chance for Vietnam to take the joy.
Yeah, for sure. I think we're definitely not going to see the joy opened up again. It went 16-0 up against Malaysia. And just like that, the joy is going to be the first ban for Malaysia. They've definitely learned their lesson after losing to it twice. But the Diggy will also be banned out first by Team Vietnam. This is an approach that we've seen so many times throughout this tournament so far, Momo-chan. And it's always in the first phase. Indonesia banned the Diggy in both Game 1 and Game 2 up against Argentina. We saw the Diggy ban as well come through for the side of Cambodia versus Namibia.
Yeah, look at that, the first ban towards Joy. I don't know, maybe Vietnam here, they have another, approach for the ban phase, but there's no Leomord as well. I think they can try to secure it Valentina if they want to.
They can definitely look for that.
Yeah, so they can ban out the Martis or maybe Benedetta here, or maybe even Kaja. Or maybe they can take that Kaja as the first pick here.
You're right, the first pick is still on the hands of Vietnam. They can choose to play the Valentina, pick it up for themselves. They can also go for, like you mentioned, the Kaja, the Martis as well, that we've seen banned out, but we haven't seen played or picked yet in IESF 2022, which is quite interesting because this hero has just gotten a buff, and we've seen a whole lot of it early on in the patch, right? We'll see once again here for Team Malaysia as they are going to be banning here. That's the Kaja coming out, the hero we just mentioned.
Yep. So there's no Kaja, there's no Divine Judgment. There's still 1-1 left as well, right?
1-1 as well. We also know that right now Fanny is up for grabs.
Oh yeah, we saw Fanny from Indonesia just now in the hand of Taz, and
pretty scary.
It's so scary though. And I think whoever teams that against Indonesia, they have to really respect Taz Fanny here. But no win-win as well for our first game. So it's gonna be another contest for Leomord and also Valentina.
Leomord already banned out by Team Vietnam. The Martis, the Valentina, two heroes
Valentina
still up for grabs. We've also
and
seen
Martis,
that. Well, technically, Momo-chan, you would think these prio heroes would be the prio, but for Team Malaysia, we saw a whole lot of crazy last time.
Yeah,
we picked Franco and Minsathar, and the Franco went to the jungle. So, Chiku guys, this is a man that we've come to know just loves crazy picks. I think crazy is an understatement at this point. He's just a mad genius, right? Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't though. It's a very coin flippy style of play. And Malaysia have opted to go and ban the Phobius, leaving the Valentina up for Team Vietnam.
And Martis even though. So is it gonna be Martis or is it gonna be Valentina?
I think Valentina is a bit
I think it's Valentina,
better.
yeah. Malaysia, they can take another hero such as 2 OP hero. Maybe it's gonna be Martis or an Eve or Benedetta for 4 Mace or Eve Lapu-Lapu if they want to. There's Lapu-Lapu as well, right? We know how strong 4 Mace with this Lapu-Lapu. Because even though they banned out this Digi, at least Malaysia, they don't have to worry about the super aggressive and like additional movements with they coming from Joy, right? With the electrifying bits here, they won't meet Joy in the first game. So is it gonna be Lapu-Lapu or Matilda as a shadow pick from Malaysia's side with Martis, or it's gonna be Batrix. So there's no Martis as well. Interesting.
Yeah. Now the big question for me is, why did Malaysia ban out that Phobius? It's definitely to set up for a pick for themselves.
I think there's some kind of a respect ban because from the first meeting with Vietnam, they also ban out the Phobius.
Yeah.
So maybe there's maybe there's another top global in the Vietnam side.
Maybe, perhaps, right?
Yeah.
We'll see. But also, definitely they are trying to set up for a dash hero for themselves. Vietnam, though, instantly picking up the Fredrin with no hesitation as they are going to look for that final pick in the first phase. They can go for the roamer right now if they want to go for something safe. They can also go for the gold lane, but they do opt to hover over the Kufra, which is an interesting pick up against the Mathilda. They can actually stop a few movements, but man, they actually opt to go for the Estes. Gnart has been a very solid support roamer. He's always playing the Angelas, the Rafaelas, and now the Estes as well. These healing heroes have been his
Your
comfort.
favorite?
His comfort, yeah.
Yeah,
his
maybe
favorites.
it's comfort as well. Yeah, but yeah, Estes in the hand of Vietnam. It means even though they didn't bring, even though they hasn't picked Faramis as a as the roamer or maybe as a mid laner here, but Estes Hill, we know how annoying it is, right?
It is.
If we talk about Estes, maybe we know that it's oh my Venus favorite hero, right? But it's
Got the
Vietnam,
blackest
so
skin.
yeah, but it's Vietnam. It's a different story, and we will see what will happen with Malaysia because they already picked up that Eve as a high ground hero for defensive or maybe even for the team fight.
Yves is actually going to be the hero picked up by Team Malaysia, knowing that Moon, this is his most comfortable hero when he does play the mid lane. With the Beatrix, the Mathilda, and the Yves, you kind of understand that, again, Team Malaysia, they are just going for that safe kind of strat. Usually we see Malaysia go for these crazy picks when they are in a comfortable spot, right? When it's the upper bracket game, when it's the second game, when they've already won the first game as well in the best of 3 series, they like to go for some crazy picks. We saw the Ruby jungle, we saw the Franco jungle earlier as well. But now, because they're in the lower brackets, up against a team that, again, they've beaten before. So Vietnam has some data on Malaysia, knows how Malaysia likes to play. They're opting to go for the safer route. The front-to-back composition, Beatrix, Yves, Mathilda. But I like how they're doing it because they're giving Chiku that space to pick up that final pick.
Agree with that. So this is maybe that's what Malaysia strategies has to be because they are really relying on Chiku and also especially Momo. Going into the late
Momo
game.
Chen?
No, it's a Momo with the
It's just Momo.
you know super double O.
It's
like,
Momo.
Momo.
Momo. All right.
Momo. And Carmilla, shadow pick from Malaysia, so it's gonna be Carmilla for Chiku, guys. Pretty sure. So we will see what will.
Are you sure about that?
Yeah.
Are you sure he's not going to go to the gold lane?
No.
Yeah,
Of course no.
Yeah, we don't know. At this point, it's whenever Todak plays, whenever Malaysia plays, it really feels like you don't know where they're going to go, right? Especially when Malaysia here, when they pick up something like a Carmilla, a hero that we usually don't see on the hands of Chiku. When you talk about Chiku, when you mention Chiku, the first thing that comes to mind, the first heroes that come to mind are these flashy heroes, these game-changing heroes, or just, honestly, the heroes that don't make sense, to be honest, right? He makes them work like no one else. But Team Vietnam now, looking at this composition from Malaysia, this front to back, Vietnam are trying their best to try to split that composition with the Cho. They have that additional CC, that single target, and obviously that knockback with the Way the Dragon to split these members out, to isolate them, and look for an opening.
Yeah, if you take a look for the crowd control that Vietnam has here, they have the slow effect from the Astas, but is it gonna be enough? Because Cho, like Mirko mentioned it earlier, it only has a single target CC here with the Way of Dragon, with the knockback here. So I think, oh, there you go. I was asking where's the Martis here, and there you go, Martis for Formis. And this Carmilla will goes into the hand of Chiku, guys. Like you said, Mirko, if you talk about Malaysia, we don't know where they are want to go, right? They can do anything. They can play anything they want, and with the especially. Chiku ever played that Ruby jungler, remember, for the first day?
How could I forget? That pick was insane, and what made it crazy was they got a win, actually, with that Ruby jungle up against Vietnam.
Yeah,
so
that's right.
They're still trying to go for a little bit of crazy here with the Martis in the XP lane, not a jungle. So it's another curveball over to Vietnam. We'll see how Vietnam handles this crazy pick, this cheesy pick.
Cheesy pick.
But what do you think about the drafts?
I don't know. I'm so curious about the Astas pick here. I would like it will be effective, especially for the big team fight for Vietnam, but all the best for both of teams.
Well, let's jump into the Land of Dawn for game number 1 of Vietnam versus Malaysia. The second time meeting here, this time in the lower brackets, an elimination match with Chiku starting on the orange buff and Joga on the purple buff. Yums already trying his best to invade the enemy jungle to force that retribution so that Chiku can look for a bit more in the enemy orange buff. Yums jumps in. Retribution not popped up though. Joga now just hitting Yums back.
Okay, but the purple buff will be taken by Gunnar right now, and Yums need to use the flicker to flick out because there are 3 members who chase him around.
That's super unfortunate, right? Gnart was the one who actually got the purple buff.
Yeah, but at least it's not in the hand of Yums, right?
True. It's not in the hands of the enemy team, but still, you know, right now Chiku will definitely have a bit of an advantage when it comes down to the farm of the XP game. As you can see, already Chiku going so aggressive into the enemy jungle. 3 members from the side of Vietnam have already rotated in. Chiku still going for it, committing onto it, and finds the retribution. Looking for more. Nart going to be immobilized, but decides to back off with the guiding wind popped up by Yums.
It's enough for Chiku. At least he can get the orange buff here, but Joga trying to giving a pressure in the lane for Momo here. But meanwhile, the slow effect from Nart is just, I find it really disturbing, you know?
It's very disturbing.
It's very disturbing. It's very slow. I think maybe around 70% slow effect, I think.
It's an absurd number, honestly, right?
Yeah, I know, right?
As an Estes as well, early on, getting that purple buff will somewhat will help you, definitely. But it's gone so fast right now for Nart. He doesn't have it anymore. Turtle has spawned in, and like I mentioned, Chiku will have a bit of an advantage here. 1 level, about to be 2 levels once he secures this turtle for free. A good choice by Vietnam, though, a wise choice as they decide to not contest. But because of that now, with a 2-level lead, Chiku is going for the purple buff, steals it away from Joga, who's still level 3. And Joga's just not having a good time here in his own jungle.
Oh my god, it's gonna be a disaster. And the first blood for me suddenly got punished with Vietnam here. Meanwhile, there's gonna be one real manipulation towards the player from Malaysia. I need my help, really need some help, really need a backup follow-up coming from the Vietnam. But Yums is gonna stop, and he still have the guiding winds to make him to stay alive.
Clean movement by Yums here, and you can see they bought so much time and so much pressure is alleviated off of that bottom side where Chiku can actually go and steal away that orange buff, invading the enemy jungle and putting some more pressure on the Claude that's currently already behind of Momo on that Beatrix.
And with the first blood goes into the hand of Vietnam now, Malaysia, even though they play so aggressive, they trying to invade all of the jungler that Vietnam has, they have to come with the better strategy, I think, or maybe a better team fight here, because if they keep losing from the damage here, I think it's gonna be a disaster because Vietnam will keep snowballing and snowballing.
That was painful, man. They praised his wrath, but for me, he still decides to actually walk up to lane. Joga was in that XP lane, looking to go for that lane gank, but will not decide to commit. You can see Chiku, guys. Look at his positioning here already. Trying to go for the purple buff, knowing that he is, again, ahead. But look at the bottom side. River here. His head is going to be caught down, gunned down by Momo on the Nibiru. Meanwhile, Chiku, guys, he steals it again. Joga hasn't gotten a single buff this game.
Maybe Malaysia, they realize Vietnam, they don't have any proper tanker, you know.
Yeah.
There's no really a very tanky hero that can try to cover the jungler here. Especially Joga needs some item for the damage here for Chao. And now Formis and Chiku will play a bit objective here, taking the first turtle, and the king try to contest it, but it's gonna be a little bit fail for the king.
Well, look at the bright side, right? The king wasn't able to steal it away, but that did give Joga a bit more space to actually claim his first buff of the game. The orange buff was secured by Joga in that bottom side. It's insane. 5 minutes, and he's only taken 1 buff because of the amount of pressure that Malaysia have been able to put onto Vietnam's jungle side. But look at the bottom side. Chiku once again caught on the 1v3, but it's actually going to be Vietnam who's going to be caught around Malaysia's collapse. Nart going to be jumped on here with the real world manipulation as well. Blazing duet to the back lines, but it does not deal enough damage. IMU popped in, Momo jumping in as well, but it's a 1-for-1 trade, a 2-for-1 trade as Momo and Moon are caught down. That's going to be a 4-man Malaysian team that's taken down in that bottom side, and a triple kill for Need My Help.
Okay, they got 2 members in the first, from the team fight in the bottom lane here. Snart was being able to be shouted down by the player from Malaysia, but after Hehe comes, look at that. He's trying to go in and go back with the battle mirror image that he has, and also very, very good the way of Dragon coming from Yoga. It makes all of the members from Malaysia suddenly being shut down by Vietnam.
Crazy. Again, you could see that for Malaysia, they actually used all their resources on Nart, the roamer, which enabled the rest of Vietnam to really punish Malaysia. With Need My Help getting free space, they were able to get that triple kill on him, and on a Valentina, that's a snowball here as well. 2 ultimates burnt up in that bottom side. Meanwhile, Forme is already having a tough time up against the Claude and Estes combo, and it should be another siege for Vietnam for free up top.
Okay, and now Momo still under pressure, still having an under pressure in the bottom lane. It makes that actually all the players from Malaysia need to really help him. And now the Wave Dragon connects as well towards Momo, and the town even connect, but Momo still able to survive.
Uh-oh, the King gets baited in towards the Nibiru's Passion, but it's a 1-for-1, a turret in the XP lane, traded for the kill on the XP laner, the King. It's still going to be Malaysia who actually finds that conversion, though, in the bottom side. So it is going to be still an equal trade. It's a good trade by Vietnam as they actually opt to rotate away from that gold lane towards that top side of the map for the turtle. And this is just so much pressure building up again. Moon is going to be taken low, forced to back off now. The rest of the members finally coming back into this mid lane and looking for a fight. Momo has just respawned. They can't really look for anything too crazy yet. And that's it. That's the end of it.
Yeah, I think it's not good as well for Malaysia if they are trying to force the team fight here with Vietnam, right? Because it seems that they are not ready for the skirmish, they are not ready for the team fight that's been brought by Vietnam, and especially they have to make, giving a lot of time as well, space for Momo to get the item first. But look at that!
That's a lot of damage. Yeah, onto Nart. So much damage here, but again, he is an Estes right now, and that's going to be the Circling Eagle. Onto Need My Help, who isn't going to be threatened here, as Chiku has rotated up top. There's a lot of sustainability and tanky members. Jogo going to be caught here, gunned down by Momo. Still has a lot of HP, and he gets out with the help of the healing coming in from Nart. Blazing duet by Hehehe, but he's going to be caught in the real world manipulation and the damage from Momo. Chiku taken low. Need My Help, looking for the damage, but the snipe from Momo all the way from that top side. Blind into the bush, finds its mark, and Malaysia are here. They coin flip back to a lead.
Did you see how Momo and Chiku survived from the team fight in the top lane? Let's take a look at the replay, okay? Finally, Chiku actually almost be able to shut down Joga, but Joga still able to be healed by Janard. But when the Blazing Duet comes in, and the real world manipulation from Moon helps the member from Malaysia here. Meanwhile, Momo with the Renar's Apathy, the sniper, he knows that he was there.
It's just a brilliant read, and it's a brilliant team fight by Malaysia.
It's a feeling,
It shouldn't be.
It's a hunting feeling.
Yeah. It shouldn't be a brilliant fight for Malaysia, knowing that Vietnam had the lead. The fact that they were able to outplay that based on just mechanics, micro, just shows the Langar style that this Malaysian side has with the Todak roster. As Formaze rotates back into that mid lane, they are looking for mid control before contesting for the Lord.
Okay, and now they are trying to make some team fight here with a heal that's coming from Janard. The Blazing of Moon Goddess connects to 5-member, but hey, suddenly got shut down. Real World Manipulation versus Real World Manipulation. Meanwhile, Moon! And also Momo with the Renner's Apathy. And now the Circling Eagle connect as well from Yums, trying to shut down the King as a frontliner of Vietnam, and it's gonna be the double kill for Moon here. Oh my god, 3 members from Vietnam suddenly disappear.
You know, I thought they were going to go for the setup. They cleared out the mid-wave, and nope, they didn't set up before they cleared off the mid-wave. That last minion wasn't necessary. They just went straight on towards Vietnam, and even Vietnam were not prepared for that engage. It came out of nowhere, and you can see, again, the items now being built up by Malaysia as they progress and increase their lead. Momo picks up that top side turret as well, the tier 2. And Momo-chan, this is just insane, right? Malaysia, the way they play is they throw a curveball at you 24/7. You think they're going to set up. You think they won't take fights, and they always do the opposite.
Yeah, and Momo already got his level 12 here. Meanwhile, there's gonna be a little bit skirmish in the bottom lane. The King trying to defend the bottom lane here, but Joga will try to clear the minion as soon as possible. Meanwhile, Hehe is not really in a good positioning here, but Chico again and again trying to force to take the orange buff here, not let Joga to get any physical damage additional coming from the buff.
Chiku has got to be the most annoying player to go up against. He goes to the orange buff and he instantly rotates towards the purple buff. He doesn't care about the Lord. He doesn't care about the turret.
He only cares about his friends.
Yeah, he doesn't care about his friends. He only cares about making Joga's time in the Land of Dawn horrible. The Blazing Duet was used up there, but look at the damage coming from Nibiru's Passion, sniping him down, gutting him down. Even though he wasn't in range, he flickered out late. Malaysia have found 3 again with no setup. They just barge in that mid lane. The base turret wide open, vulnerable for Todak. Malaysia to take. Now the base wide open. Joga trying his best to clear the minions out. Malaysia will just opt to go for that top side base turret. And here it is, that bottom side as well. Chiku, guys, is hunting Joga down.
Oh my god.
As long as Joga doesn't get to play the game, Chiku's going to be satisfied. The snipe by Momo. And Chiku, he's not letting go. He keeps on going. He hates Joga, man.
He has his eyes on Joga, and look at that. There's no recall. There's no going back to your home, Joga. And now look at that. 3 members from Soda. They are chasing into their own base. And oh my god. Joga, what are you doing? Now he's trying to survive. Meanwhile, it's going to be a slow effect coming from Moon. And Moon will take the point kill. And what a buying time coming from Joga, right? Try to at least make some time for his friend to show up.
I have no idea here why Joga's always targeted down, but Need My Help is going to be taken down by Formaze here. As you can see, Chiku, guys backing off. Formaze bringing them back together for Chiku to come through. Momo with the snipes, looking for it, finds the King, but it is going to be Hehe who jumps out with the Battle Mirror image. Chiku still solo. Going to be taken down by the Appraiser's Wrath. Another 3 for 1 as Gnart is going to be targeted down. The base wide open with the mini waves pushing in that mid lane. Now with Joga respawning back in, they're looking to defend and they will be able to. But Momo-chan, what the heck did Joga do to Malaysia to be chased down like that?
I think that's personal though, actually.
Yeah.
Yeah, right? If this is not personal, I don't think that they will trying to chase him until the base of Malaysia, right? And now Malaysia, even though they tried 2 times, tried to finish this game as soon as possible, right? But they failed. So they have to wait for the next Lord. If they want to finish this game, they need the help coming from Lord. But if you take a look from the item, Hehe, it's only half the win of nature. But the team fight, I think Malaysia can try to bait this Lord.
Uh-oh, circling Eagle onto Hehe, but there's no follow-up right now. They're going to melt the King down, who is trying his best to sustain around the Lord, but Vietnam backs off. It's a 1 for 0, and it looks like it's a free Lord for Malaysia.
There's some distractions from Mace in the top lane, so this is why all the Vietnam players, they have to back off a little bit. Another orange buff still will be done by Malaysia. And now Vietnam, they have to survive. They have to protect their base, and it's gonna be hard for Vietnam because no one can touch Momo.
No one can touch Momo
No
or
one can
Moon.
touch me.
Oh,
Sorry.
Momo-chan is on the caster desk. How are you playing and casting at the same time? That's a question I've always wanted to ask you, but we'll find that answer very, very soon, as it looks like Malaysia just wants to siege the turret down, wants to end the game right here with Chiku, guys, in the midst of it all, in front of it all, just taking all of the damage. Meanwhile, Formaze and the Lord will just target the base down like it's nothing. It's a 1-0 start for Malaysia in the lower brackets.
Wow. The first game was, how to put it in the word? Was
dominant.
it's dominant from the Malaysia, but it also interesting to watch, you know, right? Very interesting. And Vietnam, even though they almost got their early tempo here, but the problem is Malaysia. They, like you said earlier, they always try to create a space and also time for Moon or maybe for Momo or even Chiku here, right? With trying to play aggressive in the early minutes. Chiku guys managed to steal that buff from Yoga. And it makes Yoga really, you know, really so hard to catch up with the level, with the gold as well. And this is what makes actually Carmilla looks very annoying because he has the curse of the right. He has the slow effect as well. So it's not easy for Vietnam to just run away from it.
It's just very tough for Vietnam to do
tough.
anything in that game, right? Even in the early stage of the game, we saw that the Claude was losing out. They had a few moments where they were able to actually turn the team fights, and this was one of them, right? The moment where Malaysia just very weirdly focused down the roamer of all people, and it gave the space for Need My Help to get a triple kill, which was massive. On a Valentina, you know that if you get that lead, you want to try to snowball as fast as possible, but Malaysia just, again, kept on going for the coin flip fights.
I know, even though Need My Help tried so hard to copy that real world manipulation, right? But the thing is, it's not because of the real world manipulation that makes Vietnam cannot handle damage. It's because of Momo. Look at the Arena's apathy. Look at the Nibiru's patient damage here. It's so painful. And Vietnam, even though they have this Astas and the slow effect, 90% slow effect coming from domain of Moon Goddess, the thing is, they cannot handle the damage. They don't have enough item here. With the gold lead that Malaysia hold, I think it's kind of a little bit cheeky as well for Vietnam because they need some space and Malaysia didn't give the chance of it. So this is why the game number 1 becomes very dominant for Malaysia.
It's crazy, right? It was a shaky game at first. I thought it was going to be a long game. We expected it to be close here after Vietnam were able to actually match that aggression early on, getting that triple kill and out team fighting Malaysia, which is very rare to see. But again, in true Malaysian fashion, they always just team fight,
Surprise
coin flip, go for it, and they always throw that curveball, which is what's really impressive about this team, right? They play in such a unique way that's also so impressive because I don't think any other team plays this way. Match MVP though, it's Momo on the Beatrix, staying consistent from the early game, only dying once.
92k damage still from Momo. Look,
Those snipes, man, those Renner shots.
how free he is, okay? How free he was in the first game just now with the Nibirus, even the Renner's apathy shot. No one, maybe, you know, it's because of the gold lane instinct here for Momo. So he knows where's the opponent actually stay inside the booth here. But it's not only Momo who giving a big impact for Malaysia. I think it's because of the Matilda as well from Yams and also the real manipulation coming from Moon as our player spotlight for our first game with the 11 assists here. And also he deal a lot of damage, almost 91k. If Momo can give 92k, Moon also can give almost 91k damage still.
What's crazy about
Which
Moon
is very crazy, yeah.
on a Eve is the fact that he's building utility. He's not building pure damage. He doesn't have a Holy Crystal. It's a glowing wand. It's a genius wand. There's a whole lot of penetration, and we can see it here. No Holy Crystal. He went for, man, what? It's just an enchanted talisman, a glowing wand, and an Ice Queen wand. So not even a genius wand, and he's dealt 90,000 damage with 3 utility items and a brute force breastplate.
Yeah, I think that's because of the item as well with the glowing one for the burn effect here. The slow effect is very annoying.
So annoying.
It's very annoying. I just found out maybe it's because you know, Vietnam can get this game actually. They could get this game because of they bring this assets, right? It will makes the team fight more sustained for Vietnam. But unfortunately, Malaysia, they really counter it.
They did. They said, you know, if you want to go for these long team fights with the sustainability of your Estes, we'll take you to hell. We'll literally just keep on going at you, keep on fighting and locking you down in place with the real world manipulation.
And
There's-
especially maybe because high hand it's more of
There you go,
the time,
exactly.
right? If you compare to Batrix is able to pick the team fight here with only one item, right? The Blade of Despair maybe, or maybe the other item that Batrix, yes. But the thing is, if you talk about Cloud, we know how late game he is, right? He at least need the Demon Hunter Sword and also the Golden Staff for the team fight. This is what makes Cloud actually a little bit tricky if you cannot drag the game into the super duper late game.
You're either really good at farming or really good at weathering the storm to get to that late
That's
stage.
right.
And I agree, you know, the Beatrix right now in the current meta as well just has more opportunities to deal out damage and has a more pretty solid escape too, right? Because right now, as a Claude in this burst meta, it's gonna be a tough time for the Claw. You jump in with a Battle Mirror Image and you're completely vulnerable. Sure, you do a lot of damage, but if you don't have a Wind of Nature or if the enemy team has a mixed burst damage source, you're not going to have a good time either way. Even if you have a Wind of Nature, that magic damage burst can certainly come through and burst you down.
The 90k damage really coming
Exactly.
from Moon, right?
There you go, exactly.
Maybe that's the second problem here for Vietnam, but it's okay. This is the best of 3 series.
They'll learn.
We saw 3 games in the first match of the day, and it could be for our last match as well.
Hey, maybe, right? Again, Vietnam have definitely learned. We saw that in this match early on, it was a bit closer already than it was the first time they met early in the second match of this tournament. But again, it comes down, Momo-chan, to how the draft will go. Because Vietnam, I believe right now, that they have that info, that they have learned from their mistake in the first match. They should just try to control the early stage against Malaysia, put them in that uncomfortable position. But we're going to jump straight into the drafts for game number 2 to see these adaptations come into play, put into practice by both Vietnam and Malaysia.
Here we go. 100 for sure, there's no joy in this game. Are you okay?
Yes, I am
Patrick?
okay.
Okay, you look very excited.
I am for this game, right? Oh, they swapped sides, Momo-chan.
Of course, Malaysia now being the first pick here. Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, right now, let's see.
Oh yeah.
This is, okay, so, you know they said ban Joy? What about pick Joy? What about that, right? Now they can actually force Vietnam to let that go by
And
not
now,
banning a lot.
I have another, I have different thoughts when you said it.
Okay, what is it? Hit me.
Maybe it's a clue from Malaysia when they show the ban Joy to the camera. It may be a warning for Vietnam. But there you go. There you go.
Yep.
Ban out the Joy, man.
Ban out the Joy, Malaysia, ban out the Fovea. So as Vietnam, you're like, hey, this
Yo.
is a setup for Joy. It has to be ban that Joy, right? But it also can be a setup for 1-1 that Chiku can play, that Momo can play. But that's the thing. Whenever Malaysia picks a hero, we don't know where it's going to go. And I think for Vietnam right now, looking at their games yesterday and looking at their first game here up against Todak, Joga is very comfortable on that Carmilla. I think you need to try to prioritize that if you're Vietnam currently. Because for Malaysia, Chiku can literally play anything at this point, right? Vietnam needs to try to utilize their comfort heroes, not steer away too much, like going for the Cho there. It does feel like in that game, Joga did not find any comfort whatsoever on the Cho. He got out-jungled, and he didn't get a buff up until the 5th minute of the game. So picking up a solid farmer like a Carmilla who can clear out waves and clear out the jungle creeps super fast and roam around map, I think that's his style.
Maybe. Or if they want to, they can pick that Valentina again if they want to in the second game here. But there's no Leomord. So I think Wen will be the next ban from Vietnam.
Yep, it is. The Wan was banned out here. Joy and Wan, 2 heroes that you can kind of say gets countered a bit by that Phoveus. The Phoveus and Leomord ban from Malaysia, though, means that they're still trying their best to get that Valentina first pick.
Or maybe a Kaja first pick.
Kaja, Valentina, they're banning the Fanny, so both those heroes are up for grabs. And now it comes down to Vietnam. Do they want to coin flip it? Do they want to go for a trade? Or do they want to give Malaysia that Kaja or the Valentina? They need to choose here. Because if they ban the Valentina, it's free Kaja. If they ban a Kaja, free Valentina. I think
so actually it's either can go both way, right?
Yeah.
Because
I think they need to trade.
Yeah, I think they have just try to contest it. if Vietnam banned at Valentina, it means they can pick the Digi or maybe Martis as well as the second pick later. Because it's quite interesting to see that Vietnam quite comfortable with the Valentina pick. So there you go, it's gonna be Digi.
Whoa!
So there's gonna be wait, what? Kaja is very, very open, and there you go.
They're going for the Kaja.
Of course. This hero is very, very, I don't know.
Over Valentina though, do you think?
Yeah.
With the amount of flexibility that Valentina has with the IMU, the way it dictates the draft, you still think the Kaja is a better option?
Because I think if Malaysia, they pick off this Kaja, they can pick another hero that can be a frontliner that can be copied by Valentina. Let's say, if they want to pick Fredrin as a frontliner, so Gaja just need to stay in behind, then trying to use the flicker to giving a surprise engage, you know.
So more cover, more peel than pick. All right, we'll see how that works out, because now that Malaysia picked up that Kaja, Valentina will have access to the same ultimate. That Divine Judgment becomes accessible to Vietnam with the Beatrix pick as well. This is a solid pickup for He. But Malaysia are going to go for the Yuzong. This was a hero that gave Soriano's Beatrix a whole lot of trouble when Psychots was on that Yuzong, and it's going to be the Irithel as well for Momo up against Vietnam here. Vietnam with the final pick in the draft. So far, with the Beatrix, with the Valentina, they can still opt to go for two styles. They can go for some dive, or they could just stick with that front to back. The composition that worked so well for Malaysia in game one, and they decide to choose the middle. Mathilda, a great option that has so many chances, so many win conditions.
Yeah,
as well.
if we talk about Matilda, maybe not a lot of teams prior this hero, right? Because they know it's not really, it can goes to both way, you know. When you use Matilda, if you have a good setup with the Circling Eagle and also the Guiding Wind to help your teammates here, it will goes better team fight for your team. But if you use the Circling Eagle and there's no follow-up from your team, because there's someone maybe like Yuzong trying to break everything at the back line, it will go into the worst situation for your team, right? So it can goes both way here from for Vietnam by picking this Matilda. But going into the second banning phase, it's gonna be Eve and also Martis for Vietnam. It shocked me.
Oh, Martis.
And also ban Carmilla. Respect for Joga as well.
As you mentioned earlier on, right, Joga has found a lot of success on that Carmilla. Not too much on any other hero so far in this tournament. So banning the Carmilla is a wise choice for Malaysia. Vietnam, though, now they've wrapped up their drafting session in the first phase and in the bans. It's up to Malaysia. Do they want to ban a jungler? No, they are just going to go for that Fredrin. A solid front line that's going to cause a lot of problems for Malaysia right now as it looks from their composition. So it does work here. The ban was absolutely on point. Vietnam with the first pick, though, this time in the second phase.
I
Jungle,
know.
XP lane. Unless the Valentina goes jungle.
I think Malaysia want to keeps to take that Eve though.
But it already got banned.
Oh yeah, it's too bad. Oh my god.
Yeah.
Shoo.
Shoo.
Oh no,
Faramis,
Faramis. Oh, I thought if it's not Eve, maybe it's gonna be Faramis. But Faramis already being stolen by Vietnam now.
Okay.
Okay, so what will the mid lane be?
Wait. So it's a Valentina jungle.
Yeah.
There you go. All right. Vietnam picking up the Faramis, basically revealing that the Valentina will go to the jungle. And now Malaysia, they can still flex that Kaja into the jungle technically here. It can also just be a solid roamer. Or they could just pick up another jungler here. The Gushin is wide open for the taking, and they're hovering over it. Chiku guys on the Gushin. And for the mid lane.
Is it gonna be?
Whoa, wait a minute.
So Gushin mid?
It should be. It should be Gushin mid here.
And the Paquito for the jungler. Wait.
I think Gushin mid, Kaja jungle, Paquito.
No, it's gonna be Yuzong for me, right?
Yeah, or it's Paquito mid. See, welcome to Malaysia's draft. This is why it's so tough.
Wait.
Tell us in the chat what you think.
It's quite interesting.
Who you think is going to go where? What you think is going to go where? Because right now we ourselves are pretty confused. Vietnam, though, noticing that Malaysia have a whole lot of melee range heroes, they will just opt to go for the Ruby that can punish this Malaysian team. It is Moon on the Paquito in the mid lane, and Chiku's going to be on that Gushin. Yum still on that Kaja.
Oh my god, so Chiku with the Gushin jungler here.
Oh my god.
And Paquito in the hand of Moon. I think this is the first time I saw Moon with the fire mid lane here, right? Because he always play Eve or maybe Farsia,
Sicilian,
Yeah.
Lilia.
Any magic hero here. But it's new for me. Paquito for a Moon and also Kaja in the hand of Yum. So he will have that flicker. He will have the surprise engage here. And if you talk about the Valentina, goes into the hand of Joga. He can copy anyone though. He can copy the Gushin, can copy the Kaja as well. It's interesting to see.
It's going to be very tough. We'll see how this Valentina or what this
It's
Valentina
very
decides to
interesting.
do with the IMU. A lot of big ultimates as we jump into the Land of Dawn for game number 2, where Malaysia can send Vietnam home or Vietnam can equalize here. Chiku guys on the Gushin. Again, that Paquito from Moon going to the mid lane. That's definitely going to be the highlight lane for me. I want to see what Moon can do in the mid lane on that Paquito. Up against Nart and need my help. The Paquito will have, I think in terms of lane wave clear, it does actually win out here. And look at that damage already from Moon towards Nart, taking Nart down to a quarter of HP.
Maybe they want to, you know, do some fast rotation in the early here because they have this Paquito, right, to clear the minion. Sun and Chiku wants to really maximize the potential from the early damage that Chiku guys has with discussion.
Looking at it again here, bottom side, Momo. Oh, top side, Forme is going to be caught here as Joga jumps in with the damage of the Valentina. Has the Black Dragon form as well, and Formes will fall to the hands of Joga. First blood over to Team Vietnam as Malaysia try their best to look for a trade in that gold lane. Finds everything. Chiku, guys, with the fast hand play to get the kill over to Nart. 1 for 1. And Malaysia are looking to convert onto the gold turret.
You know, when you play Gushin, it means that you really have to very super active, right?
Yep.
With the ultimate, with the dagger as well, with the sword spike here. So if you cannot connect the sword spike into your enemy, it's gonna be a little bit disaster. The combo one goes perfectly for the Gushin.
We'll see if he is going to be able to find that here. Moon jumps in with a knockout strike. Nart is still able to get out there. A lot of damage placed in, but it's just to bait the Cult Altar out. Yums doesn't have a Divine Judgment. It's actually going to be Joker who pulls Yums back, but Moon jumps in as well with the jabs. Now the Black Dragon form from up in the XP lane as Chiku joins back in. Nart going to be taken down, slain. Formes jumps on the Joga, dishing some damage, and that's a Divine Judgment over to the King for Chiku to pick up a double kill. For them to lead here early on, 3-1.
Wow, wow, wow. Look at that Malaysia playstyle, you know. When they try to, you know, going in and out, buying some time to make sure the cover and the cover coming from the top lane here. This is what makes Malaysia actually quite powerful because they know they can play with the timing here. Ooh.
That style of play
Kinda
reminds me of reminds me of a certain someone.
Kinda smart though.
Kinda smart, you know. You know who it reminds me of, Momo-chan?
What is it?
The crazy just go in, Donnie. So that's like a boom bang bada bing moment, right? It's like,
Hold up!
hold up!
Hold up! We're
But
going
yeah, let's talk a little bit about the game. Again,
Yes.
Momo-chan, Yums here, waiting in the midst. Doesn't have the Divine Judgment, so he decides to just go for some damage. But now it is up to Malaysia to play it slow again, wait for those neutral objectives. But honestly, looking at Malaysia, even if they go for the crazy fights with this lead, kind of good.
Kind of good, yeah. But now the tempo a little bit slow down here. Meanwhile, there's gonna be a rotation coming from Malaysia and a Divine Judgment connect. And look at that, Nart. Of course, he won't survive.
So much damage onto him. The Viewer's Passion as well. Yum's gonna be Hooked there by the Divine Judgment. It's just the roamer for the roamer. It should actually be worth it for Vietnam as Nart is 0-3. Meanwhile, Yums, that's his first death. More gold over to Vietnam.
And Moon trying to giving some poke damage here in the mid lane, but I'm off in the connect, and Moon! Look at that! The Ghostbuster connect from Need My Help, and Moon's still able! No! Oh my god, because there's a follow-up coming from Jannart with the Soul Bloom.
That was so good by Vietnam. The initial pull by the I'm Offended with the flicker by the King, and the instant response, the follow-up from Need My Help on that Shadow Stampede. Basically rendering Moon's flicker completely useless as they try to put some more pressure down below in the gold lane, where Momo has been free farming. Tries his best to clear out the waves. Will be able to do so here with a 1-level lead as he takes Nart down so low. And meanwhile on the top side, it's a 3-man gank over in that XP lane for a kill to go over to Malaysia. Moon though, gonna fall again right as he respawns in that mid lane.
Yeah, I know, right? And the 5 minutes over right now for both of the teams. We've seen that a lot of trade. They're coming from different lanes here. One really focused on the top lane. Meanwhile, Momo in the bottom lane almost shut down this Jannart. Maybe he has a huge basic damage with this Erythel because, you know, again and again, Malaysia, they keep giving up space for Momo, but meanwhile, Formace trying to survive with the Black Dragon form here, trying to run away from member for Vietnam in the top lane.
That's a good disengage by Malaysia, but they do give over the position to Vietnam. Yum's now caught. He's trying his best to open it up for Chiku, guys, but it is going to be a free turtle over to Vietnam. Yums and Moon caught once again. Need My Help on the Shadow Stampede, bringing Moon back. Moon going to be slain here by the King, as in that bottom side river, Chiku, guys, has already positioned himself in a very, very good flank. He's looking for some damage. Need My Help. Finds him with a Shadow Stampede. Chiku, guys, jumps out, but he's going to be caught in the Circling Eagle. Chiku getting the HP back, but it's going to be Hehehe who finds the kill onto Yums. There's another Shadow Stampede with a flicker now. Momo forced to pop that sprint defensively, and it is Vietnam equalizing in the 6th minute of the game.
Oh my god, now Vietnam, I feel that they already find their tempo right now in the 6 minutes game. But the thing is, they really have to be careful with Momo because they didn't make any rotation towards the bottom lane. Okay, I'll just say it, but now they're going to do it. With the Rainers up at the connect to the Formace, and Jannart's already being solved with the Circling Eagles connect to Yums. But the problem is Formace, he didn't realize there's more member who is hiding inside the bush just now.
He really didn't. You know, Formace got caught, and again, Vietnam, they've established a lead here in terms of kills. Still equal in gold. Moon, though, again, going to be caught there. Still is able to jump out. The King not going to use that I'm Offended, but they will try to siege this mid lane turret with one minion. It's an amazing Divine Judgment over to Yums there, and that's an instant delete. The snipe here from Hehe not connecting. Chiku, guys, trying his best to zone and to defend this mid lane. As Malaysia are looking for a counter setup, Moon jumps in, opening up that side of the map for Maze. Now with Black Dragon form, finds the Petrify onto 2, and it's Hehe and Nart. Chiku instantly with a follow-up here as the King is trying to run away with the flicker. Gets out to the top side tier 2. And Malaysia once again are able to take that gold lead back into their hands. Joga though with the Black Dragon form, popping it instantly, not finding the rotation he wanted to.
Okay, and now there's some information that actually Joga has. Malaysia, they keep giving the counter back, you know, the counter threat back here coming from Malaysia. And the problem is if Vietnam, they cannot dominate too fast here because Todak, now they already secure the middle turret here. Meanwhile, there's going to be a 4-1 formation from both of the teams, which is there's going to be a split push, there's going to be some distraction because we already seen that Momo have done it before in the top lane before the team fight in the middle.
Uh-oh, Yums though, here with Divine Judgment. Joga going to be pulled back to the tier 1. Moon still able to escape. Formace now with the Black Dragon form, looking for that re-engage as Chiku, guys, jumps in onto Hehe. Completely on point, onto the man who can deal out the most damage. Formace in the midst of it all right now as Momo jumps in with a sprint and the ultimate to gun them down.
Look at the heavy
It's a double kill for the side of Todok's, Malaysia's Todak here. And it is Momo who's absolutely insane.
It's really, the timing is so perfect for Momo. And look at that. Again and again, Malaysia, they hold Vietnam here with only one initiation coming from Formace with the Black Dragon form. He knows that actually there's no another cult altar because it's already being used. And it's the timing from Momo when he comes. He just swipe up everyone.
It's a good bait, and it was such a good execution on the team fight. Chiku found that little gap between the marksman and the roamer. Moondog going to be caught in the I'm Offended and the Divine Judgment. Pulled back, but he still gets out for a bit before Yums tries to help him out and gets himself in the crossfire here. Momo, though, jumps in again, dealing a whole lot of damage. The Cold Ulcer plays down. Yums still surviving here. Yums is still alive with the backup, and he buys enough time for the rest of the members to come down on Vietnam. The snipe for Hehe not connecting, but Chiku finding the first ability on towards Hehe, who's still able to get out. There's not much more commitment, and they will just jump over to the Lord.
Yep, and now it's gonna be a free Lord for Malaysia because 3 members from Vietnam has been shut down. And let's take a look to the item that Malaysia has. 8.7k gold in the hand of Momo. Meanwhile, Hehe is struggling to get and even trying to catch up from the gold here. Meanwhile, Vietnam, they try to clear the minion as soon as possible because even though the Lord hasn't show up, but the thing is, they don't want to let Malaysia to secure more objective turret here because they already have 5 turrets in the hand of Malaysia.
Nart again opening up that side of the map as Malaysia takes control of this Lord. Looking for some base turrets this time around. We usually know that the value of the first Lord, the value you can find usually is just the tier 2s, but I think right now Malaysia definitely has the lead, enough of that lead to go for more. The King stopping Yums from going in to find that Divine Judgment. Malaysia trying their best to shove in the waves in the bottom side and in the mid lane. Meanwhile, that top lane is just slow pushing into Vietnam's base. As Vietnam waits patiently for the siege to collapse onto them, Momo tries to go in, micromanaging Yums, jumps in with the Divine Judgment, finds the King, and it's an instant engage for the side of Malaysia. Momo gets Divine Judgment as well, but it's going to be Moon who jumps in to deal so much damage, and Chiku bursts Nart down to very low HP. Lord still going to be cleared out by Vietnam, only a base turret taken down by Malaysia as they look for more, but it's Vietnam with a solid defense.
The problem is Malaysia, they also cannot force themselves to force the team fight in the mid lane. They have to wait for the minions comes in now in the mid lane, and Vietnam, they don't have much ability. Look at that, the sword spike connects, and hey, it's gonna be the first target here. Meanwhile, Vietnam, they're still trying to defend their base, and now Malaysia, they have to go back a little bit. Meanwhile, Yums finally been shut down by Need My Help. And now Vietnam they still want to chase them away. They don't want to give a chance. They don't want to make Formace able to stay alive, but they don't want to force it as well. So both of the teams, they have to reset it again and again, even though Malaysia are still be able to help by Vietnam here. But the problem is they don't have the best threat in the mid lane and of course in the top lane.
It's constantly going to be pushing down towards Vietnam now, but you could see that fight. It gave them a little bit more momentum and a little bit more gold to play around.
I just feel that Chiku, guys, this guy...
He's crazy! He jumps in 1v5 under the base. He just uses the winner's truncheon. He expects his team to follow up, and they did, but it did not work in the end. Now Moon... They are 3 members strong. There's not a lot of follow-up here. Moon going to be taken down with the Circling Eagle and the Blue.
Look at
now Formace jumps in the midst of it all. Has the Petrify, but will not use it just yet with the Divine Judgment placed onto him. Jumps in with the Furious Dive and the Petrify. Momo comes in as well. Formace chasing Hehe down as Momo chases Nart down. The King as well. It's just all the battles happening everywhere simultaneously, but on different parts of the map. But this is Malaysia's playground. This is what they like to go
Meanwhile,
for. Momo does not care about what's going on the other side. He goes for the base.
Oh my god.
And with Need My Help, solo here trying to defend, it does not seem like it's going to be enough. Malaysia with the final kill onto Need My Help, wipes out Vietnam and sends them home from IESF 2022.
Wow.
Wow.
What a match. What a team fight from Vietnam. Even though I can feel that Vietnam, they refuse actually. They refuse to lose in this game because it's only their chance to stay in the IESF, right? But it's not easy because we know how strong Malaysia from the team fight here, 2-0 without any sweet revenge that
Not a
Vietnam
game,
can
yeah.
do. Yeah.
It's definitely a
Unfortunately.
it's a well-played game though. In game 2 again, Vietnam, every single game they got closer and closer, right? Towards getting that position, towards getting the victory over Malaysia. But unfortunately, Malaysia here today were the better team right now, and you could see in the highlights how they were able to execute this style of play, this Paquito in the mid lane. The composition that they went for was still crazy, and it all started here with Chiku flying across the map.
I know. He was like Matilda, with the guiding wind here. But yeah, Chiku guys, this guy remind me of Sally Boy from Alter Ego,
Ooh.
This kid really like to play aggressive and brutally, right? He doesn't care about the damage turret here. He doesn't care about his friends. He just want to
go in.
Yeah, I don't care, guys. I just want to dive in. I don't care about you guys. You guys just need to follow me. But the problem is sometimes it just didn't work for you, Chiku. You just need to slow down a little bit here.
Hey, if they win, it works, right?
Okay.
That's how Chiku looks at games.
It was like if I was Malaysia, I will say to Chiku, right? Hey Chiku, I think you have to hold a little bit, man, because we are not ready yet for your engage, okay? After that, we say, but we win, right?
Yeah, that's
It
literally
doesn't
Chiku.
matter.
It's like, hey, Chiku, you might not want to do that next time. No, we won. What do you mean? What do you mean?
Then after
I'll
that-
stop doing that when we lose.
Oh.
Yeah, right?
Okay, keep doing it, Chiku.
But he kept doing it, yeah, because in the end, even though he went for this risky play, right? It wasn't that bad, right? They were so far ahead as well that it won't have costed them the game. But obviously, it did give Vietnam a bit more chance, a bit more space to actually look for that comeback. We've seen many times though, there's not just Chiku who goes for these crazy plays.
Yeah.
Moon on the Paquito. 0-4-2. If you look at that stat line, you're basically saying to yourself, hey, Moon underperformed, but if you look at the game, that was what this Paquito was meant for. It was meant to bait these resources out for the rest of the members to come in, and this was the moment where Chiku jumped in. I think we are going to see that winner truncheon. Here it is. He jumps in, gets
He got hair.
So it's technically not bad because he did what an assassin should do, right?
He almost made Vietnam turn back the temper.
He almost baited his whole team, yeah.
Luckily, Formis and others, they are totally aware of that condition.
But Momo-chan,
yes,
almost is never enough.
Okay. No, actually, Eric, it's because that it was not a problem. We won the game.
Yeah, exactly. That's going through the minds
I
of,
know, right?
of Malaysia. This is how this roster likes to play, right?
I know how strong Malaysia, especially if you talk about Todak, right? Albert Todak roster here, but I don't expect that this Chiku will go that crazy.
Oh.
With 13 kills!
This isn't even this is like a safe Chiku. This is how Chiku plays when he's playing safe.
Yeah.
I've seen how Chiku plays when he goes crazy, man.
And Malaysia becomes very, 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 I can say maybe even crazier once they stay in the lower bracket because it's their last chance.
Exactly.
So they don't want to go home, okay? They want to stay in Bali.
They do. They want to stay.
Until the end.
Hopefully, right? Obviously,
Hopefully.
every single country wants to go for that first place, but Chiku, guys. No, I'll give you a fun little fact. His name is actually Chiku, but one time he just put Chiku, he put guys in the back, and he just stuck with it.
I think it's a fan base for Chiku.
Yeah, it's the Chiku guys.
And me. No, actually, it's Momo with a ton.
You look kind of different, Momo.
Oh yeah, I have bird here, you know.
You just got
My
up here.
bad.
All right, so
Yeah,
congratulations,
Thank
Momo,
you.
for the player spotlight. This man, again, Another solid performance on the marksman. That Irithel, if it was up to me, man, he was the most consistent member. He farmed up really well. He sieged the turrets down. He did everything you want a gold laner to do.
And he came in the perfect timing.
Yeah, out every time.
Every time. Even though Moon, it's okay. You know,
It's okay, Moon. Sometimes
no, actually, we also didn't expect that you will put the Paquito
Yeah.
in the mid lane here.
That you see, I want to ask them after this game, after we're done, if that was a mistake, or if that was planned, right?
If Moon forgot to swap, right?
Maybe,
With
or maybe
Chico?
they pick Paquito and they're like, oh, we already have Gushin. Okay, but you know, sometimes it's all right.
Let's
Momochan.
ask. Let's ask.
Sometimes this is my stat line. My team wins, but I go and I get the bronze medal, right?
Yeah,
it's all
sometimes
good for the team.
Yeah, it's fine. It's fine.
I
mean,
brought the attention to me, right? So
Oh.
my team gets to carry the game, and this is exactly what Moon did.
Oh, so you got my attention. I got your attention now, right?
Exactly.
So this is what maybe works for for Malaysia because
The
we
Toad
know
roster.
yeah, because we know how crazy Malaysia. It could be anything. They just want to, you know, it's their box and they want whatever they want to put it inside. It just always work for Malaysia. But yeah, Vietnam really nice play, really good game, well play for Vietnam. But we have to say goodbye for Vietnam. They already tried their best until day number 3 of IESF 2022 Bali. But we will see Malaysia in the next match. Is it gonna be another Argentina?
Ooh, Argentina
right?
versus
Philippines. Right.
So the winner of the next match, Argentina versus Philippines, will be facing off against Malaysia tomorrow, which is going to be an interesting matchup. But ladies and gentlemen, obviously here with IESF 14th World Esports Championships, it is supported by wonderful Indonesia, Kemenpora, NOC, and Connie. We would also want to give a special thank you to all our sponsors: JHL Group, JHL Auto, Nusapay, DAS, Gudang Crypto, Pertamina, Taiwan Excellence, Hydro Coco, IndiHome, Telkomsel, HIN. We also have Episode Hotel with this beautiful venue, Merusaka Nusa Dua, Mineski Global, Indonesia, Football E-League, and ESID and Lemon ID.
Yeah, and thank you for our media partner here. We have Net TV, Trans7, Detikcom, Esport ID, Video.com, Dunia Games, Dance TV, Dance Play, Merah Putih, Bola Score, and also Kami Bijak.
There you go. Thank you so much again, because without the help of the sponsors, without the support of all these wonderful, wonderful people, we would not be here. And IESF would not be as amazing as it is. But hey, I'm hearing right now that Masger is ready with a Malaysian player to get an interview. I don't know who it is, but Masger, take it away.
All right, thank you once again, Como. We have duet Como here. Como, it means Mirko and Momo. All right. Okay, congratulations again, my friend from Malaysia. So I would like to ask you a few questions. How do you feel about your game today and how your team?
First kali alhamdulillah sebab kita orang
Louder.
First kali alhamdulillah kita orang menang game pada petang ni, tapi rasa sedih sikit lah sebab game pagi tadi kita orang kalah.
Okay, so 50-50 yeah. A little bit sad, but in the end, you're happy, yeah. Okay, and what about your next round? Are you confident enough to face any other teams that you will compete?
Kita orang akan confident sebab kita orang memang nak menang dan insyaAllah kita orang akan buat lagi terbaik lah dan pergi ke final lah.
They will do their best and goes to final. So they will meet Indonesia, of course, because I feel confident Indonesia is going to the grand final. Okay, guys, that was the last match for today in IESF 14 World Esports Championship on Mobile Legends Bang Bang. But of course, this is not the end. For tomorrow, we will have Argentina versus Philippines and Cambodia versus Indonesia on IESF 14 World Esports Championship Bali 2022. Thanks once again for watching, and I'll see you around, guys. Goodbye!